Chapter 1309. A Wild Guess, 1222. After a moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He didn't think it was difficult. Based on his own guess, the error range was no more than 3 ripples. This meant that there were at most 3 ripples that he had missed. After finishing, Lin Ling picked up the wine and drank again. At this moment, everyone's gaze locked onto Lin Ling. When they saw him, they were all astonished. The test had just begun, but Lin Ling had already started drinking. Too arrogant. However, he must have failed. He felt that he couldn't count, so he gave up. It had to be known that using soul force to count ripples was a test of one's mental state, and it was easy to cause irritation and restlessness. So those who knew their limits would give up early. At this moment, He Tianyu and Yu Yu were also counting, but they had both failed the first time. This made them a bit irritated. It was too hard to count. Then they looked at Lin Ling out of the corner of their eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was actually drinking. Even Zuemo Yun had failed once. However, he was still confident that since he had failed, the other 2 geniuses, He Tianyu and Yu Yu, must have also failed once. So when he looked back, the first thing he saw was Lin Ling drinking. That carefree appearance almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ling also saw him turn his head. He immediately shook the wine pot. Good wine. Trash, do you want a mouthful? Sigh. You. Sigh. Zuemo Yun was furious. This Lin Ling was mocking him. He roared, Elder, he's interfering with me. Sigh. The test depends on oneself. If you can be affected by external things, then how can you talk about the pill refinement Tao? Lin Ling said indifferently. Zuemo Yun, time is about to end. You should hurry up and count. As for his interference, first, you turned your head to look at him. Second, he's right. Although he also felt that Lin Ling was arrogant, drinking before time was up, but Lin Ling's words did make sense. Bastard. Sigh. Zuemo Yun roared and hurriedly counted again. An incense stick's worth of time quietly passed. Many people felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Their soul power had been greatly exhausted. I counted 891. You have 902 lines. The error range exceeds 10 lines. You are eliminated. Numerous voices rang out at the same time. After that, the majority of them were eliminated. The 2-star alchemy refinement master examination was indeed very difficult. Unknowingly, there were only 10 people left. I counted 1,110. Mine is 1,109. At the same time, He Tianyu and the other 2 girls also spoke. He Tianyu, you missed 7 ripples, but it's still within 10 ripples. Yu Yu, you missed 8 ripples, but it's also within 10 ripples. Both of you can become a 2-star pill refiner. The elder was surprised for a moment before announcing the result. The crowd was in an uproar. They were worthy of being called geniuses with powerful soul force. Even with such a complex fluctuation, they hadn't made more than 10 mistakes. As for the remaining people, most of them were in between the 9 daos, and barely made it through. Mine is 1,115. At this moment, Zuemo Yun's proud voice drifted out. The elder's expression changed. He sucked in a breath of cold air. You have 1,118 ripples, so you made 3 mistakes. You almost got full marks. Amazing. The entire square was in an uproar. Even He Tianyu and Yu Yu were shocked, their faces filled with unwillingness. As expected of great sage Heaven Touching's disciple. He Tian and Yu Fu also nodded in praise. It's your turn. Are you going to forfeit, or do you want to announce your result? At the same time, the elder looked at Lin Ling. The crowd roared with laughter. Lin Ling had been drinking since the beginning. What kind of result could he have? You think you have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me? Scram. Zhuo Yun smiled faintly. In the previous examination, he had seized the most dazzling light, so now he had the qualifications to tell Lin Ling to scram. Lin Ling ignored Zhuo Yun and said indifferently, let's announce the result. My ripples are 1,222. Ha, this fellow is making wild guesses. He'll definitely be eliminated. Many alchemy blacksmiths laughed out loud, and the elder laughed as well. He looked at the main dream stone in his hand, which recorded the ripples of every dream stone. But in the next moment, his eyes narrowed as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. You have 1,222 ripples, so your mistakes are 0. Full marks. The entire square was silent. Full marks. How many years had it been? This meant that all of Lin Ling's ripples had been counted. Swish. He Tian and Yu Fu stood up in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They also knew how difficult it was to count the ripples. Without a rank 25 spiritual force, it was impossible to succeed. And a rank 25 spiritual force was a rank 4 alchemist. Impossible, he doesn't even have a 1-star alchemy robe. How can his result be better than mine? Tell me, how did you count it? After a moment of silence, Zhuo Yun roared. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was actually second. Wild guesses. But Lin Ling's voice made him even angrier. Wild guesses. Even wild guesses were correct. How many people would die from anger? But even if it wasn't wild guesses, they also couldn't believe that Lin Ling's spiritual force had reached rank 25. That was already a Grandmaster Alchemist, an existence on the same level as heaven-touching great sage. Next is the 3-star examination. Do you still want to continue? The elder took a deep breath. He also felt that Lin Ling was wild guessing. He could only say that Lin Ling's luck was too good. But the result was the result, so he acknowledged Lin Ling's qualifications. Many people also reacted. Unknowingly, the 3-star examination was about to begin. The remaining 10 people were so strong, nearing the 3-star examination in one go. I give up. 2-star examination is my limit. 3-star examination, next year. The 10 people who had passed shook their heads. But they also felt that it was normal because the 3-star examination was indeed difficult. I want to continue. At this time, Zhuo Yun's voice sounded. Me too. He Tianyu and the other 2 also spoke. As expected of the 3 great geniuses. Today, they will give us a great shock. Many young alchemists said in awe. But they also felt that it was normal. The 3 great geniuses were definitely different from ordinary people. So, they definitely wouldn't miss the 3-star examination. Good, then you 3 rest for an incense stick's worth of time and prepare. The elder praised with a smile. Generally speaking, very few people would pass the 2-star examination before facing the 3-star examination. But today, he had encountered one. This could be considered a kind of blessing for him to witness the clash of the 3 great geniuses. Wait, elder, you seem to have forgotten about me. Chapter 1310. Soul Horse, are you sure? The elder was shocked. Since I'm here, I have to see what's so special about the pill forging union. Lin Ling smiled. He also wanted to know the limits of his soul force. Alright, but I hope you won't disturb the battle between the 3 geniuses. So, your seat will be changed. How about that? The elder said. Sure. Lin Ling didn't mind. You overestimate yourself. Many people said with disdain, but most of them were still looking at the 3 geniuses. Then, an incense stick of time passed, and the 3-star alchemist examination began. 3-star was a terrifying level. One had to know that the top 10 alchemists were only 6-star alchemists, and Heaven Touch Sage was only 4-star alchemists. To reach the 3-star level, one's soul force had to be at least level 20, which was more than double the soul force of an ordinary alchemist. If one had such talent, even if they didn't know any forging skills, their future would be bright. After all, with a strong soul force, one could learn alchemy faster than ordinary people. Zuomo Yun and the other two were sitting in a row, forming the most dazzling circle of geniuses. In the corner, Lin Ling was ignored. Even if he was eliminated instantly, no one would care about him. After all, although Lin Ling passed the 1-star examination, everyone thought that Lin Ling's dream stone was faulty. As for the 2-star examination, Lin Ling guessed that it was just a random guess. 3-star examination, control the soul horse with soul force. When the soul horse dies, the examination ends. The elder's voice sounded at the same time. This was more difficult than the 2-star examination. It tested the concentration, control, and overall situation of one's soul force. It was like one's soul force entering another person's body and controlling them. Only those with strong soul force could do this. Of course, the Ghost Dao was an exception. After all, those who cultivated the Ghost Dao had the ability to take over another person's body, but it wasn't purely soul force. Begin. Along with the voice, the 3 geniuses touched the Dream Stone. The Dream Stone emitted light, and everyone's soul force turned into a soul horse, appearing in the midst of the army. Charge! The 3 of them roared furiously. The soul horses began to gallop among the thousands of soldiers. This seemingly simple scene was actually extremely difficult to control. At the same time, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. This test was a little difficult. Kill! The Dream Stone formed a large army of horses and charged towards the soul horse. At first, Lin Ling was not familiar with it. The soul horse was slashed a few times and was on the verge of death. But soon, Lin Ling began to gradually grasp the technique. The soul horse underwent a transformation and became more agile. Looking at Zuomo Yun's side, they were even worse off than Lin Ling. Their soul horse had been cut even more at the start and had almost failed. Tianyu, you must calm your heart and focus your mind. Believe that the world was created by you. This is the foundation of soul power. He Tian said solemnly as he stared at the illusion created by the Dream Stone. The Tao of the soul was like this. The wider one's heart was, the wider one's world would be. A powerful soul force would be able to get wind and rain whenever one wanted. This was a kind of dominating realm. You, do your best. Senior Moon Axe also frowned, extremely nervous. Their soul force is really powerful. The crowd was also extremely nervous. In their eyes, on the boundless land, 3 horses were galloping. On the ground in front of them, the flames of war were boiling. Ancient generals and horses were chasing after them, blocking the path ahead. If they wanted to break out, they had to be fast and able to see the big picture. They had to know which path was the way out. Otherwise, they would die without a doubt. The first test is over. Soon after, the crowd saw the 3 exhausted soul horses crazily charging out of the encirclement of the army. As expected of the 3 great geniuses. Not only do they have to control the soul horses, they also have to split their soul force and see the big picture. Ordinary people can't do this. Many people were even more impressed. Not good, Yu has walked into a dead end. At this moment, Senior Moon Axe sighed. Yu's soul horse charged into the army. The path ahead was blocked, and the path behind was also blocked. In the end, the soul horse died. Yu has failed. She must reach the 3rd test. The elder's voice made Senior He Tian smile faintly. His granddaughter was still the strongest. But just as he finished speaking, He Tian sensed Yu's failure and was distracted for a moment. In the end, he was cut 3 times by the enemy and his soul horse collapsed. Ha, your granddaughter also failed the 2nd test. Senior Moon Axe also laughed, making He Tian's expression extremely ugly. Now it was up to Mo Yun. Did Mo Yun pass the second test? Many people became nervous. They saw that Mo Yun's soul horse was extremely steady. After crossing mountains and rivers, it finally passed the end of the second stage. Then the third stage appeared. Those soul generals were not riding horses, but Qilins and other Shin beasts. Not good. Mo Yun shouted angrily. The enemy's speed increased. In the end, he was swallowed by the army and failed again. But he reached the third test. This meant that he passed the 3-star test and became a 3-star pill refiner. Although I failed, I'm still proud. Mo Yun opened his eyes and said indifferently. His gaze swept over He Tianyu and Yu Yu, causing them to grit their teeth, extremely unwilling. As expected of great sage Heaven Touching's disciple. In today's test, he's the only one to become a 3-star pill refiner. This test is finally over. He Tian sighed. Just as he was about to wave his hand, someone exclaimed, "Over there, it's not over yet." Wow! As soon as his voice fell, the entire square fell silent. Countless gazes looked over. In the corner, Lin Ling was still controlling his soul horse. He had passed the 5th test and killed 6 generals. In an instant, he had become the most dazzling existence in the Pill Refiner Union. What, he still hasn't lost? Wow! Mo Yun found it hard to believe. He wasn't first. He Tianyu and Yu Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed. This was the youth they had disdained, the youth they had proudly pointed at. Now, this youth's results had surpassed theirs. Amazing! Look, he's at the 3rd test. Wow! Everyone was nervous and excited. At this moment, they felt as if they were fighting alongside Lin Ling, anticipating that Lin Ling would break through the slaughter of 10,000 soldiers. What a terrifying little fellow. His soul force is definitely at the 20th rank. We all misjudged him. He Tian was also shocked. It had been a long time since he had seen a genius with such terrifying soul force. He's also at the 3rd test. At most, his result will be the same as mine. But in that test, the enemy was riding Qilins, Cheong Qis, and other divine beasts. Their speed is greatly increased, and there's no way to avoid them. Mo Yun was extremely discontent and shouted coldly. He believed that Lin Ling was going to fail like him. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't hear what was going on outside. His soul force was condensing even more, and he could even sense that his soul force was slowly increasing. His Eye of Time quietly appeared, allowing him to clearly see the entire battlefield. Naturally, he also knew that the enemy's mounts were extremely fast. Chapter 13:11. Leaving others behind, he's been surrounded. Looks like he's going to fail. In front of everyone's eyes, a large number of divine beasts had surrounded Lin Ling. But at this time, a sudden change occurred. Lin Ling's soul horse underwent a metamorphosis, its speed surpassing the wind as it broke through the encirclement in a shocking manner. From a distance, it was a scene of leaving others behind. What? The soul horse transformed, its speed surpassing those divine beasts. He Tian and Senior Yu Fu both stood up, sucking in a cold breath. How powerful was this soul force? It surpassed the ruler of the soul world and increased his speed. How could he increase his speed? Mo Yun's face paled. He had failed before, and hadn't thought of a way to break through. But who would have thought that Lin Ling's method would be so simple? The enemy was fast, but he was faster. Of course, this was easy to say, but difficult to do. It required a powerful soul force. Go! Go! At the same time, the entire plaza was in an uproar. Countless youths were cheering for Lin Ling. Even He Tian and the other 2 women were excited. Looking at Lin Ling, they realized that this youth was extremely attractive when he was focused. Lin Ling broke through the 3rd trial. His soul force is at least rank 25. He Tian and Senior Yufu's breathing slowed. The fourth trial followed, and everyone saw that Lin Ling hadn't given up. He still chose to fight. Pa pa pa. In the fourth trial, the sky was filled with soldiers. No matter how fast one was, it was impossible to break through the encirclement. Seeing the illusion reflected by the dreamstone, countless people forgot to breathe. As expected, it was difficult. It was impossible to pass. Xiao. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling's soul horse transformed once more. A white horse appeared, wings sprouted from its back. With a flap of its wings, it flew into the sky, passing over the army. Freak. He can actually fly. He can do whatever he wants in the Dreamstone's soul world. His soul force has probably reached rank 30. Otherwise, how could he have such creativity? Go! Countless people in the plaza trembled with excitement. Moreover, more and more people from the Pill Forging Union gathered to watch this mysterious youth create a miracle. In one trial, he reached 4 stars. Go! Those young men and women were all cheering. It had been a long time since they had seen such an exciting test. The white horse soared above the army of thousands of men and horses, allowing the 5th trial to arrive. This was a test at the level of heaven-touching sage. In Xianpeng province, he would be considered a grandmaster. Does he still want to fight? There was only one voice in many people's minds. Boom! At the same time, an army of god beasts and devilish creatures appeared in all directions. Flying at top speed was useless at this point. Yang Qi looked at Yang Qi and said, "You're right, Yang Qi. How else could Lin Ling charge? How else could Lin Ling create a miracle?" In that instant, the entire square was deathly silent. Some people thought that Lin Ling would fail, but the miracles that had occurred before made them feel that there was still hope. Perhaps they didn't wish for Lin Ling to perish in the 5th level. How old is he? At such a young age, his soul force has already reached the level of heaven-touching sage. Even if he fails, it will be a glorious defeat. The 2 seniors, He Tian and He Tian, looked deeply at the youth in the plaza. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul horse was facing the army of thousands of men and horses. Its pair of hooves stomped back and forth on the ground. The white wings on its back flapped slightly. Its eyes were just like Lin Ling's, filled with determination and tenacity. This soul force test seemed like a test, but in reality, it was Lin Ling surpassing his own limits. Every time he surpassed his limits, Lin Ling's soul force would increase. Moreover, his martial heart would become even more resolute. Is there no path to heaven and no door to hell? A voice rose in the white horse's heart. Boom! Boom! It was as if Lin Ling was the enemy of the entire world. Countless gods and devils coldly looked at Lin Ling, wanting him to die under heaven and earth. This feeling was very real. Even if I become the enemy of the entire world, I will walk this path with a smile. Lin Ling's resolute voice floated out from the dream stone. It was like thunder shaking the hearts of the people in the plaza. They saw that the white horse was facing the enemy of the entire world, but it still faced them with a smile, without any fear. Such a resolute will, such a tenacious soul force. Many people muttered to themselves. It's moving, it would rather die in battle than admit defeat. At this moment, the crowd saw the soul horse in the dream stone's illusion move. The white horse leaped into the air, not fearing death as it charged towards the gods and devils. In the air, the white horse transformed again, turning into an ancient venerable emperor's warhorse. The most frightening thing was that the venerable emperor appeared on top of the ancient warhorse, holding a war blade in his hand, conquering the world. Metamorphosis, another metamorphosis. In the world of the soul, the wider one's heart was, the wider the world would be. When one's soul reached a terrifying level, one would be able to call for wind and rain. It was as if there were no clouds in this world, but if one wanted clouds, clouds would come. This was the characteristic of soul power. In fact, soul force was the soul. This was also a kind of belief. If I believe I will not lose, then I will not lose. Kill. A deep voice came out from the venerable emperor's mouth. The warhorse went berserk, its eyes seemed to be looking down on the world. Wherever its eyes passed, thousands of gods and devils would turn into ashes. Moreover, the venerable emperor on the warhorse swung his warblade, sweeping the wind and clouds. It seemed like he wasn't a match for the tens of thousands of demon gods, but miracles happened again and again. Counterattack, it's actually a counterattack. Countless people stared at the scene as the blood in their hearts boiled. They thought that Lin Ling would use some other method to avoid the pursuit of the tens of thousands of demon gods, but who knew that Lin Ling was actually counterattacking? That's right. Why did he have to run? Since he was running, why didn't he counterattack? Of course, it wasn't that they didn't think of counterattacking, but their soul force let them know that the only way to face the tens of thousands of demon gods was to run. However, how could they compare to Lin Ling's soul force? The soul horse transformed into an emperor and counterattacked Meng Shi's soul attack. Its soul force must be at least level 35. In the silence, Senior He Tian's voice came out, shocking the crowd once again. Level 35 is the lowest. Perhaps it has already reached level 40. However, Senior Moon Axe's words made everyone even more incredulous. Level 40, that was too crazy. Kill. The army was in chaos, gods and devils rampaged. Their eyes were fixed on the man and horse in front of them. In fact, they were more focused on the horse because they knew that the truly terrifying one was the soul horse. The venerable emperor was just one of the soul horse's methods. Especially the soul horse's eyes, they made the tens of thousands of gods and devils feel pressured. One man and one horse slaughtered their way into the army, causing the sky to darken. At this moment, a crisp sound came out. Everyone saw that the Meng Shi on Lin Ling's armrest had cracked. The Meng Shi had mysterious soul force and was most suitable for testing a warrior's soul force, but now it had cracked. Could it be that the young man's soul force was stronger than the Meng Shi? The Meng Shi cracked, and all the illusions disappeared. Lin Ling also retreated, frowning with dissatisfaction. Chapter 1312. Precious materials, it ended just like that. I was so close to increasing my soul force again. Lin Ling muttered to himself, unwilling to accept this. This guy. Everyone's eyes trembled. Lin Ling had already rushed to the 5-star alchemist examination and caused his dreamstone to crack, but he was unwilling to accept this. How could the three geniuses, Zhuo Mo Yun, He Tianyu, and Yu Yu, endure this? Shaking his head, Lin Ling looked around and saw the commotion in the plaza. Lin Ling bitterly smiled. Before, he had been challenging his own limits, even allowing his soul force to break through to the 46th level. Now he had become the center of attention. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling quietly left. He didn't come to challenge the three geniuses, but to take the examination. Seeing Lin Ling leave, many people had their own guesses. That youth had the soul force of a 5-star alchemist, but he hadn't asked for a 5-star qualification certificate. Moreover, he hadn't been arrogant, but had instead left in a low-key manner. It seemed he had come to challenge them. Soul force at least the 40th level. If he learns alchemy, his future will be bright. Such a terrifying talent can't be missed. At this moment, He Tianyu and He Tianyu also reacted. They looked at the plaza, but Lin Ling had already disappeared. Find him. Hurry. Senior Yu Fu anxiously shouted. Their expressions caused He Tianyu and Yu Yu's eyes to narrow. Was that youth a newcomer? If he was a newcomer, then what were they? At this moment, Zhuo Mo Yun's expression was extremely gloomy. No one was looking at him, and no one was worshipping him. All his glory had been stolen by that youth. He was unwilling, but when he looked at the plaza again, Lin Ling had already disappeared. This made him even more furious. Did he think he could leave after humiliating the 10 halls of Langya? However, since Lin Ling wanted to avoid them, they couldn't find him. The pill refining union was thousands of miles wide, like a celestial mountain. A moment later, Lin Ling returned to the waiting area. Old man Dong Fu and Lu Susu had already been waiting there for a long time. We've been waiting for you for so long, but you went to play. You've made us wait for so long. Lu Susu grumbled as she stared at the handsome young man walking towards her. Of course, she was just complaining. Sorry, I was a little curious, so I walked around casually. Lin Ling smiled apologetically. In this matter, he was in the wrong. Hee, we didn't wait too long. Oh right, how's the pill forging union? The old man of Dong Fu waved his hand, not caring about the Lin Ling that was waiting for him. Very good. Everything is organized and logical. Learning the Tao of pill refinement here is indeed very good. Lin Ling nodded. The challenge of the Dream Stone had increased his soul power by 1 level. If the Dream Stone hadn't shattered, he would have continued to challenge it. It looks like you've already seen a lot. But if you want to become an alchemist, the first thing you have to do is take a soul force test. Next time, I'll take you to experience it. The old man of Dong Fu smiled, making Lin Ling mutter in his heart. He had already seen it before, and now it seemed like the entire plaza was in an uproar. It made him feel a little embarrassed to take the test again. Because when he first went to take the test, he didn't know that his soul power had surpassed the others by so much, so he didn't want to cause a big commotion. Alright, let's get back to business. The Heavenly Hall plans to buy your 100 low-level heavenly soldiers for 20,000 yuan stones each. As for the 10 middle-level heavenly soldiers, the Heavenly Hall plans to buy them for 100,000 yuan stones each. The total price is exactly 3 million yuan stones. How about it? Lu Susu interrupted the conversation between the two and said with a smile. Profiteer. Lin Ling muttered in his heart. It had to be known that during the last auction, the low-level heavenly soldiers had been sold for over 20,000 yuan stones. Little brother, I also need to make a living. Lu Susu revealed a lovely and moving posture. Her body leaned forward, and her full breasts were about to burst out, making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. In the end, he nodded. He also knew that if his heavenly soldiers went through the auction, the price would be even higher, but it would also take a longer time. Therefore, he didn't want to wait any longer. Moreover, the high price of the last auction was because he, Lin Ling, had raised the price. Lin Ling couldn't possibly liven up the atmosphere in every auction. A total of 3 million yuan. I wonder if the Heavenly Hall has the Snow Spirit Fire, the Life Scale, and the Vermilion Bird Feather? Lin Ling asked. Chi. Lu Susu and old man Dong Fu sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. The treasures that Lin Ling spoke of were extremely rare. You don't have them? The expressions of the two made Lin Ling frown. These were the materials to forge the tyrannical song sword, and those treasures were of the fire attribute. They could greatly increase the power of Lin Ling's fire martial way, and would definitely be of help to the improvement of his saint body in the future. Right now, the day of the gathering of the top 4 was imminent. Lin Ling didn't want to embarrass Lady Water Mist, so he urgently needed to improve his strength. The Snow Spirit Fire, legend has it that it is formed at the boundary between the human world and the void, but because of the power of the void, it became a snow fire. Such a treasure is rare. As for the life scale, it seems that only monster kings at the Desolate Beast level have it. That level of Monster King is equivalent to the Saint Realm. The rarest thing is that not every Monster King wants the life scale. The Vermilion Bird Feather, you must be joking. Who has seen the Vermilion Bird before? The The vermilion bird illusion in the martial way, the vermilion bird talent, is only a part of the legendary vermilion bird's power. It isn't the real vermilion bird, and its feather, where can you get it? Lu Susu was indeed a businesswoman. She knew a lot. Lin Ling sighed softly. He could buy the other treasures with money, but those 3 treasures were very difficult to find. However, they were indispensable to his martial way. However, the snow spirit fire, my Yinyang main palace has it. I just don't know if that big shot will be willing to take it out. Lu Susu said again. Please, Temple Master Lu. No matter the price, I will buy it. Lin Ling said expectantly. His clear eyes were filled with desire. His current soul power was assisted by his eyes, so it wasn't difficult to improve it. His physical body had the celestial demon overlord body, but he lacked a strong foundation for his fire martial way. Forging the Tyrant Song sword was his only chance. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely need the help of the Tyrant Song sword to upgrade his saint body to immortal body. Hehe, since you've said so, what else can I do? At most, I'll use my ability to act coquettishly and pester that old man. Let me tell you first, that treasure is not cheap. It's at least 3 million primordial stones. Moreover, you owe me a favor. Lu Susu shrugged her shoulders and said. Okay. Lin Ling nodded helplessly. Don't look like you're at a disadvantage. You should know that the big shot is one of the 7 kings. She can kill a kid like you with one hand. It's your fortune to be able to give you a treasure. Lu Susu was afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't be happy, so she said this. I know. Lin Ling nodded. One of the 7 kings, the existence of the great emperor Zhai Xing, was naturally unattainable. Chapter 13:13. First on the yellow board, if you want a natal scale, I know a little about it. That year, the temple master of Langia 10 halls once asked me for guidance on forging and offered a natal scale as a reward. At that time, I felt that the kid was too arrogant, so I didn't take it. Maybe he has it, of course, I'm not too sure. The old man Dong Fu also said. Temple Master of Touch Heaven Hall. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Not long ago in the assessment, he seemed to have met a disciple of Touch Heaven Hall. Could it be that he was the Temple Master of Touch Heaven Hall? This matter, there were some connections. Of course, the natal scale is extremely precious. If you want to get it, I'm afraid you'll have to spend a lot of money. Old man Dong Fu exhorted while Lin Ling nodded his head. The money you just found has been used up. If you want to find more money, why don't you challenge the yellow board? If you get first place, you'll get 1,000,000 vitality stones as a reward. Little brother, you and I hit it off at first sight. Sister will definitely kindly remind you of a way to find more money. Lu Susu suddenly thought of something and immediately smiled charmingly. You want to bet and win money, right? Lin Ling saw through the other party's scheme. Profiteers wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. It would be strange if she was kind. Ha! Lu Susu smiled enchantingly. The 2 lumps in front of her were jumping violently. Lin Ling curled his lips and secretly cursed her. The yellow board was the gathering place for the strongest transcendental 6th stage experts. Those who were able to enter the board could easily defeat the strongest transcendental 6th stage experts. After all, the board contained the strongest transcendental 6th stage experts in the mortal realm. At this moment, in the mountain range of the Martial Pavilion, a large number of people were staring at the board. On the yellow board, flames were rippling and behind each flame was a name. Moreover, the flames would be extinguished at any time and a new flame would be born. This meant that there were people who failed the challenge and there were people who entered the yellow board. Of course, the flames in the top 50 did not last for a long time. If they wanted to leave, they would have to break through on their own. I'm so envious. Entering the board, the name of the mortal realms 3 Xian. Below the ancient stone tablet, a large number of people stared at it, full of reverence. There were also some who used this as motivation to become stronger. At this moment, on the modeled stairs, a couple of figures stepped on the stairs and slowly walked towards the Huang board. Among them, there was a young lady whose clothes were whiter than snow. Her white deerskin boots fluttered in the wind. As she walked, there was a clear sound of her footsteps. This caused many people below the Huang board to look over. So beautiful. Many young men nodded secretly. That young woman was like a fairy. Her skin was white as snow, her features were alluring, and she was filled with the aura of an immortal. It's the second Nine Heavens Maiden of the Nine Heavens Maiden Palace. Some people recognized the young girl and couldn't help but ask. The Nine Heavens Maiden Palace was an extremely powerful super sect in Xianping province. However, compared to the splendid land, the Nine Heavens Maiden Palace was somewhat ordinary. This was because the splendid land had more ancient sects, such as Langia and the carefree 10 halls, the 4 pillars, and the 8 pillars. There were also sects like Xianyuan and Xianhuang Dayu. Therefore, the Nine Heavens Maiden Palace's radiance was not dazzling. However, it was undeniable that many people still had expectations for Luo Xuemon. After all, she was very beautiful, and her talent was indeed not bad. She just lacked the accumulation of time. At this moment, Luo Xuemon walked forward gracefully, ignoring the gazes around her. If it was a year ago, she would still be as arrogant as a white swan. However, after Lin Ling's appearance, she recognized herself and even felt a little inferior. However, this feeling of inferiority did not last long. Right now, she had once again regained her former pride. Perhaps she could not compare to Lin Ling for now, but her man could. To be her man, one had to be in existence in Langia or the carefree 10 halls. This was the minimum requirement. However, not long ago, a man beyond her imagination appeared. He came from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars and personally pursued her. This man was very perfect. He was even more perfect than the geniuses of the Langia 10 halls. Perhaps he was just like her master. Her master and the Golden Armor King of the Langia 10 halls together had achieved great things. She and the people of the Hong residence together would also be the envy of others. Man, from now on, you are my fiancé. Behind Luo Xuemon, a man in white followed with a smile. His steps were steady, clean, and refreshing. He looked at the people in front of him with a faint smile. It actually carried a kind of domineering light of freedom. Who is this person? He actually said that Luo Xuemon is his fiancé. Moreover, Luo Xuemon did not refuse. Many people secretly thought. A man who could catch Luo Xuemon's eyes was probably not weak. Alright, Hong Tianting. However, if you want to marry me, then you must defeat my inner demon. Luo Xuemon halted her steps, her beautiful eyes stared at the white-robed young man as she spoke, causing the crowd to be stunned. After which, their gazes shifted onto the yellow rankings and stared at the top of the yellow rankings. The top of the yellow rankings was at the 6th level of the Transcendent Realm and the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. The top of the Transcendent Realm was blazing with a resplendent flame. Behind the flame, an arrogant name appeared, Hong Tianting. And the most terrifying thing was that the flame was at the first place of the yellow board. This meant that this person was the strongest Transcendent 6th layer cultivator. No matter what kind of genius he was, it was extremely easy for him to defeat a Transcendent 7th layer cultivator unless he met a Transcendent 7th layer cultivator. And if Hong Tianting stepped into the Transcendent 7th layer, he would definitely be at the first place of the yellow board. So it's him, Hong Tianting, the younger brother of Emperor Hong Tianting. This person's strength seems to be at the Transcendent 7th layer and he is also one of the 72 demon gods of the heavens. He has the 6th demon god. Someone said in awe. Hong Tianting's strength was already terrifying, and he also had an unrivaled transcendent demon god. No wonder he was at the first place of the yellow board. Alright, I wonder what your inner demon is. At this moment, Hung Tianting didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. Perhaps, he was already used to being the center of attention. Since he was young, he had always been at the first place of the transcendent first layer. When he reached the second layer, he was still at the first place of the transcendent realm. What was there to not get used to? If there was anyone who could move his heart, it would probably be Luo Xuemon. Help me defeat a person. I want him to know that he is a toad forever, and I am a white swan above his head. Luo Xuemon looked into the distance and said indifferently. It's a piece of cake. I will help you solve it, or even kill him. Hung Tianting thought it was something big and immediately shook his head with a smile. Do you want to know who he is? Luo Xuemon was looking forward to it. No need. Yes. Hung Tianting said softly. These two words carried a strong sense of arrogance and pride. Luo Xuemon suddenly laughed. She liked men who could dominate everything. She took the initiative to hold Hung Tianting's hand and said, "This person pursued me in the past, but I rejected him. Later, he defeated me and humiliated me even more, making me change my mind. However, I, Luo Xuemon, can be defeated, but I will never like someone I don't like. In my heart, he is a toad, and he will always be a toad. Such a shameless person has piqued my interest. What is his name?" Hung Tianting smiled faintly. That person was very shameless. If he failed in his pursuit, he would use force. Lin Ling. Luo Xuemon said word by word. Then, she looked forward to seeing Hung Tianting's serious gaze. After all, the current Lin Ling was extremely famous in Xianping province. I don't know a nameless junior. Chapter 13-14. 10 battles to the top. At the height where Hung Tianting stood, he was facing Langya, the carefree 10 halls, the 4 pillars, the 8 pillars, and even the 7 sovereigns, the top prodigies of the 3 Xian of the human world. Lin Ling was only a little famous in the Xianping Great Region. He was indeed incomparable to Hung Tianting. Luo Xuemon was overjoyed. At this moment, everyone around the yellow board was shocked. Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling. Of course, they had heard of Lin Ling's name. He had won 10 battles in a row in the yellow board when he was only at Transcendent Realm 4th stage. Now, Lin Ling was going to meet Hung Tianting. This Lin Ling's light was going to be extinguished. Transcendent Realm 4th stage can't win against Hung Tianting. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling didn't offend Hung Tianting, but Luo Xuemon. Luo Xuemon wanted to make Lin Ling feel inferior, lose face, and call himself a toad. Not long after, the yellow board challenge started again. A large number of people gathered around the wide martial stage, and there were more people than usual. Everyone seemed to know that there would be an exciting challenge today, which led to the bets being even crazier. Lu Susu, Old Man Dong Fu, and the other experts had arrived early and heard the news. This Luo Xuemon is really despicable. As far as I know, Lin Ling didn't like her. She lost to Lin Ling and thought too highly of herself. Now, she said that Lin Ling liked her and humiliated her after winning? Lu Susu immediately said with disdain. Ha, girls love vanity. Of course, they won't talk about such shameful things. However, the 9 Heavens Dark Maiden Palace is in decline. Old Man Dong Fu said lightly. Around the martial stage, many people heard that and their eyes flickered. Could it be that Luo Xuemon was lying? At this moment, Luo Xuemon and Hung Tianting were sitting beside the martial stage. When the rumor spread, Luo Xuemon's face turned cold. Nonsense! Hung Tianting shouted angrily and looked at the crowd with cold eyes. The crowd didn't dare to look at Luo Xuemon anymore. They couldn't afford to offend Hung Tianting. Defeat. At the same time, on the martial arts platform, the martial artists who wanted to challenge the list were completely defeated. No one is challenging the powerhouses on the list anymore. Lin Ling actually didn't come. I'm afraid he doesn't dare to come. Many people looked around and someone said disdainfully. Lin Ling was only a Transcendent Realm 4th stage cultivator. It would be strange if he dared to come here. However, just as the crowd finished speaking, a young man in a blue and white robe appeared at the edge of the martial stage. His long robe fluttered in the wind, and he had an ancient sword behind him. Lin Ling is here. In that instant, the martial stage quieted down. Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin Ling actually dared to challenge again. The person who came was Lin Ling. He frowned. He did not expect so many people to be waiting for him. However, he guessed that the Yellow List challenge was always so lively. He was completely unaware that today's challenge was even more lively than usual, and that was because Hung Tianting had appeared. "Ha, you're finally here. Little guy, I'm looking forward to your change for me." Many ancient martial artists laughed. Because Lin Ling's cultivation level was low, the odds were high, and they had made a fortune by betting on Lin Ling. "Ha, you might not lose money today." However, some people knew that Lin Ling's opponent was not simple, so they were not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. Lin Ling didn't know about this at all. He smiled and walked towards the registration area. "Lin Ling, I bet 100,000 vitality stones on you. Don't lose." At this moment, Lu Susu's voice sounded. Lin Ling was startled and shook his head helplessly. This female profiteer was very supportive of him. As for the crowd around the martial stage, their hearts trembled. 100,000 vitality stones on Lin Ling's victory. Lu Susu was very generous. If he lost, she would be bankrupt. After all, not everyone could casually take out 100,000 vitality stones. "I bet 50,000 vitality stones on you. You will definitely lose." A sinister voice sounded out. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was the Three Lives Ghost King. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your golden skeleton." The grudge between him and the Ghost King was difficult to resolve. Either you die or I die, so Lin Ling was not polite. As soon as the golden skeleton was mentioned, the Three Lives Ghost King's face turned ugly. He ordered that if any Yellow List expert met Lin Ling, they must kill him. Although Lin Ling had chased him down and forced him to flee, the Three Lives Ghost King knew that Lin Ling was only strong as a demon god. Although he was strong, he had not reached a terrifying level. Therefore, the Three Lives Ghost King guessed that a peak transcendent 6th stage expert would be able to kill Lin Ling. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling had defeated even the number 2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace, he would not have dared to bet on this bet. Unfortunately, only the people of the Black-White Dao Palace knew about this. No one else knew. "I want to fight 10 rounds and reach the top. Is that possible?" Ignoring the Three Lives Ghost King, Lin Ling looked at an old man of the martial pavilion. The old man's pupils constricted and he said with uncertainty, "Of course, you can fight like this, but you can only fight against opponents who are stronger. For example, if you reach the 98th rank, you can't challenge anyone in the 99th rank. Otherwise, you will lose. Moreover, you have to pay 100,000 vitality stones for this challenge. If you lose, you won't have to pay back. Do you still want to fight?" This kind of challenge was very unconventional and arrogant. It should be known that other people challenged the rankings one by one and spent half a year. Lin Ling wanted to reach the top in one day. This was the first time someone had done it. How could he know that Lin Ling could not wait for half a year? "Okay." Lin Ling nodded without hesitation. He came for the top of the Yellow List. If he could reach the top of the Yellow List, he would get 1,000,000 vitality stones. Boom! At this moment, the entire martial stage was filled with endless roars. Lin Ling actually challenged the Yellow List in such an unconventional way. As a result, the odds changed again because Lin Ling's challenge was even more difficult. It could be said that it was impossible. Moreover, Hong Tianting was waiting for him to reach the top. It should be known that Lin Ling at his peak was not Hong Tianting's opponent, not to mention that he had to fight 9 rounds in a row before challenging Hong Tianting. The odds increased crazily and the roars became even crazier. Lin Ling frowned. He did not understand why these people were so crazy. How could he know that Hong Tianting was already waiting for him? Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. Madman. Definitely. I've changed my mind. I'll bet on Lin Ling to lose. Yeah, he's only a transcendent 4th stage cultivator. How can he reach the top? That's just a fool's dream. Nonsense. Even many ancient martial artists changed their minds and no longer bet on Lin Ling. Of course, there were still some who stood their ground. Hee, this guy is really challenging our trust in him. Old man Dong Fu smiled bitterly. At this moment, he did not know if he believed that Lin Ling could win. Place your bets. That guy doesn't look like an arrogant person who doesn't know his limits. Lu Susu crossed her legs and said. Her slender jade legs emitted an alluring light. She still believed in Lin Ling. Chapter 13-15. Don't provoke me, please go up. Go. Lin Ling's gaze shifted to one of the seats. Over there were old and young, male and female. These were the 100 transcendents of the yellow board. Since these people were able to enter the yellow board and receive the attention of the public, their strength was definitely not weak. Although Lin Ling had defeated the number 2 genius of the Black-White Dao Palace, he knew that there were countless capable people in Xianpeng province. If he could do it, others could do it too. Not to mention, the Black-White Dao Palace was on par with the Sword Pavilion, Hong Residence, and Xiantian Dynasty. The experts of the yellow board all had cold expressions. That young man was too arrogant. It was his first time challenging the yellow board and he wanted to reach the top in 10 battles. It was said that he was only at the Transcendence 4th stage. Ignorant. Everyone here is stronger than you. How dare you speak such arrogant words? Trash, you can't even win against one of us. The experts all shouted coldly. They felt that Lin Ling was humiliating them. It was no wonder that they were furious. They were able to enter the rankings because they relied on years of challenges. Their strength was absolutely strong. If a newcomer wanted to sweep them away in a single day, then the fame they had earned with their strength was too worthless. Lin Ling frowned. He didn't expect these people to have such a big reaction. To put it bluntly, it was because Lin Ling was young and his fame had just risen. If Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all, would they still dare to say anything? You guys obtained your current status because you challenged other experts. Why didn't you all say that you were ignorant, arrogant and trash then? Lin Ling faintly spoke, his words causing the expressions of those experts to stiffen, unable to reply. Indeed. They were like Lin Ling in the past, challenging experts to enter the yellow board. Why didn't they call themselves that when they challenged others? When Lin Ling challenged them, they were angry and disdainful. Impudent. You only know how to talk big. Let me. Finally, the first expert appeared. He was ranked 95th on the yellow board. His name was Purple Dragon Red Fong. He was 56 years old. Although he didn't have a strong advantage, his age was an advantage. A 56-year-old transcendent 6th stage cultivator, in terms of martial arts experience, was definitely stronger than the younger generation. Who are your parents? Didn't they teach you to respect your elders? Your parents don't seem to be good people, and you're already so arrogant at such a young age. Your future accomplishments will be limited. Purple Dragon, Crimson Fong, landed on the stage with his hands behind his back as he spoke indifferently. Purple Elder, teach him a lesson. The people around the martial arts platform were also shouting madly. Originally, many people had placed their bets on Lin Ling, but Lin Ling wanted to accomplish the impossible, so they did not dare to follow him. So now, they were all unhappy. Lin Ling frowned once again. He had come for the 1,000,000 primary stones, but who would have thought that it would cause so much anger? Furthermore, this old man actually mentioned his mother and father. You shouldn't implicate my family. Elder, seeing that you're old, I won't fuss about what you said before. Let's begin. Lin Ling said indifferently. Then why are you so arrogant? Have you never thought of getting your family into trouble? It seems that your family members aren't good people, or else you wouldn't be so unappreciative. Purple Dragon sneered. Don't provoke me. Lin Ling's voice became deeper. I'm qualified to be your great-grandfather, and you're telling me not to provoke you? The old man laughed even louder. Pa! Lin Ling took a step forward, and dense spiritual energy burst out. 7 streams of spiritual energy shone brightly. Then, a giant spiritual energy palm slammed towards the old man, as majestic as a tribulation cloud, causing the stage to tremble. What? 7 streams of spiritual energy. One of them is a heterogeneous spiritual energy. He's reached Transcendence 6th stage. The angry crowd's expression instantly froze. Lin Ling had broken through 2 stages in such a short time. They thought that Lin Ling would use his physical strength, but this time, he used spiritual energy in the first battle. As for Purple Dragon, his face was filled with disdain, but he also froze on the spot. There was only one voice in his mind. Transcendence 6th stage, 7 streams of spiritual energy, comparable to a Transcendence 7th stage. Boom! The giant spiritual energy palm slammed towards Purple Dragon at the same time. It was as majestic as a mountain, and Purple Dragon didn't even have time to counterattack. He was hit hard and spat out blood, falling to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Lin Ling took a step forward and came before Purple Dragon Scarlet Fanged. He stepped on Purple Dragon Scarlet Fang's chest and said, I told you not to anger me. He came here to look for money, and he didn't want to provoke anyone. However, if Purple Dragon was too arrogant, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. How dare you step on me? Purple Dragon's old face was filled with anger. He was on the Huang board, and his name was well known in Xianping province. Therefore, he was respected in the sanctuary. Who would have thought that he would be defeated in one move and be stepped on by someone else? Take back what you said. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Since Purple Dragon dared to reprimand his parents, he wouldn't show mercy. Dream on. Purple Dragon roared. You're so rude. I'm afraid your parents will be dead because of you. With so many people watching, how could he, Purple Dragon Scarlet Fang, take back his words? Bang! Lin Ling stomped down, and Purple Dragon Red Fang's arm was torn off. The smile on Purple Dragon Red Fang's face froze. He did not expect Lin Ling to attack. My father is indeed dead, but my mother is still alive. She won't die because she wasn't implicated by me. Instead, she is protected by me. You can die now. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. He gave Purple Dragon a chance, but Purple Dragon still dared to be so arrogant. His mother was one of his reverse scales. Who dared to insult her? Wait, I take back what I said before. I saw that you were young, so I didn't think you were strong enough. Plus, I thought it was impossible for you to reach the top in 10 battles. That's why I said those words. Purple Dragon's eyes narrowed as he shouted anxiously. At this moment, the young man in front of him changed from a gentle and low-key person to an unsheathed sword. The sword was full of killing intent. It's too late. Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. His right leg was like the leg of a demon king, stomping down heavily. Boom! Purple Dragon's body exploded. At the same time, his martial platform cracked and spread. A famous expert of the yellow board fell in one move. The crowd quietened down. That was too fast. As for some older martial artists, they revealed gloating smiles. They shouldn't implicate their families. That purple dragon's mouth was too smelly. If they had encountered them, they would have killed them all the same. The second one, if you are not ranked above 90, don't come up and embarrass yourself. Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked at the experts with cold eyes. At this moment, many of the experts on the yellow board were frowning. Lin Ling had actually broken through to the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. However, they were still laughing coldly. Lin Ling's current cultivation base was barely enough to enter the yellow board. There was nothing to be shocked about. Who's up? Let me do it. 10 Transcendence Stage 6 experts among the 80 looked at each other and said indifferently. They were competing to go up. Chapter 13-16. Fatal blow, stop fighting, I'll take care of him. Finally, a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old shouted coldly. He looked at the few people who wanted to go on stage and said, "You guys go. Although you can win, you can't win beautifully. My divine body is heaven grade. I can finish him in an instant." "Alright, Ma Tai, you go." Everyone nodded. They had rich battle experience and could defeat Lin Ling, but it would take some time. Ma Tai didn't need to. As expected of the yellow board's experts. Lin Ling has shown his trump card, but they're not afraid at all. Instead, they're arguing about who should take care of him. Everyone around the stage started discussing. At the same time, on the stage, Ma Tai's burly body appeared like a door god. After he appeared, an indescribable aura of destruction spread out. "Kid, every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. I don't have much enmity with you, but if you want to reach the top, you'll have to face us. So, don't blame me. When you go to hell, don't blame me. You're so confident that you can win." Looking at him, Lin Ling could feel Ma Tai's destructive aura. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too weak. If Ma Tai was a 7th realm transcendent, Lin Ling would be a little bit more cautious. "You've been fighting in the yellow board for 5 years, so you're confident too. That's one thing. Secondly, you were only a 4th realm transcendent the last time. Breaking through 2 realms in a short period of time, your cultivation has improved, but your realm is still unstable." Ma Tai sneered. An ancient door appeared behind him. It was a yellow door that seemed to lead to the divine world. Destructive aura spread out from the door and soon, the entire stage was filled with the ancient divine gate. Desolate ancient gate of solitude, the moment it opens, even an early Saint Realm expert like you will have to die. A cold voice came out from Ma Tai's mouth. "It's the solitary gate." Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This solitary gate was a super sect of the ancient star-picking nation. What they cultivated was precisely the opening of the divine gate. After the divine gate was opened, it would communicate with the powerful force of the divine realm. In the end, it would suck the opponent into the divine gate. It was said that those who had such a bloodline talent could easily fight someone 2 realms higher than them. Lin Ling is dead for sure. The crowd could already see Lin Ling's defeat, because once the divine gate opened, even a Saint Realm master would die. Hee, I've said it before. If I go on stage, I'll definitely win beautifully. There won't be any death match. A mysterious pattern appeared on Ma Tai's face as he laughed insolently. "Are you regretting that you reached the first place in 10 rounds? I've said it before. You're underestimating us famous experts." At this moment, Lin Ling frowned and Violet Elder's voice appeared in his mind. "I didn't expect it to be someone from the solitary gate." Lin Ling, the desolate ancient solitary gate is indeed terrifying. Once the godly gate is opened, everything will be destroyed. However, the people from this super sect were not very powerful in the ancient times because they had a flaw, and that was that they took too long to open the gate. Therefore, no matter how powerful they were, it would be useless if they couldn't open the gate. Lin Ling nodded and understood. He looked at Ma Tai and said, "What you should regret is that you went on stage." Ma Tai stretched out his left hand and a raging blue flame bloomed. The sea heart flame appeared. An earth-grade saint physique is no match for Ma Tai's heaven-grade saint physique. Lin Ling, you're overestimating yourself. Many people sneered. They could see the difference in talent at a glance. Ma Tai's face was full of disdain. He smiled faintly and said, "You have 5 breaths of time. You'd better admit defeat or you'll die." More and more divine gates appeared in the surroundings. They were densely packed, forming a scene of an ancient miracle. Anyone who was here would tremble in fear, afraid that the gate would open. Lin Ling sneered, "Are you trying to scare me? It's useless. The more you scare me, the more curious I am." Sea heart flame. Ma Tai's pupils constricted. He thought that Lin Ling would be frightened by him, but who knew that Lin Ling would still choose to fight? As a result, Ma Tai panicked. He knew that the flaw of his saint physique was the short process of opening the gate. Otherwise, with his heaven-defying talent, he would have already become the top of the yellow board. Crazy. Lin Ling is attacking. Everyone gasped. They didn't understand why Lin Ling didn't give up. Boom! Blue flames burst out wherever the huge fist passed. Those divine gates were broken one by one. The crowd heard Lin Ling's words, "The solitary gate is indeed powerful, but it takes time to open the gate. If you can't open the gate, then what is there to be afraid of? That's the biggest weakness of the solitary gate." "You!" Ma Tai roared. Lin Ling knew his weakness. How was that possible? It was Lin Ling's first time to fight in the yellow board. How could he have so much combat experience? He knew his weakness. Although there were people in the yellow board who knew his weakness, they were all experts who had fought with him before. The crowd's eyes flickered. They had heard about the mysteriousness of the solitary gate, but they didn't expect that to be its weakness. It meant that although the solitary gate was powerful, it wasn't worth worrying about. "You'd better take care of yourself." Lin Ling's voice was accompanied by an invincible flaming fist. Looking from afar, there was a flaming fist as big as a small mountain on the martial stage, sweeping across the ground. Wherever it passed, all the divine gates were destroyed. Ma Tai exclaimed. He was completely terrified. He wanted to escape, but he was killed by the flaming fist. "Next up, we need 70 experts to come out." In the sea of fire, an ethereal voice came out. It was extremely unreal. Lin Ling won 2 consecutive victories. "Let me do it." Ma Tai's strengths and weaknesses are obvious. Those who know the secret, Ma Tai isn't strong. But those who don't know the secret, Ma Tai can kill a Saint Realm expert. So, your previous victories don't mean anything. An expert ranked 72nd on the yellow board landed on the stage. "You don't mean anything." Lin Ling replied indifferently. "You will know." Both of them instantly released a huge aura. That expert was an assassin who walked the Tao of killing. He had killed hundreds of millions of people, and each of them died without knowing why. Void Killing Arrow. At the beginning, that expert used his strongest trump card. He was at the peak of the extreme martial art, half a step into the transcendent realm. Only to see him disappear from the battle platform. The battle platform became chaotic and chaotic. Explosions unceasingly occurred in the void. The fluctuations were like ripples, making it impossible for people to see anything clearly. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. If you die, the people behind you will die too. Don't ask me how I did it, because I'm an expert in this kind of powerful Tao of killing. The ethereal voice came out from the chaotic void. It was extremely mysterious. This expert has already mastered the Great Void Law. Once he attacked, he formed a void space. Coupled with the void-killing arrow, it's impossible to guard against. Many people said nervously. Even though they knew that the expert was on the stage, they couldn't see his figure. Moreover, they didn't know his name. They only knew that he was called Wu Ming. Perhaps, assassins like to hide themselves, so they were called Wu Ming. Absolute killing. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations appeared. A black arrow shot over ferociously, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 13-17. Ferocious Dragon Crossing the River Pa. However, under the gaze of countless people, Lin Ling took a step forward and easily dodged the arrow. This caused many people to think that Lin Ling dodged the arrow carelessly. How is this possible? That assassin sucked in a breath of cold air. How did Lin Ling do this? How would he know that although his arrow was fast, Lin Ling's soul force was extremely powerful? It had already enveloped the entire stage, allowing him to detect even the slightest movement. Lin Ling would be able to sense it. Absolute kill. Another arrow shot out from the void and Lin Ling dodged it once again. What a cunning junior. However, you won't be able to win just by dodging. Don't think that you can dodge my arrows forever. An enraged voice rang out from the void. Firstly, don't think that you're invincible just because you can control the void. In reality, you're still on the stage. Secondly, there's no need to dodge your arrows sometimes. Lin Ling calmly replied, causing many people to shake their heads. They thought that Lin Ling was just trying to show off because even a transcendent 7th layer expert couldn't detect his presence. What a joke. Absolute kill. The void exploded, and countless arrows appeared in an instant, shooting toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling had nowhere to run. Then I'll let you see if it's a joke or not. However, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever. He stretched out his hands and raised them up high. Blue flames erupted as countless resplendent blue lotuses floated out. After reaching the transcendent 6th layer, the number of lotuses was even more than the number of arrows. A resplendent scene appeared on the stage. 10,000 arrows against 10,000 lotuses. No matter how you try to hide yourself, as long as you're on the stage, my 10,000 lotuses will bloom. You won't be able to hide. Fire of 10,000 homes. Indifferently speaking, Lin Ling raised his hands and countless lotuses floated out, forming a huge explosion of lotuses. Madness. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's blazing lotus flower had also reached the pinnacle of extreme martial arts. Moreover, from a certain point of view, it was even stronger than an arrow because the power of an arrow lay in the arrowhead. However, from the point of view of a head-on collision, it couldn't be compared to the blazing lotus flower. After all, archers were hiding in the dark. Rumble. The martial platform exploded, scorching, tyrannical, incomparably dazzling. Then, a body was blasted out, his face pale. However, before he could even say anything, an endless stream of lotuses floated over, continuously bombarding him. Rumble. That person was blasted to death. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. As long as the person was still on the martial stage, no matter where they hid, it would be useless. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't even need to look for the other person's figure. Because of the large-scale explosion, no matter how deep the person dived, they would still be blasted out. One move, another move, Lin Ling won again. Lin Ling challenged the famous experts of the yellow board. Although he was a newborn calf, he was still like a fierce dragon crossing the river. Madness. Last time, Lin Ling displayed the strength of his body. Now that his physical strength can't match the experts of the yellow board, he finally displayed the martial Tao of fire. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Next, the warrior of the 60th round. However, this time, I will choose my opponent. Come out, people from the 1,000 Generations Ghost Sect. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. If the other experts of the yellow board wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. However, even if the people of the Thousand Generations Ghost sect didn't kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. May, kill him. From afar, the Three Generations Ghost King shouted angrily. Only the person called May could stop Lin Ling's footsteps. A man wearing a white cloak like a ghost slowly walked onto the martial stage, amazing. You are only an Earth-grade saint physique, but you are able to display the martial Tao of fire to such an extent. Your comprehension in this aspect is extremely strong. However, you should admit defeat. Don't you feel tired? Until now, how many rounds have you fought? Don't you want to relax your mind and live a normal life? You are too stubborn. Because of your determination, you are tired. Buddha says, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. That person continuously spoke as soon as he stepped onto the martial stage. His voice was ethereal, causing a strange thing to happen. The entire martial stage shone with golden light. At this moment, the martial artist who practiced the martial Tao of Ghost became holy, as if he was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. At the same time, a large number of illusions appeared. It was actually the life of many people. Birth, old age, sickness, death, blooming, and withering. It was the comprehension of those people after they returned to hell. At the same time, at the edge of the martial stage, many people were in a daze. It was as if their life's struggle was ultimately a pipe dream, and death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Since everyone was the same after death, why fight? They might as well let go of everything and let the heavens and earth arrange it. The Ghost Buddha, the disciple of the Thousand Generations Ghost sect's 4th generation Ghost King. This person should be from the Heavenly Dragon Temple in the past. Therefore, his domain is extremely powerful in affecting others' fighting spirit. The eyes of some powerful martial artists flickered, and a majestic spiritual energy halo appeared on the surface of their bodies. Only then did they stop the invasion of the voice. Otherwise, they would have been affected by the Ghost Buddha's voice. Lin Ling is hesitating. Subsequently, many people looked at Lin Ling and frowned. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was like a bamboo shoot after a spring rain. His rise was extremely fast, and his cultivation realm and extreme martial arts were extremely sharp. However, his strength increased too quickly, and his martial heart wasn't firm enough. This had become his weakness. Give up. Everything is an illusion. Buzz. 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 The formless sound wave still enveloped Lin Ling. It was sacred and mighty, and it was impossible for people to guard against it. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. At first, he was indeed in a daze, but in an instant, he regained his senses. The anger in his heart quietly erupted. Under the influence of the Ghost Buddha's voice, he had the thought of committing suicide. Moreover, the Ghost Buddha had actually asked him to kill his family. This was a kind of release, a release for his family. This was an extremely evil ghost Tao. Killing his family was the reason for Lin Ling's anger. If he was really affected and killed his family, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. How dare you affect me? The corner of Lin Ling's mouth twitched, and his cold voice drifted out. The Ghost Buddha made people want to kill him. I'm not affecting you. I just want to give you some pointers. The Ghost Buddha was shocked, but he still said indifferently, I used to be like you, but after seeing through everything, I finally realized that everything is just dust. Since it's dust, then you can die. Lin Ling took a step forward. At this moment, his affected martial heart became even more determined. He wasn't tired. He still wanted to soar through the heavens and earth. How could he be afraid of a challenge and give up? Pa! Lin Ling's step caused the Ghost Buddha's expression to change drastically. He seemed to have seen Lin Ling's vigorous fighting spirit and will. He muttered, emptiness is form is emptiness. Lin Ling, you're too stubborn. You still want to affect me? I'll let you be dust, I'll let you be an illusion, I'll let you bewitch me. Boom. Lin Ling's expression became even colder. With a thought, surging flames erupted. Layers of blue flames were like the sea, intimidating everyone. The blue flame god had descended at this moment. Turn back is, sure. Boom. Seeing this scene, the ghost Buddha's heart trembled violently. Ironically, he was actually afraid. Even the voice that was trying to bewitch Lin Ling became nervous. I told you to turn back. Turn back. Lin Ling shouted again. Divine beasts like the flame bird, vermilion bird, phoenix, Baifeng and others flew out crazily from his body. Then, they hovered above Lin Ling's head. At this moment, it was as if he dominated the entire battlefield. At the same time, the great law of fire appeared. Chapter 13:18. 9 consecutive victories. He wasn't bewitched, instead, he seems to be enraged. His battle intent is crazy. Heavens. Heavens, transcendent extreme martial art, how did he cultivate it? Heavens. Everyone stood up at the side of the stage. Their eyes were wide open. Lin Ling's extreme martial art had reached transcendent extreme martial art. One must know that transcendent extreme martial art was something that only a few transcendent 7th stage experts could master. Heavens. Ghost Buddha's face turned pale at this moment. Give up, why struggle? Everything you've done is just an illusion, you won't be able to escape death. Heavens. Lin Ling stepped forward with a large number of flame birds behind him. The blue flames that gushed out of his body made him look like he was looking down on the world. His voice was thick with sarcasm. Before this, the ghost Buddha had wanted to bewitch Lin Ling and make him give up. But now, Lin Ling had used his tyrannical strength to force the ghost Buddha to give up. I can't win against you. Ghost Buddha's eyes flickered. His heart was actually shaken. In the distance, Third Era Ghost King's face was extremely ugly. He could see that Ghost Buddha had also failed. One must know that Ghost Buddha's innate saint body was extremely mysterious. It specialized in attacking a martial artist's martial heart. But who would have thought that Lin Ling's soul force and martial heart were beyond his peers? He was even stronger than these 100-year-old monsters. And now, Ghost Buddha was bewitched by Lin Ling. This situation was like a slap to Third Era Ghost King's face. Most importantly, Ghost Buddha was 4th Era Ghost King's subordinate. It was said that 4th Era Ghost King spent a lot of resources to nurture him. Now that he was implicated to death, 4th Era Ghost King would definitely not let him off. Moreover, 1000 Era Ghost Sect had also lost an expert. At this moment, Ghost Buddha gradually calmed down. He was worthy of being called an expert in this field. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Ling, you want to bewitch me? Dream on. You can't win against me. This battle is not over. He felt incomparable shame. His strongest move was actually used by Lin Ling to attack him. How could he let go of his face? Bewitch you? You think too highly of yourself. I can't win. Take a look now. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, and the flames on his body surged even more fiercely. He roared, World of Fire. An even more dazzling scene than the blooming of millions of lotuses appeared. The entire martial stage was filled with flame birds and god beasts. The great rules of the Sea of Fire completely erupted, burning, destroying everything. In the eyes of everyone, they could only see a massive sea of blue flames erupting. The ghost Buddha's pupils constricted as he saw the Sea of Fire surging towards him from all directions. He felt as if he was being surrounded by an army. He panicked and was terrified. He unleashed all of his means and summoned the Hell Ghost soldiers. However, in the face of the Fire Sea world that had a preliminary understanding of the laws of fire, any ghost soldier would be incinerated to death. If the two of them were generals on the battlefield, then at this moment, Lin Ling was leading a magnificent army into the imperial city. No! With a furious roar, the ghost Buddha was burned into a puff of green smoke. Any Tao of bewitchment, any ghost Tao martial arts, when faced with the surging and majestic flames, was simply a joke. With one move, another expert was defeated. It was too crazy. Next, those who are ranked within the top 50, come on. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out from the dazzling sea of blue flames. This time, the experts of the yellow board were all pale. They were scared and could not understand how Lin Ling could be so powerful at such a young age. Among them, there were many century-old monsters, the three mysterious of the mortal world, the carefree martial artist and the 10 temples of heaven and earth. Many of them were even from the heaven-grade holy lands. However, none of them dared to say a word. As for the people around the martial stage who did not bet on Lin Ling, their hearts were shaken at this moment, and they even regretted it. No one knew that Lin Ling would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Trash, come on up. Lin Ling retracted all of the flames and shouted again. Trash. The experts of the yellow board were embarrassed. Lin Ling dared to call them trash. You go on up. The battle is inevitable. You should do it. However, the experts of the yellow board said to each other. The atmosphere was completely different from before. This time, they were urging each other to go on the stage. It was extremely ironic. This guy's martial Tao of fire has reached perfection. However, the continuous battle has consumed most of his spiritual qi. Without spiritual qi, he will never be able to reach the top of the list with his physical body. At this moment, an old man said faintly. Many people's eyes flickered. This statement was correct. Suddenly, the experts of the yellow board were eager to make a move. Lin Ling could never reach the top of the list. Otherwise, they would be ashamed of themselves. I'll do it. Sea of Flames. Lin Ling acted as if he did not know what everyone was thinking. He dared to go on the stage and defeated his opponent in one move. This guy is so arrogant. The experts of the yellow board were embarrassed, but more of them were sneering. Lin Ling was too arrogant and he was fooled. Then, it's my turn. Sea of Flames. The person who came was defeated again. He was burned to death because he admitted defeat too late. However, at this moment, no one paid any attention to him. Instead, the corners of many people's mouths curled up, and their sneers deepened. They also saw Lin Ling's weakness, which was that his spiritual source was constantly being depleted. Lin Ling was so stupid that he didn't know how to conserve his spiritual source. That fire sea world was indeed terrifying, but it also consumed a lot of spiritual source. Gradually, Lin Lingjio won in a row, and his spiritual source dimmed. Terrifying. A flame that can shake the world. He fought 9 people in a row and none of them could resist his flame. Although they knew that Lin Ling was fooled, it was undeniable that they were shocked by Lin Ling's flame. Last time, Lin Ling won 10 consecutive battles with a cultivation of Transcendent Realm Level 4, which shocked the yellow board. Today, Lin Ling won again. Such an accomplishment could be said to be one of a kind in Xianping region. However, Lin Ling's arrogance had to stop in the 10th battle. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling would win. 1. Lin Ling had consumed too much spiritual qi. 2. Lin Ling was facing Hong Tianting from the Hong residence. After 9 consecutive victories, you can rest for an incense stick's time. At this moment, the martial pavilion elder could not bear to watch any longer. He knew that everyone thought that Lin Ling was a monkey and wanted to use Lin Ling to wear him down. Since when was there such a rule? No. Since it's a winning streak, then it must be a winning streak. Just as the martial pavilion elder finished speaking, a wave of objections came from all around. The 3 Lives Ghost King was the leader, and upon closer inspection, there were many people from the Void Star Divine Palace and the Jolie tribe. Obviously, they wanted to hit Lin Ling when he was down and make him die in the 10th battle. The Martial Pavilion elder frowned and remained silent. After all, he could not bear to see Lin Ling being killed, so he helped Lin Ling. However, he had also violated the rules. Most importantly, everyone was against it. These guys. Lu Susu and Old Man Dong Fu's faces turned ugly. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to win the next battle. Lin Ling, do you still remember me? Just at this moment, a voice that sounded like the sound of nature rang out, and it caused the arena to suddenly fall silent. Countless gazes looked towards the person who spoke. A woman who was as graceful as a fairy sat there. Her clothes were purer than snow, and her eyes were filled with an otherworldly arrogance. She was Luo Xuemon. Chapter 13:19. Do I need you to let me win? Last time, you defeated me and proved that you're a true genius and I'm a toad. Now, do you still dare to say such words? Staring at Lin Ling, Luo Xuemon's delicate face was filled with excitement. In the past, she lost to Lin Ling and witnessed Lin Ling's brilliant step by step, which made her feel inferior. And now, she finally had the chance to defeat Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know that he, Lin Ling, is a toad. What do you want to say? Lin Ling said calmly. I want to say that today, I want you to lose. And after you lose, I want you to kneel and lick my feet. Luo Xuemon stood up. At this moment, she no longer looked like an elegant fairy, but more like an empress. Today, she wanted Lin Ling to repay the humiliation in the past by double. Wow, so ruthless. Interesting, a man licking a woman's feet, this scene can't be missed. I'm looking forward to it. The entire stage was silent for a moment, then voices of schadenfreude rang out. Luo Xuemon was indeed domineering. She could defeat Lin Ling, but she didn't let Lin Ling die. Instead, she wanted him to kneel and lick her feet. This was more satisfying than killing Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly, but he was still calm like an ancient well. You're so sure that you can win. Of course, this is my husband, an opponent that you can never defeat. Luo Xuemon smiled proudly, her smile was like 100 flowers blooming. She pointed at Hong Tianting beside her and said. At this moment, she was proud and filled with endless glory because that man was her husband. Hong Tianting. Everyone here was a regular visitor to the Martial Pavilion, so they naturally knew of this terrifying young man. This person came from the Hong residence, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. His elder brother, Hong Tiandi, was one of the 4 candidates recommended to the human emperor. As for Hong Tian, even though he was only at the Transcendent 6th stage, he was considered to be invincible in the Transcendent realm. If he were to step into the Transcendent 7th stage, then the number 1 position on the yellow board would definitely belong to him. Moreover, not only was this person invincible in the Transcendent realm, he had even managed to kill a Saint Realm Master. This record was extremely dazzling. One had to know that a Saint Realm Master's spiritual chi would condense into a Saint Si and their Dantian would form an extremely powerful Saint Si, so for a Transcendent Realm cultivator to be able to defeat a Saint Realm Master was an extremely rare occurrence. Alright, if you lose, then you'll die. Lin Ling's face was still calm as he said indifferently. Last time, when he defeated Luo Xuemon, he didn't do anything. However, the other party didn't know how to be grateful. This time, she actually sent someone to kill him. This kind of woman was very disgusting. Shut up. As soon as Lin Ling's voice fell, a man in white robes next to Luo Xuemon stood up and said indifferently, I have no interest in who you are or what your name is, but Xue is my wife. No one can blaspheme her. This man was Hong Tianting. Hong Tianting, so handsome. Around the martial stage, many women were moved. For his lover, Hong Tianting didn't fear the world. If only Hong Tianting liked them. Luo Xuemon smiled happily. Her man was strong, proud, and most importantly, loved her. This gave her a strong sense of accomplishment. Poor man. Lin Ling shook his head and stared at the proud man in white robes, disdainfully saying, liking someone is not wrong, but unfortunately, your love is so great that you've even lost your own heart. Such a person, how can he talk about the martial Tao? Shameless man, you're not qualified to talk about me. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Shui. You must kneel before her. Hung Tianting said indifferently. His body was flat on the martial stage, and he actually floated down just like that. That kind of flying ability shocked everyone present. It must be known that if an ordinary person flew in the air, they would have some kind of movement. However, Hung Tianting did not do so. It was as if he was an immortal, and directly floated down. Lin Ling shook his head again. He could do that as well, but he would never use such a mysterious movement technique just to please the crowd. He couldn't help but look down on Hung Tianting again. This person's background and talent were not bad, but it was a pity that he was blinded by beauty. Restore your spiritual yuan. I won't take advantage of you. After landing on the martial stage, Hung Tianting said without even looking at Lin Ling. With his status, he didn't even bother to know Lin Ling's name. No matter how dazzling Lin Ling was before, he was nothing but trash to Hung Tianting. Hung Tianting's overall strength was comparable to an early Saint Realm master. Good courage. Many people shouted in admiration. Lin Ling, you're lucky. Hung Tianting is magnanimous. What's the use? Even if Lin Ling has restored his spiritual yuan, how can he be Hung Tianting's opponent? Many people shouted, admiring Hung Tianting's magnanimity and mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. Even Luo Xuemon smiled faintly at this moment. Even if her man won, he had to win beautifully. Even if he had to fight domineeringly. Her man didn't even care about Lin Ling's name. This was Hung Tianting. The voice was like a wave, falling into Lin Ling's ears, making him smile. He stretched out his left hand and a majestic flame gushed out, burning behind him. This action stunned the clamoring crowd. What was Lin Ling doing? That's his fire sea world. Someone saw the terrifying flame released by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't use the fire sea world to attack Hung Tianting. Instead, he used it to burn the martial stage. This made the crowd even more confused about what Lin Ling was doing. Do I need you to let me go? Lin Ling smiled faintly with disdain. Boom! The crowd's heart exploded. They finally understood Lin Ling's intention. Hung Tianting gave Lin Ling time to recover his spiritual yuan, but Lin Ling didn't need it. He even released all the spiritual yuan that he had recovered. Lin Ling was so arrogant that he didn't need the sympathy of others. This guy. Lu Susu, Old Man Dong Fu and the others all sucked in cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so confident and so proud. Lin Ling looked at Luo Xuemon with a smile on his face. His smile was frivolous, domineering and arrogant. It was as if no matter what Luo Xuemon did, she was just a toad in his heart. Luo Xuemon also noticed that smile. Her beautiful face became extremely ugly. Lin Ling's action was equivalent to giving her a hard slap. You, for that backbone, you're simply sending yourself to your death. Hung Tianting looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He was extremely unhappy with Lin Ling's actions. Lin Ling didn't want his sympathy. Say that after you win. Lin Ling withdrew his left hand and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. His spiritual yuan was almost exhausted. You'll know. Hung Tianting shook his head. This was the first time he saw such an unappreciative guy. Giving up his spiritual yuan, did he want to admit defeat? Then, let's begin. Lin Ling indeed acted as if he didn't know how powerful Hung Tianting was. With his sword by his side and his robe fluttering, his indifferent voice drifted out with the wind. Hung Tian-ting nodded. He knew that only by using force could he let the insignificant ant in front of him know how lowly he was. He said indifferently, I came to the Four Pillars Hong residence. My brother is one of the 4 people who recommended the human emperor. In the future, he will become an existence in Langya and the 10 halls of heaven and earth. I have the bloodline of the Flood King of the ancient country, which is a true immortal body. Therefore, I won't say whether I'll let you have a chance because I already let you have a chance before. You overestimated yourself and didn't know your limits. Therefore, I will defeat you in 3 moves. Chapter 1320. The existence of the immortal physique. The existence of the immortal physique was indeed worthy of Hung Tian-ting. Not to mention 3 moves, even Lin Ling might not be able to block one. The strength of the immortal physique was innate. Others painstakingly cultivated spiritual energy, but the immortal physique naturally condensed spiritual energy. Moreover, the immortal physique's comprehension of the martial Tao was also extraordinary. In other words, Lin Ling had even less of a chance to win. Lin Ling had a saint physique, and it was only at the earth grade. Hung Shui Eagle King. Hung Tian-ting shouted in a low voice. An ancient white eagle king appeared behind him. Its pair of eagle eyes seemed to be looking down on the world. The moment the eagle appeared, countless people felt a sense of worship. That was the pressure of an immortal body. Pooh! The white eagle king swept its wings, forming a large area of wind law, causing cracks to appear on the martial stage's protective light curtain. Transcendent grade martial art. The top experts all sucked in a breath of cold air. Hung Tian-ting's talent was too good. The existence of the immortal physique and the transcendent grade martial art. Then, who in the transcendent realm could be his opponent? At this moment, the bets began to change. Everyone was betting that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block 3 moves, and the odds were 1 to 100. Some even bet that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block 1 move, and the odds were even higher, 1 to 1,000. The entire martial stage seemed to have gone crazy, and a large number of voices were cursing, all of them wanting Lin Ling to lose quickly. How is it? What do you think now? Hung Tian-ting didn't care about the voices around him. He looked indifferently at Lin Ling, as if the ancient Hung King had descended. I only know that you talk a lot of nonsense. Lin Ling replied indifferently. At the beginning, when Hung Tian-ting's terrifying pressure attacked him, he did feel a sense of pressure, but soon, that feeling disappeared. He knew that it was the resistance of the Fiend God Overlord physique, and the end point of the Fiend God Overlord physique was the existence of the Divine physique, so naturally, it was immune to the immortal physique. Talk a lot of nonsense. Hung Tian-ting was stunned for a moment. Veins popped out on his forehead. He hated this ant more and more. After all, he had displayed such a terrifying innate immortal physique, but the other party was still fearless. He did not like such a person. When he was angry, he didn't notice that when his immortal physique descended, the others were trembling with fear. However, Lin Ling was standing opposite him, but he wasn't affected at all. This showed that there was a problem. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his immortal physique. Unfortunately, he only knew that Lin Ling was an Earth-grade saint physique, so he didn't take it to heart. The words of the Hong dynasty. Countless eagle kings appeared on the martial platform. Among them, a blurry figure appeared. It seemed to be the Flood King from ancient times. At this moment, he was leading the eagles to attack Lin Ling. Crack! It was so fast that it surpassed the speed of wind and thunder. The eagle's claws tore through the void and grabbed at Lin Ling. This was the transcendent realm of extreme pattern martial arts, the great law of Snow Eagle. Lin Ling was doomed. Many people couldn't see through the speed. They could only say that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block a single move. Lin Ling stared ahead. He noticed that the Great Law had appeared. The void was filled with eagle claws. He simply closed his eyes and observed everything with his soul force. However, the Great Law was more terrifying than the general momentum. Lin Ling had to face it carefully. Crack! An extremely fast claw appeared from the void at this moment. It felt as if it had been there for a long time. It swept at Lin Ling fiercely. Looking at the momentum, even a Saint Realm Master wouldn't be able to block it easily. Lin Ling didn't dodge. Instead, he counterattacked. The Tyrant Song sword stabbed out at an extraordinary speed. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out. At the moment of collision, the void exploded. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his sword to block Hung Tianting's claw. Both of them retreated a step. How can this be? Many people gasped. Lin Ling actually blocked the first move. Lin Ling not only noticed the trajectory of the eagle claw, but he also seemed to have the strength to block it. That's right, it was the strength of his physical body. During the last Yellow Board Challenge, Lin Ling also displayed the strength of his physical body. This time, everyone thought that Lin Ling's physical strength couldn't be used. Who knew that Lin Ling blocked the first move with his physical strength? At this moment, Hung Tianting appeared on the other side. On the palm of his right hand, there was a sword mark that looked like a white dot. It was the sword that had blocked his words of the Hung dynasty. It had to be said that Lin Ling was very experienced in battle. If that sword had been struck a little later or a little earlier, the result would have been completely different. Moreover, if the angle of the sword had been a little higher or a little lower, he would have been able to kill Lin Ling with his claws. However, Lin Ling happened to stab his palm, causing the attack to end. As for Lin Ling, his right hand was trembling slightly. The previous collision was extremely terrifying. If he didn't have the strength of 3 universes, he wouldn't have been able to block that claw. Physical strength? That's very rare, but that's all you have. Hung Tianting sneered. The figure of Hung King behind him became clearer as if he was looking at the mountains and rivers. On Hung King's shoulder, the Hung King snow eagle became more condensed and let out a shocking cry. Its eyes were even colder and more domineering, chilling people's hearts. Year of the Hung Dynasty. Roar! Hung Tianting's body turned into an afterimage, causing the entire space to be filled with the flying shadows of the Hung King snow eagle. Not only was his speed faster, but there were also more of them. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a rabbit being watched by the Eagle King, about to be killed at any time. However, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. Hung Tianting had an immortal body, and his casual attack was a great law. He was indeed very powerful. With a light step, he dodged the attacks of a large number of Hung King snow eagles. Those snow eagle kings were densely packed, layer upon layer. After Lin Ling took the first step, he took another step. It was as if he was moving with the wind, extremely graceful. So powerful, he actually saw through the Great Law. Many people's eyes narrowed. They couldn't understand how Lin Ling broke the Great Law. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling's eyes were still closed. This was simply crazy. They didn't know that Lin Ling's soul force and physical combat experience were extremely powerful. It seemed like he couldn't dodge, but he dodged time and time again. Other than running, what else can you do? Hung Dynasty's Eagle King. Hung Tianting was enraged after his repeated attacks were fruitless. He leaped up and opened his arms. All the Snow Eagle Kings gathered together and turned into a Snow Eagle King that was as big as the martial stage. A pair of claws swept down and turned the martial stage into dust. Now that the martial stage was under Hung Tianting's control, Lin Ling had nowhere to hide. It's about to end. Lin Ling died under the second move. Seeing the terrifying claws sweeping over, many people seemed to see the ancient Hung King appear, controlling the Snow Eagle King to kill Lin Ling. And Lin Ling definitely couldn't block it. Lin Ling. Yes. Lu Susu and Old Man Dong Fu shouted at the same time. Their eyes were filled with worry. Seeing the majestic power sweeping down from the sky, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. However, his lips quickly revealed a cold smile. Hong Tianting's immortal body was indeed very powerful, controlling everything. However, Lin Ling discovered that his god-devil overlord body was even more powerful. He was becoming more and more unafraid of immortal bodies. Chapter 1321. Two Emperors, Heavenly Sword. Lin Ling did not choose to dodge anymore. He gripped his sword with both hands. In that instant, the second stage of the body of the celestial demon overlord also appeared. It was unstoppable. It merged with the earth uprooting heavens to form the most domineering sword. The giant claw continued to sweep downwards, but soon after, it collided with the terrifying heavenly sword. A tyrannical shock wave immediately erupted, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. That sword was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Ah! At the same time, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Hong Tianting's figure appeared in the sky with a ferocious expression. His right hand was hanging by his waist and there was actually blood dripping down. You hurt me. Hong Tianting's voice was filled with anger and was extremely low. Second move, you still have one more chance. On the ground, Lin Ling looked at the sky indifferently and said coldly. He's injured. How is that possible? Staring at the scene, many people's hearts trembled fiercely. Hong Tianting was invincible in the transcendent realm, but facing Lin Ling, a transcendent sixth-stage cultivator, he was actually injured. Lin Ling's sword was too frightening. No wonder Lin Ling didn't use his physical strength at the beginning. It turns out that his physical strength is currently stronger than his fire martial Dao, so it became his trump card. An ancient cultivator said in shock. Today's battle was completely different from the previous one. Last time, Lin Ling hid his fire martial Dao and relied on his physical strength to defeat all the strong masters. This time, Lin Ling began to use his fire martial Dao, making everyone think that Lin Ling's physical strength was useless. Who knew that Lin Ling's physical strength had become stronger, so it became his trump card. So impressive. Many people secretly admired. To be able to injure Hong Tianting, Lin Ling was extremely powerful. As for Luo Xuemon, her face turned ugly. How could this be? Shouldn't her man win beautifully? Why was he injured first? Moreover, this was the result of Lin Ling's 9 consecutive battles. What if Lin Ling was at his peak? You must die. Above the sky, Hong Tianting said word by word. This was the first time in his life that he had such a strong killing intent. Didn't you defeat me in 3 moves? Lin Ling also said lightly. The sword in his hand was pointed at Hong Tianting in the sky, showing off its sharpness. 3 moves. Hong Tianting laughed, his smile filled with contempt and disdain. I underestimated you before, yet you're so confident. I am invincible in the transcendent realm and have defeated countless opponents. Even Saint Realm early-stage cultivators are powerless against me. Before, I only used the power of my extreme martial skill, but now I'll show you the power of my immortal body. A violent power bloomed from Hong Tianting's body. The 5 elements reversed, and yin and yang descended. The 2 extreme powers of holiness and slaughter seemed to fuse together. Gradually, the illusory figure behind Hong Tianting became clearer. It was Hong Wang. Hong King, the #1 emperor of the Hong dynasty in the ancient times. Hong Tianting possessed his bloodline, which stimulated the greatest potential of his immortal body. The power of the immortal body. All cultivators below the immortal body must bow down and worship it. Many people trembled in their hearts. It was too terrifying. Hong Tianting actually allowed the ancient Hong King to descend. Who else could it be but him? With the descent of the immortal body, unless one's cultivation realm was much higher than Hong Tianting's, they would lose their will to fight and be intimidated by the ancient emperor. Moreover, with the appearance of the immortal body, Hong Tianting's strength had undoubtedly increased by more than 10%. Lin Ling was also very powerful. He fought 9 battles in a row and was not at a disadvantage against Hong Tianting. If he had not met Hong Tianting, his pride would have continued. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was going to fall in the end. What a pity. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling acted as if he did not know how powerful the immortal body was. He said calmly, "It's the third move. You have been attacking before, now it's my turn." My turn. Around the martial stage, everyone's hearts were pounding. Facing the Han King's immortal body, Lin Ling actually said it was his turn to attack. Even Hong Tianting's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was not afraid of him. Then, everyone saw the ground tremble. The young man standing on the ground seemed to be suppressing an extremely terrifying power. A sword buzzed incessantly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into Lin Ling's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. It formed a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, as if it could swallow mountains and rivers. He is absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without restraint. Everyone was completely shocked. Could it be that Lin Ling still had a trump card? What kind of trump card was this? At this moment, an overbearing aura gushed out crazily. The entire martial pavilion seemed to be shaking. At that moment, everyone saw Lin Ling seem to have grown taller. No, it was not Lin Ling who had grown taller, but behind him. There, a tall emperor figure slowly appeared. It was like an emperor, like an ancient god. The aura that looked down on the world also erupted. Emperor, it was another emperor. Hong Tianting's immortal physique erupted, and Hong Wang appeared. However, Lin Ling also used some unknown technique, and also erupted with the appearance of a venerable sovereign. The most terrifying thing was that the venerable sovereign also made people prostrate themselves in worship. Could it be that Lin Ling also had an immortal physique? How could they know that Hong Tianting's bloodline had stimulated the Han King's power? Lin Ling was not weaker than Hong Tianting. Instead, he was stronger because Lin Ling did not have a bloodline. Instead, he directly cultivated the cultivation technique of the great Emperor Zhaixing. The great Emperor Zhaixing and the Han King were ancient emperors of the same era. Pa pa pa. The two emperors appeared in a condescending manner. Around the emperors, the void continued to explode, crack, and fuse. The two emperors seemed to be extremely powerful. So, who would win this battle? The world is vast and boundless. In the past, there were the 4 great ancient empires, the 7 emperors, the 4 pillars, the 8 pillars, Langya, and the unfettered 10 temples. You're just a little transcendent, yet you dare boast about being invincible. How ignorant. Moreover, a cultivator's life is filled with pride and arrogance, yet you've been bewitched by beauty, how pathetic. After the 3rd layer of the celestial demon overlord body appeared, Lin Ling held his sword diagonally and looked at the sky like an emperor. Your immortal body is inherited from your bloodline. Moreover, you are not a direct descendant of the Han King, so you are only a collateral descendant. That is why you are so arrogant. My emperor body was cultivated step by step. Now, I will show you how useless you are. His cold shout was like a chi that could swallow mountains and rivers. It was so shocking that everyone's eardrums hurt. Then, they saw Lin Ling stomp on the ground. The ground cracked, and the ancient emperor flew up into the sky. The sword was dazzling, as if it was suppressing the power of mountains and rivers. Then, it slashed at Hong Tianting, as if it was going to cut the world apart. At this moment, Hong Tianting's pupils constricted. Lin Ling also had a venerable sovereign. What terrified him the most was that he had a feeling of worship towards that venerable sovereign. How could this be? One had to know that he had an immortal body. Now, seeing the majestic sword slashing at him, Hong Tianting's eyes were in a daze. His heart was shaken. Was he really not invincible in the transcendent realm? He remembered Lin Ling's words. This world was vast, and there were many people stronger than him. It was just that those people were more low-key. Thinking of this, his momentum became weaker and weaker. Looking at Lin Ling, his momentum was rising steadily, as if he was going to cut the world with his sword. Not only that sword was sharp, but it also had a chi that could swallow mountains and rivers. It was no longer cutting everything, but destroying everything. Chapter 1322. Kill anyone who dares to invade. Surrender. The entire martial stage was silent. When the powerful Hung Tianting faced Lin Ling, he said that he would defeat Lin Ling in 3 moves. However, he did not gain any advantage in the first 2 moves. After the 3rd move, Lin Ling took the initiative to attack. However, in that instant, Hung Tianting directly admitted defeat. This made his previous arrogance extremely ironic. This made the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Hung mansion extremely embarrassed. Surrender? Lin Ling sneered. His sword had already been drawn. How could he stop just because his opponent admitted defeat? Save me, Martial Pavilion Elder. Hung Tianting was in a sorry state. He anxiously shouted at the elder outside the martial stage. Compared to his previous arrogance, it was a 180-degree change. Lin Ling, stop. The rules are as such. I'm sorry. The Martial Pavilion Elder shook his head helplessly. He also felt that Hung Tianting was too arrogant. He didn't even bother to know Lin Ling's name when he fought with him. He even allowed Lin Ling to recover his spiritual energy. Now, Lin Ling defeated him without using his spiritual energy. This was simply asking for humiliation. However, the rules of the Martial Pavilion were as such. As long as one admitted defeat, they couldn't die. Therefore, the elder had to intervene in the end. Hung Long Long. Tens of thousands of spiritual chi turned into a vortex, and a giant palm appeared. It grabbed the Di Zun's sword in midair. However, the sword's sharpness cut through everything, and the giant palm was also cut in half. The sound of explosions continued, and the Martial Pavilion Elder's expression changed. He had no choice but to release a new burst of energy to barely block the sword. I'm afraid that not many saints of the 1st layer can block this sword. The Martial Pavilion Elder's heart trembled. Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying. A transcendent 6th layer cultivator could shake a saint. What if he reached the 7th layer? It was unimaginable. Of course, he was shocked in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. As for Hung Tianting, he had already escaped from the martial stage. Bai Yi was in an even more sorry state. Around the martial arts platform, everyone's jaws dropped. In the battle between Hung Tianting and Lin Ling had won. He had won 10 consecutive battles and reached the top of the list. He had completely created the 1st place record in the Martial Pavilion. They couldn't help but look at Hung Tianting, who was panting heavily. His face was pale, which made them feel even more ironic. With such strength, Hung Tianting dared to let Lin Ling recover his spiritual source. Fortunately, Lin Ling hadn't recovered, or he would have lost even more face. Then, everyone felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. They didn't think highly of Lin Ling before, so they all lost money. However, despite losing money this time, they did not dare to show any anger because Lin Ling's previous performance was too dazzling. So what if he fought 10 battles in a row? So what if he ran out of spiritual source? So what if Hung Tianting came out to fight? Lin Ling was invincible. This battle had already proved that Lin Ling was a great hero, and he was a top expert among the great heroes. This little guy hid his strength well. He actually won. Old man Dong Fu said with a smile. He had been extremely nervous before. Brat, I was worried for nothing. No, he must compensate me. Lu Susu also smiled, but she was still curious. After all, Hung Tianting had a divine physique from the Hung dynasty, an ancient country. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of his divine physique. Could it be that Lin Ling's talents surpassed Hung Tianting's? However, it couldn't be seen on the surface at all. She could only see that he had an earth-grade divine physique. She could only say that Lin Ling was hiding a secret that even she didn't know. That Di Zun looked familiar, but it was too blurry. Only the area between his arms was clear, so I couldn't see it clearly. Lu Susu said in a low voice. Luo Xuemon, what else are you proud of? At this moment, on the martial arts platform, Lin Ling looked at Luo Xuemon indifferently. Luo Xuemon's beautiful eyes narrowed, as if she still couldn't believe that Hung Tianting had lost. Then, she kept shaking her head. It was impossible. Lin Ling was only from the insignificant 8-star holy region, but Hung Tianting was from the Hung residence. How could Lin Ling defeat him? However, although she shook her head, she already knew that her pride and her man had lost, and he had admitted defeat in a humiliating manner. She couldn't accept it, she couldn't accept it. She had been so proud before, wanting to see Lin Ling kneel. However, in the end, she had lost again. This time, she was no longer as elegant as a fairy. Instead, she was like a shrew. I said that if you lose, you can die. Lin Ling said again. The crowd also looked at Luo Xuemon with a cold smile. It was a fair bet, and one had to accept defeat. Moreover, Lin Ling had won as the weaker party, so Luo Xuemon had nothing to say. I am the second leader of the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace. Luo Xuemon's heart trembled as she gritted her teeth. So what? Lin Ling replied indifferently. Luo Xuemon wanted to kill him, so how could he show mercy? Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill them back. It was that simple. Lin Ling, spare my life. Seeing Lin Ling's murderous gaze, Luo Xuemon's body trembled. She quickly ran out and knelt at the side of the martial arts platform. Then, she kept kneeling in front of Lin Ling, begging for mercy. She knew that Lin Ling wouldn't give face to the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace, nor would he treat her as the 9 Heavens Maiden. Spare my life. Luo Xuemon had already knelt in front of Lin Ling and licked his feet. Just as she said, Lin Ling had lost, so Lin Ling wanted to lick her feet. Now that she didn't want to die, she hoped that licking his feet would make Lin Ling let her go. Disgusting, is this still the 9 Heavens Maiden? Around the martial arts platform, there was an uproar. The young people were all angry. Luo Xuemon was no longer as elegant as a fairy. Instead, she was extremely ugly. She actually licked Lin Ling's feet. She was a spineless toad. Lin Ling looked at Luo Xuemon condescendingly. His first impression of Luo Xuemon was the second dream. However, the second dream was much better than Luo Xuemon because the second dream wasn't as ugly as Luo Xuemon. Moreover, the second dream was often helpless and even saved him at critical moments. Luo Xuemon provoked him for her reputation. The second dream wouldn't do such a boring thing. Do you know what are the 2 things you did wrong in your life? Lin Ling said indifferently as he lowered his head and looked at Luo Xuemon. Luo Xuemon raised her head. Her eyes were filled with respect and fear. What are they? First, you thought too highly of yourself. I never liked you, but you kept telling others that I liked you. Second, you shouldn't have provoked me again. As the last sentence fell, Lin Ling's clear eyes were filled with murderous intent. Around his right leg, a small world exploded. It was as if he had kicked out fiercely like an emperor. Boom! His foot landed on Luo Xuemon's body and sent her flying like a cannonball. Just as she was about to say something, a terrifying force exploded, causing her body to explode in midair. Blood rained down. The 9 Heavens Maiden had fallen here. Moreover, she died in an extremely ugly manner. After that, Lin Ling slowly walked down the martial arts platform. To him, Lin Ling could forgive a mistake once, but he would never forgive a second time. She died just like that. The hearts of the crowd trembled inexplicably. Luo Xiuman was kicked to death by Lin Ling. This death was too ugly. They stared at Lin Ling with fear in their hearts. This man was like an emperor. Anyone who dared to offend, humiliate, and kill. Chapter 1323. Reaching the top at this moment, Hung Tianting's face was pale as he witnessed the death of his lover. He wanted to save her, but his legs were weak. His cowardly appearance made many people shake their heads in disdain. Previously, Hung Tianting was so domineering, teaching Lin Ling a lesson for his lover. However, Luo Shueman died in front of Hung Tianting, and the latter didn't even dare to move. This so-called love was, in fact, just a joke. Hung Tianting, trash. An ancient cultivator from the three mysterious realms mocked. Hung Mansion, shame on you. Similarly, the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Kun Palace sneered. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he shouted angrily, Lin Ling, I haven't lost yet. Because I couldn't use the demon god in the previous battle, if I used the demon god, you would have died without a doubt. If you have the ability, let's fight outside of the yellow board. He stood up and regained his previous confidence and pride. Stopping his footsteps, Lin Ling looked at him calmly and said in a cold voice, sure, the next time you lose, you die. As soon as the word die came out, Hung Tianting's confidence and pride instantly vanished. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lin Ling directly. Obviously, Lin Ling's previous display of strength had left a deep impression in his heart. He's still trash. Lin Ling's words scared him. Such a cultivator, what's the point of talking about the martial Tao? Just like Lin Ling said, Hung Tianting's strength comes from his bloodline. He's trash. Many people shook their heads again. Hung Tianting was actually scared by Lin Ling's gaze. It was simply disappointing and humiliating. Lin Ling is currently at the Transcendent 6th stage, but he can already threaten a Saint Realm expert. If he reaches the Transcendent 7th stage, then I'll definitely die. I have to kill him. Staring at Lin Ling's dazzling light, the 3 Lives Ghost King's face was extremely ugly. Watching Lin Ling grow stronger step by step, the pressure on him was getting heavier and heavier. I'll go with you. At this time, someone said coldly. Count us in. The thrice-world Ghost King looked over and laughed coldly. 9 Li Tribe. Void Star Heavenly Palace. Not bad. In addition to that Hung Tianting, he is also determined to kill Lin Ling. There is also the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace. Someone laughed sinisterly. After that, the few of them left the martial stage. Lin Ling received 1 million primordial stones from the Martial Pavilion Elder, which made him smile. With these primordial stones, his martial Tao of fire could also be improved. Through the previous battles, Lin Ling knew that as his strength increased, the experts he faced would also be older and stronger. His Earth-grade Holy Ground talent would no longer be able to display its prowess. Hence, he had to find a way to improve it. Fortunately, he had the Fiend God Overlord physique, and this physique cultivation technique was extremely powerful. Lin Ling, well done, your name has appeared in the first place of the yellow board. Many people looked at Lin Ling and said. These people had all placed their bets on Lin Ling. Witnessing Lin Ling soaring in the sky, they were all extremely happy at this moment. Thank you. Lin Ling replied politely to those who supported him. As for those who mocked him before, Lin Ling replied with a gloating look, which made those people grit their teeth. They had placed huge bets before, but they had lost everything. After that, Lin Ling and Lu Susu left the martial stage. At the same time, on the peak of the martial pavilion, the flame on one of the stone tablets dimmed. Then, a new flame was born. After the flame, a brand new name appeared, Lin Ling. Moreover, This name appeared in the first place of the yellow board, which was extremely dazzling. This guy really did it. Around the yellow board, many people were waiting for the news quietly. At this moment, their pupils constricted. Lin Ling, reaching the top in 10 battles, his name shook the Black Pen continent. Even some of the hidden super sects and experts were shocked at this moment. Lin Ling. They had never heard of him, but such a nobody actually became the first place of the yellow board? They knew how difficult it was to become the first place of the yellow board. Even these hidden Saint Realm experts did not have the strength to reach the top when they were at the Transcendent 6th realm. Reaching the top represented the strongest person in the same realm and era. In the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, all the 7 colored armored generals received the news. As expected of Lin Ling. He just became a hero not long ago, and now he is at the top of the list. Ha, amazing. Ha. The 7 colored armored generals of the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture had heard of the yellow board and the splendid mountains and rivers. However, they were not qualified to enter with their strength. Now, Lin Ling represented the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture to create a miracle. Moreover, the news was also passed to the Rainforest Sacred Ground through Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, which made thousands of people excited. Through Venerable Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, they already knew that the so-called Yellow Board was the strongest of the 3 profound realms in Xianpeng Province. Reaching the top would bring glory to one's ancestors. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know this at all. He left the martial pavilion with Lu Susu and the old man of Dongfu. It's really strange. Your innate saint physique is only at the earth grade, but you are not afraid of an innate saint physique? You should know that once an immortal physique appears, thousands of saint physiques will have to kneel down. Unless their realm is much higher than their opponents, they will only be able to use 50% of their strength. However, you actually made Heng Tianting, who has an immortal physique, afraid. That's too strange. Moreover, the appearance of the venerable sovereign you displayed is very familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before. Along the way, Lu Susu talked non-stop. Lin Ling followed behind her and stared at the enchanting woman's curvaceous back. He smiled helplessly. He knew that this profiteer was suspicious by nature, but she was able to see through some small details. Of course, Lu Susu felt that it was familiar because that vague venerable sovereign appearance had the shadow of the star-plucking great emperor. The star-plucking great emperor was one of the 4 ancient venerable sovereigns. It seems that your master's background is not small, right, Lin Ling? Lu Susu said with a smile. She wanted to find out the details of Lin Ling's background from his words. As expected of Hall Master Lu. In fact, I don't know what it is, but my master told me to cultivate a martial art, and then that illusory figure appeared. Lin Ling said with a serious expression. He lied and pushed all the blame to his mysterious master. Amazing, I already knew that he was not ordinary. Lu Susu immediately nodded. Lin Ling's expression was too serious, so he was definitely not lying. She asked curiously, I wonder who that old man is. Although he gives people the feeling that he is old, he is actually very young. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. Lu Susu was too powerful. She had also noticed this. Because that mysterious person was him, Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling did not explain anything. He let Lu Susu and the old man of Dongfu guess by themselves. Moreover, Lin Ling was also feeling emotional. He did not expect his acting talent to be so strong. When he became serious, Lu Susu also fell for it. Moving forward again, the old man of Dongfu and the old man of Dongfu bid farewell to Lin Ling and left. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He planned to go to Groping Heaven Hall, one of the 10 halls of Langia. Currently, he wanted to reforge the Tyrant Song sword. He could buy all the other materials, but he had to obtain the life scale and the feather of the vermilion bird. Moreover, when he wanted to increase his talent in the future, the Tyrant Song sword would definitely be of help. Chapter 1324. Touching the Heavens Palace, touching the Heavens Great Sage, one of the 10 palace masters of Lengya. His strength is comparable to the Golden Armor King, so he must be extremely difficult to deal with. However, if I miss this chance, I won't be able to get my natal scale. Lin Ling flew towards one of the splendid mountains and rivers. While Lin Ling was heading towards the Touching the Heavens Palace, a large number of experts had gathered in a hidden valley in the splendid mountains and rivers. Kill him. This brat insulted me. He must be killed. My Shui-er was actually killed by him. He was so ruthless. His heart is too cruel. 2 voices sounded first. They were Hong Tianting and the mysterious Maiden of the 9 Heavens. At this moment, the mysterious Maiden of the 9 Heavens had naturally received the news that her beloved disciple had been killed. How could she not be angry? She thought that Lin Ling was vicious and had to be killed. Of course, she had never thought that Luo Xuemon would die because she had provoked Lin Ling. Mysterious Maiden of the 9 Heavens, will the Golden Armor King step in? Someone asked. It was Heavenly Venerable Su Xing. These experts had gathered to discuss the matter of killing Lin Ling. Lin Ling was too arrogant, and his growth was too fast. If they didn't kill him this time, they might not have another chance. What kind of person is the Golden Armor King? He's even more powerful than the 4 people who recommended the human emperor. He won't step in. The mysterious Maiden of the 9 Heavens shook her head. Lin Ling and the Golden Armor King were not on the same level. In addition, there was no good excuse, so the Golden Armor King wouldn't step in to kill Lin Ling. After all, it would have a bad impact on the Golden Armor Palace. There's no need for the Golden Armor King to step in. We're enough. Another old voice sounded. A carriage came through the clouds in the distance. Then, a fat old woman walked down from the sky, causing many people's expressions to change slightly. It was the 9 Li Holy Mother. However, Lin Ling had killed Li Fenggu. How could the 9 Li tribe let Lin Ling go? Enough, there are enough masters here. Lin Ling is just a trivial transcendent, no matter how strong he is, he won't be able to cause any trouble. The 3 Lives Ghostly King swept his gaze across the crowd and laughed excitedly. Of course, he was also lamenting in his heart. The puny junior of the past had grown to such a terrifying extent today. They had to mobilize so many experts just to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you sure have a lot of face. This time, I don't believe that kid can survive. An elder from the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect and a prince from the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace also spoke. They were extremely confident. It's just Lin Ling, yet so many experts have to be mobilized. Could it be that he has some sort of backer? Hong Tianting stared at the experts and frowned. In the past, he didn't even care to know Lin Ling's name, but now, he was curious about Lin Ling for the first time. From what we know so far, Lin Ling and Temple Master Lu are very close. However, Temple Master Lu is a merchant, so I guess she's cooperating with Lin Ling. She won't help Lin Ling. The only big shot left is Senior Shui Wu, but Senior Shui Wu is only optimistic about Lin Ling. If we join forces, Senior Shui Wu will probably pretend not to see us. The last one is Heavenly Venerable Si Calming. This person's strength is comparable to mine, so he's not worth worrying about. Heavenly Venerable Su Xing explained, analyzing Lin Ling from various angles. Lin Ling is actually from the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars Black-White Dao Palace. Many people gasped. They didn't know this. I'm also from the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars Hong Mansion. How can Lin Ling's status be higher than mine? I'll kill him all the same. Hong Tianting didn't care. After all, the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars were also filled with countless geniuses. How could Senior Shui Wu place so much importance on Lin Ling? Unless Lin Ling was one of the 4 great referrals, or if he was Senior Shui Wu's eldest disciple. Unfortunately, none of these were possible. Then, today, we will join forces and vow to kill Lin Ling. Everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent. They believed that Lin Ling would undoubtedly die this time. Once Lin Ling separates from Temple Master Lu, we can kill him. Of course, it's even better if we can lure him out alone. I have a way. I heard that he has a close female friend in Splendid Landscape. If we capture her, why should we worry that Lin Ling won't come out alone? Good. Lin Ling is a sentimental person. If we capture his close female friend, I want to anger him to the point where his heart is filled with anger. At that time, let's see how arrogant he can be. Everyone separated one after another, and the valley regained its tranquility. It was said that there was a huge spiritual vein hidden under the ground in Splendid Landscape. Therefore, all the super sects had branches here. The Langia 10 halls and the Carefree 10 halls were also established here. Langia 10 halls and Carefree 10 halls were the two great powers of Heaven and Earth Hall. They were above all the other experts and were only below the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. At this moment, on top of a mountain peak, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked into the distance. There were clouds and mist, and the sun hung high in the sky. Incomparably bright golden light shone down, enveloping 20 towering mountain peaks that reached into the clouds, making the other mountains look small. Those 20 mountain peaks were Langia 10 halls and the Carefree 10 halls. The spiritual energy here is even denser. To be able to establish a sect here, as expected of Langia 10 halls and the Carefree 10 halls. Lin Ling was secretly envious. He took a step forward and shot towards one of the directions. Heavenly Touch Hall wasn't hard to find. To be able to become one of the Langia 10 halls, the hall's name was given by the hall master himself. It possessed supreme authority, and Heavenly Touch represented touching the blue dome of heaven, unparalleled in the world. At this moment, in Heavenly Touch Hall, a large number of figures were entering and exiting one after another. These people were all arrogant, and every one of them was a top-notch genius. 7th layer transcendence could be seen everywhere. These were the disciples of Heavenly Touch Hall. Not only were they powerful, they were also blacksmiths. Who is it? When Lin Ling stepped on the stairs, someone on the mountain peak shouted angrily. I'm Lin Ling, here to pay a visit to Heavenly Touch Sage. A clear voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the eyes of the young men on the mountain peak to flicker. Lin Ling. What a familiar name. Could it be the Huang Rankings number 1, Lin Ling? A voice came down, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. The news spread so quickly. He had just reached the top of the Martial Pavilion and there were already people here who knew about it. The Martial Pavilion was indeed an extremely valuable ranking. Yes. Lin Ling quickened his pace and arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking around, this place was grand and magnificent. A dazzling golden palace sat there, and the entire palace was actually a heavenly weapon. The surroundings were filled with mysterious runes, and there were at least 99,000 of them. Of course, in Lin Ling's eyes, these runes were full of loopholes. For example, the auspicious gold rune could borrow the sharpness of metal to force the enemy to retreat. However, there were dozens of karmic fire runes placed next to the auspicious gold rune. These runes could absorb the karmic chi in a cultivator's body and produce a powerful force. However, the karmic fire rune belonged to fire, and fire suppressed metal. When the two runes were placed together, the auspicious gold rune was obviously ineffective. Nonsense. Lin Ling thought. Moreover, he could see that Heavenly Touch Sage was proficient in divination, so he added this Tao into the runes, causing the 4 odd beasts. You're Lin Ling. You think you're qualified to pay a visit to Heavenly Touch Sage? In front of the palace, more and more people gathered. There were both men and women, and all of them curiously looked at Lin Ling. I heard that the number 1 of the Huang ranking is quite powerful. However, I'm also on the Huang ranking, but I'm on the 7th layer Transcendent Realm list. How about we exchange some pointers? A handsome young man walked out with a smile. His face was filled with anticipation. If he could defeat the number 1 of the Huang ranking, then it would be a great achievement. Chapter 1325. Heaven-touching demon subduing art. I'm not interested. I'm here to visit heaven-touching great sage. Lin Ling said indifferently. Are you not interested, or do you not dare? Let me tell you, how can Lord Temple meet a junior like you? Of course not. Of course not. Lin Ling, you don't deserve your reputation. You can only be arrogant in Xianping province. You're like a dog when you meet the 10 halls of Langia. If you want to meet Lord Temple, you have to kneel down and call him father. Seeing Lin Ling's rejection, many young people couldn't help but laugh proudly. Many young girls couldn't help but laugh as well. The people of Heaven-touching Hall were indeed powerful. Lin Ling didn't dare to speak when he met them. After the young girls laughed, the young men became even more proud. Heaven-touching Hall was a powerful force under the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Lin Ling naturally couldn't be proud. Lin Ling's expression was calm. He knew that being a disciple of the 10 halls of Langia meant that his status was naturally higher than others. However, he didn't have time to care about these clowns. He continued to move forward. Stop! One of the young men shouted coldly as he walked out from the crowd. Many people saw the young man and immediately called him eldest senior brother respectfully. This young man was as handsome as Jade. Although he wasn't the strongest, Heaven-touching Hall was also a gathering place for blacksmiths. The young man's Tao of blacksmithing was proud of the crowd, so he was also their eldest senior brother. The young man was Zhuo Mo Yun. Senior brother Zhuo is here too. I heard that he went to the Pill Forging Union to take the test. He should have passed and greatly raised the prestige of Heaven-touching Hall. Many people thought in their hearts after bowing. Lin Ling looked over and naturally recognized the other party. Hee, I was still looking for you, but you ran out on your own. However, I didn't expect you to be Lin Ling. You can't judge a book by its cover. At this moment, Zhuo Mo Yun seemed a little excited. He was still brooding about losing to Lin Ling in the past and had always wanted to take revenge. Who knew that Lin Ling would jump in front of him? If he didn't teach Lin Ling a lesson, then his surname wasn't Mo. It's you. Lin Ling nodded calmly. I'm here to pay a visit to Heaven Touch Sage. I hope you won't stop me. Ha, shitty, did you hear that? He's come to pay a visit to Hall Master Darren. Such big words, he really thinks he's something. Zhuo Mo Yun was shocked and then couldn't help but roar with laughter. The crowd also roared with laughter. Lin Ling, did he not see through himself? Did he think that he could just visit whenever he wanted to? Without our agreement, you won't be able to see Lord Palace Master. I've said it before, try calling me father a few times. Someone shouted, causing the atmosphere on the mountain peak to become even more clamorous. Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered with their taunts and continued forward. So stupid. If you want to see the Palace Master, you won't have any chance unless you defeat me. I think the number 1 on the yellow board is just a piece of trash. Someone shouted coldly. The more Lin Ling remained silent, the more they thought Lin Ling was unworthy of his reputation. Maybe Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but he was only invincible in the Transcendence 6th stage. Therefore, when he saw them, he immediately shut his mouth like a coward. You're right. Heaven Touch Palace is so big. Rather than going to find him, why don't I let him find me? At this moment, Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently. He also had an idea. If he went to pay a visit to Heaven Touch Sage as usual, it would be difficult to succeed. Therefore, he had to find another way. Lin Ling stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He shot towards the laughing young man like a cannonball. His speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. In mid-air, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being absorbed by him. His fist became huge, like the fist of an ancient god. Devour the mountains and rivers. A cold shout was heard, causing the crowd to stop talking. They didn't expect Lin Ling to attack without any hesitation. As for the disciple who mocked Lin Ling, his eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling actually dared to attack him? One had to know that he was a transcendent 7th stage expert, ranked 75th on the yellow board. Heaven Touch Demon Subduing Art. That disciple instantly grew taller. His aura was like the sea, and a great law of subduing appeared. It was a mysterious force field that was 100 meters wide. With a bang, the ground exploded. It was said that when this great law of subduing appeared, anyone would have to kneel down. Even the power of martial arts would be reduced by 40%. It was similar to the great law of gravity of the earth element. Boom! Apart from that, a brown light screen appeared around the disciple's body. The shadow of Heaven Touch Sage was extremely thick on his body. Senior brother Zhang Yu, defeat him. How dare he be so arrogant in my Heaven Touch Palace? After being stunned for a moment, angry voices rose one after another. Gravity. At this moment, Lin Ling was still shooting towards that disciple. He was secretly surprised. Such a strange great law of power. This guy actually cultivated a transcendent martial art to the transcendent realm. At the same time, Elder Z's voice sounded, Your Majesty, this is a type of subduing force. It's not considered gravity, but it has the same effect as gravity. Lin Ling secretly nodded. The world was so big, martial arts were indeed useful. It was undeniable that with this great law of subduing, that disciple had few opponents in the transcendent 7th stage. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. Unstoppable. Not only did his speed not slow down, it actually increased by a bit. To Lin Ling, his body was everything. No matter how strong the gravity was, if it didn't surpass his body's strength, then everything would be useless. How is this possible? What kind of martial art are you using? That disciple's pupils constricted. He saw with his own eyes that Lin Ling entered his great law of power, but he was safe and sound. Lin Ling wasn't suppressed by his great law of power. One must know that once he used his great law of power, his opponent's spiritual energy would be suppressed and he would be lying on the ground, unable to move. However, Lin Ling was like a demon king in human form, fearless. A martial art that you don't understand. Lin Ling had already appeared in front of his opponent and punched out. His fist was like a battering ram, landing on that disciple's brown light screen. Instantly, the light screen cracked like glass. In the next moment, that disciple's body flew backwards and crashed into the ground far away, spitting out blood. A transcendent 7th stage expert of the yellow board was defeated in one move. This meant that Lin Ling could challenge another yellow board expert. The clamoring faces of the crowd froze in disbelief. You want to stop me with just this? A bunch of trash. As his feet landed on the ground, Lin Ling looked at the crowd indifferently. At this moment, his previously silent image had quietly changed. He was showing off his ability and arrogance. The heaven-seeking palace's disciples stared with their eyes wide open. All of them were unconvinced, but they were afraid of Lin Ling's strength. Great, you dare to be arrogant in Touch Heaven Hall. At this moment, Zuemo Yun's angry voice drifted out. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the angrier he became. He had not expected Lin Ling's strength to be able to enter another yellow board. Come at me then. You lost to me in the previous assessment of the Pill Crafting Guild. Today, you will lose again. Soul Force or Martial Arts, you can choose. I will give you a handicap of 3 moves. Lin Ling looked disdainfully at Zuemo Yun as though he was all-powerful. He decided since a long time ago that instead of looking for the heaven-touching sage himself, it would be better to get the heaven-touching sage to look for him. So, how could the heaven-touching sage not know if he caused a huge commotion? Moreover, this disciple of Touch Heaven Hall was so arrogant that it made him unhappy. You. Zhuemo Yun's face twisted. Lin Ling was looking down on him. Chapter 1326. Old trash. Moreover, soul power and martial Dao, you can choose. I'll even give you 3 moves. This meant that Lin Ling could crush Zhuemo Yun in every field. Zhuemo Yun was speechless. He wasn't Lin Ling's opponent in these 2 fields. Even if he had the chance, he couldn't and didn't dare to use it. A piece of trash. Is Touch Heaven Hall full of trash like him? Seeing Zhuemo Yun's silence, Lin Ling said indifferently. This made the high-spirited disciples of Touch Heaven Hall gnash their teeth in hatred. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He could crush the entire Touch Heaven Hall by himself. Don't be too arrogant. My master is here. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Zhuemo Yun didn't want to lose face and shouted angrily. Then ask your master, that old trash, to come out. Lin Ling laughed loudly. Everything he did was to wait for Touch Heaven Great Sage to come out himself. What? Old trash. He's crazy. The crowd was stunned for a moment, and their angry voices were like waves. Touch Heaven Great Sage was in existence of the Langia 10 halls. His strength was unparalleled. Lin Ling, a junior, actually dared to call Touch Heaven Great Sage an old trash. He was simply courting death. Sir, how dare you? If you can leave here today, Touch Heaven Hall will disappear from this world. Sure enough, Lin Ling's big commotion had finally attracted the main character, and all the disciples of Touch Heaven Hall were in high spirits at this moment. Lin Ling, you're dead. My master is a top Saint Realm expert. No matter how arrogant you are, you'll definitely die. Zhuemo Yun also laughed loudly as if he was elated. Then, he tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Now, I just want to know, do you have anything to say before you die? Ha, eldest senior brother, we also want to know. The others looked on coldly, waiting for the show to come. At this moment, a tall and mighty figure appeared in the sky, looking down on everyone. His strength was earth-shattering. He was Touch Heaven Great Sage. Master. Hall Master. At this moment, countless people looked at the man with worship in their eyes. This was their legend, Heaven Touch Great Sage. This person was also a genius of heaven and earth. He could cover the sky with one hand. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he had also reached great heights in the way of pill refinement. He had been designated as one of the 10 rising blacksmiths in Xianping province. Even the 4 beams and 8 pillars gave him face. Old trash, you're finally here. Just as the crowd was filled with anticipation, an insolent voice drifted out once again, causing the eyes of the crowd to narrow. Their legend had arrived. Lin Ling was actually still cursing the old trash. He was dead meat. He was dead for sure. As one of the 10 palaces of Langya, Heaven Stroker Great Sage had a tyrannical temperament. If others dared to look down on him, he would not show any mercy. There were once people who questioned his qualifications to be one of the 10 palaces of Langya. However, the Saint Realm where those experts resided was taken down by him. Thus, there were hundreds of millions of people who were unconvinced. And that was the result of their doubts. At this moment, Lin Ling was not doubting him, but cursing him. Moreover, compared to those experts, Lin Ling was only ranked first on the yellow list. In terms of background, he was not comparable to them. You called me an old trash. Up in the sky, Heaven Touch Great Sage's eyes turned cold. Previously, he was forging a heavenly weapon. However, the commotion outside the palace made him furious. Subsequently, he rushed out. In the end, as soon as he came out, someone scolded him as an old trash. It had been a long time since someone dared to cause trouble in his Heaven Touch Palace. Do you want me to call you that again? Old trash. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth twitched slightly as he coldly spat out a sentence. It was to tell Heaven Touch Great Sage that he was an old trash. You're courting death. Heaven Touch Great Sage's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was definitely going to die. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, but in the next moment, there was surprise in his eyes. It was him. Not long ago, the Heavenly Elder of Spiritual Mountain's grandson's soul was seized by the heavenly weapon of star-picking nation. He was invited to help, but he failed. Instead, a mysterious young man appeared during the process and turned the tide, saving the grandson. The young man even told him that his heavenly weapon, the heavenly staff, was about to be destroyed. After that, he kept looking for the mysterious young man. He also knew that the Heavenly Elder of Spiritual Mountain was also looking for him. Who knew that the young man would appear here? Moreover, he also said that if the mysterious young man could help him reforge the heavenly staff, he would be willing to be the young man's disciple. At the thought of this, Heaven Touch Great Sage's eyes kept flickering. Master, he's so arrogant. Kill him. Hall Master, Heaven Touch Hall is the largest power under the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. How can we tolerate his arrogance? At this moment, Mo Yun and the others didn't know what Heaven Touch Great Sage was thinking. They were laughing coldly and shouting. Lin Ling dared to scold their master, so there would definitely be a good show to watch. At this moment, Heaven Touch Great Sage walked down from the sky, causing Mo Yun to be excited. He hurriedly ran over and kept talking about how arrogant Lin Ling was. Slap. However, Mo Yun hadn't finished speaking when Heaven Touch Great Sage swung his palm and directly slapped Mo Yun to the ground. Shut up. I'll kill you if you continue speaking. This. The crowd was like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck, and they couldn't say anything. What exactly happened? Mo Yun had almost been knocked unconscious. His master didn't deal with Lin Ling but hit him instead. Heaven Touch Great Sage paid no attention to them and walked towards Lin Ling with a complicated expression instead. He still remembered what he'd said. If Lin Ling helped him reforge the Heaven's Arrival Rod, then he would take Lin Ling as his master. Even though he still doubted Lin Ling until now, he still believed Lin Ling a little. After all, Lin Ling really was mysterious. Master, you're finally here. Heaven Touch Great Sage arrived before Lin Ling and spoke indifferently. Bang! The hearts of everyone exploded. Lin Ling had actually become their master's master, their hall master's master. How could this be? Mo Yun lay on the ground while his pupils narrowed. He'd originally thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure once Heaven Touch Great Sage showed himself, but who would have imagined that the legend in his heart would actually call Lin Ling his master? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have definitely thought that he was dreaming. Lin Ling chuckled softly. Previously, he'd arrived arrogantly. First, he'd drawn out Heaven Touch Great Sage. Second, he knew that Heaven Touch Great Sage didn't really trust him, so he'd been arrogant before. Otherwise, if he kept a low profile, others would also doubt his ability. After all, pill refiners were the most arrogant. How could they tolerate being humiliated by others? On the contrary, pill refiners with no ability were the ones who kept a low profile. You're getting more and more arrogant. You asked me to come to you personally, but you sent your disciples to stop me? Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Heaven Touch Great Sage to frown. He looked at the disciples and said, those who disrespected Master before will all face the wall and reflect on their actions for a year. Now, get the hell over here and apologize. Ah! The disciples opened their mouths wide in disbelief. They wanted to apologize. Chapter 1327. Rotten Lin Ling waved his hand. Forget it, I don't care. As for Master, I've already said that you're not qualified to be my disciple. What? The hearts of all the disciples rumbled again. Their legend had acknowledged Lin Ling as his master, but Lin Ling wasn't happy at all. Instead, he said that the other party wasn't qualified to be his disciple. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. However, Lin Ling's words had another meaning for heaven-touching sage. The more arrogant Lin Ling was, the more heaven-touching sage believed in Lin Ling. After all, he knew that Lin Ling wasn't a fool. If he dared to be arrogant here, then he must have true ability. Master, you're right. Heaven-touching sage hurriedly bowed. Lin Ling nodded. I only have one purpose in coming here. I heard that you have a natal scale, so hand it over now. Natal scale. Heaven-touching sage's eyes flickered. He did have this treasure, but was he going to give it to Lin Ling? Your heaven-reaching staff needs to be reforged, but because it's a treasure left behind by the ancient star-picking nation, you don't know how to forge it. However, I know how to forge it. You're currently lacking 5 materials. Once you've gathered them, you can come to me. The 5 materials are called Jasper Cold Silkworm, Teeling or Mother, Whirlpool Essence Brain, Ice Soul Cold Crystal, and Rhinoceros Wings. Lin Ling also knew that if he wanted heaven-touching sage to be willing, he had to reveal a trump card. As expected, heaven-touching great sage sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never heard of these heavenly treasures before. Lin Ling was indeed capable. He asked curiously, I can find other heavenly treasures, but the rhinoceros wings? Does the rhinoceros use wings? Of course, there are 24 types of rhinoceros. One of them is the white rhinoceros winged demon. It has wings. Lin Ling said lightly. Lin Ling had been bitterly training in the Purple Mansion. Apart from training, Lin Ling had also often heard Purple Elder talk about ancient matters. Therefore, he was extremely clear about them. I've never seen such a Lingxi before. Heaven-touching great sage spoke with a solemn expression. He truly couldn't figure out why Lin Ling would know about these ancient things even though he was younger than him. However, even though he trusted Lin Ling more in his heart, he was still slightly hesitant. After all, natal scales were extremely rare, and it would be letting Lin Ling off too easily if he just handed them over. Master, what do you think of my palace? He took a deep breath and looked into the distance, his voice filled with pride. His palace was a heavenly weapon with countless runes. He had spent a lot of effort to set it up. Moreover, ordinary people could not see the secrets hidden in the palace. Now, he wanted to test Lin Ling. The people in the surroundings also understood this layer of meaning, and they all sneered, especially Mo Yun. He had always thought that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things, and now, he could tear apart Lin Ling's mask of hypocrisy. After all, even he could not understand the mysterious heaven-touching hall. There were so many formation patterns that it was enough for him to study for a lifetime. Senior Lin Ling, what do you think of the palace? Your master's master, so you should have some opinions about it. Mo Yun's eyes glowed brightly. I do have some opinions, but I lack some interest right now. Of course, if Brother Mo Yun can take out some origin stones, then I might be interested. Lin Ling spoke calmly. How could he not know what Mo Yun was thinking? Mo Yun was definitely waiting for him to lose face and even wanted to hit him when he was down. Once Mo Yun doubted his Tao of forging, then the outcome would definitely be death. Mo Yun, take out all your origin stones and let Master take a look at Heaven-touching Hall. Heaven-touching Great Sage roared furiously when he heard this. So long as he could test Lin Ling's ability, then Lin Ling would satisfy any request of his. I have 100,000 origin stones, but Master, these origin stones are mine. Mo Yun suddenly regretted it. He wanted to hit Lin Ling when he was down, but Lin Ling seemed to have set his eyes on him. Only 100,000 origin stones? That's really little, but I'll reluctantly accept it. Hand it over and I'll take a look at Heaven-touching Hall. Of course, if my opinion is wrong, then I won't take the 100,000 origin stones. Lin Ling's heart jerked. He was tempted by the 100,000 origin stones because he was short of money right now. All right. Zhuo Yun revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying, and he hated himself to death in his heart. Lin Ling smiled, and then he walked towards the hall with large strides while the others followed behind him. They didn't believe that Lin Ling could become their legendary master. Master, what do you think of this hall? Heaven-touching great sage seemed to be respectful, but he had ill intentions. Whether Lin Ling had the real materials would depend on this moment. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was asking a tiger for its skin. He was in such a situation now. So long as his imposing manner was slightly weaker or his ability was slightly weaker, then heaven-touching great sage would kill him. When he thought up to here, Lin Ling didn't intend to give him any face. Rotten. A light sentence floated out, causing heaven-touching great sage's face to turn ugly. This was his proud work, but Lin Ling didn't say it was average, nor did he say it was good. Instead, he said it was rotten. This evaluation was too low. I wonder why Senior Lin Ling would say that. Heaven-touching great sage suppressed the anger in his heart and asked indifferently. Formation runes can appear on weapons and ancient formations, but they appeared in this hall. Are you trying to prove your luxury? Also, that formation rune was carved using the 10,000-year Thunder Clam Pearl, which is extremely rare. Don't you think it's a waste to use it to carve a low-level heavenly soldier? The carving of the formation runes doesn't depend on the value of the treasure, but on the appropriateness of the treasure. Look at the auspicious gold formation runes. This formation rune is very beautiful and dazzling with golden light, but is it suitable to be carved in this hall? Could it be that you want to use the auspicious gold formation runes to protect the entire hall? Moreover, you actually carved the karmic fire formation runes. I have to say, it's indeed very luxurious. However, fire restrains metal, so the auspicious gold formation runes are useless. Lin Ling walked along the hall, constantly reprimanding, the Tao of formation runes is the same as the Tao of martial arts. The most powerful thing is not its magnificence, but its practicality. Heaven-touching great sage's pupils constricted as he recalled Lin Ling's words. He vaguely understood something. In the past, as long as he obtained an ancient formation rune, he would immediately learn to carve it. After learning it, he would feel a strong sense of accomplishment. However, he had never figured out why those formation runes appeared and what kind of formation runes matched perfectly. Master, please explain further. At this moment, heaven-touching great sage's voice was filled with reverence from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ling smiled faintly. The heaven and earth formation runes are divided into 99,990 low-level ones, more than 300,000 mid-level ones, and countless high-level ones. However, you don't have to learn every formation rune. The real key is to fuse them together. When you know that the world's formation runes are divided into 7 types, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang, you can deduce 3 from 1. With that, Lin Ling shook his head the more he looked at the palace. This palace is getting worse and worse. Then, his 10 fingers moved slightly and actually began to dismantle the palace's formation runes. Lin Ling, how dare you! The disciples of Heaven Touching Hall were furious. Lin Ling actually dared to dismantle the palace. Let him dismantle it. Chapter 1328. Reforging, I'll let you see what a low-level rune is. Lin Ling's voice was filled with disdain. After dismantling the excess runes, his hands fluttered like butterflies as a large number of runes landed on the palace. Dazzling rays of light continued to bloom. The disciples of Heaven Touch Hall sucked in a cold breath. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying method of inscribing runes. There are actually more than 99,000 types of low-level runes. Why do I only know 50,000? Heaven Touch Great Sage sucked in a cold breath. He was even more in awe of Lin Ling. When he looked at Suemo Yun again, his mouth was wide open. In the previous assessment, he thought that Lin Ling was only powerful in soul force. Who knew that in terms of the Tao of forging, Lin Ling still surpassed him? It's not that more runes are better, but that they can be fused together. It's best if they complement each other. Lin Ling's hands constantly danced with a focused expression. His handsome face had the demeanor of an expert. Heaven Touch Great Sage and the others watched without blinking, afraid that they would miss something. So the wood elemental runes can be inscribed like this. Amazing. Look, the earth and gold runes have fused together. The karmic fire runes are indeed useless. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Finally, the palace's 5 elemental runes were completed. Wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth, earth gave birth to metal, metal gave birth to water, and water gave birth to wood. The 5 elements supported each other, and the palace's defense became stronger. Wood restrained earth, earth restrained water, water restrained fire, fire restrained metal, and metal restrained wood. The 5 elements restrained each other, and the palace's attack greatly increased. At the same time, dark clouds rolled in the sky. The heavenly weapon tribulation had arrived. Master, be careful. Heaven Touch Great Sage anxiously said. He sensed that this was the heavenly weapon's great tribulation. Lin Ling had reforged his heavenly weapon and attracted the heavenly tribulation again. It's fine. The runes will protect themselves. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words caused Heaven Touch Great Sage to be shocked. A heavenly weapon could actually resist a heavenly weapon. One had to know that when the heavenly tribulation arrived, an ordinary heavenly weapon wouldn't resist it, but this palace could. Rumble. 81 heavenly tribulations fell from the sky at the same time. The crowd exploded. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. This also meant that the palace was a rarely seen heavenly weapon. But what shocked them even more was that the palace emitted 5 types of divine light. It was as if the runes in the palace were absorbing spiritual energy from the air. The 5 lights shot into the sky, fusing together into a massive curtain of light that resisted the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Rumble. The sound was deafening. Even the other palaces in the distance heard it. All of them looked at the heaven-touching palace in astonishment. However, the god's trial came quickly and disappeared quickly as well. It was extremely unreal. That's it. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. 81 bolts of heavenly tribulation were blocked just like that. The crowd turned their gazes towards the palace. The palace was still unscathed. Instead, the light it emitted was even more resplendent than before. Beside the palace, the young man was clad in a long robe, with a great sword behind his back. He seemed to be the person behind all of this. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled violently. The palace that Lin Ling had reforged easily blocked the heavenly tribulation. Senior Lin Ling, what level of heavenly soldier is this palace? Suemo Yun asked nervously. At this moment, how could he not be convinced? He was willing to give those 100,000 yuan stones. Middle stage heavenly soldier. Lin Ling said indifferently. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Middle stage heavenly soldier, it was actually a middle stage heavenly soldier. One had to know that treasures of this level could only be auctioned in the universe main hall. And Lin Ling, with a flip of his hand, a middle stage heavenly soldier appeared. It's just a casual arrangement. It's not very good. Lin Ling looked at the palace and said with some unwillingness. If not for the fact that the palace had been engraved with array patterns from the beginning, he could only make a small change. Otherwise, he would have been able to do even better. Hearing this, everyone's foreheads broke out in cold sweat. Their faces were pale white. Casually laying down a middle stage heavenly soldier was not even considered good. Lin Ling's requirements were too high. At the same time, after the palace blocked the heavenly tribulation, multicolored light shone brightly, making the heaven-touching hall look like a celestial palace. Even Langya and the unfettered 10 halls in the distance could clearly see it. Many people could not help but be secretly envious. Heaven-touching great sage was the only blacksmith among the hall masters, and blacksmiths had this kind of benefit. The difference between array patterns and martial arts was that array patterns were slower and not as convenient as martial arts. Moreover, it consumed a lot of materials. However, once it was successfully engraved, it would be of great help in defense and attack. Plop! Heaven-touching great sage did not hesitate. He knelt down on both knees and offered his life scale at the same time. The current him was sincerely convinced. One had to know that even though he was one of the youngest blacksmiths in the Xianping region, he had always been self-taught, and no one had given him guidance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally paid a visit to old man Dong Fu to ask for guidance. Now, he'd encountered a mysterious master. Even though the master was much younger than him, he definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. As for the disciples outside the palace, they felt that it was unbelievable. Their master, heaven-touching great sage, actually knelt down in front of a young man in his 20s and respectfully called him master. This kind of thing was too strange. However, the disciples were only surprised for a moment before they knelt down one after another. They did not want to miss this opportunity. A large number of people knelt down and the scene was spectacular. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He only wanted to prove himself and then obtain the life scale, but he did not expect everyone to have such a big reaction. In the ancient era, the star-picking country was destroyed, but there was a blacksmith who left alive. Therefore, he gave me some pointers and made me more familiar with the ancient formation patterns of the star-picking country. Now that I have this ability, I don't dare to be called master. We are of the same generation, so we can study the formation patterns together. Lin Ling said. He also knew that heaven-touching great sage would be curious about his forging path, so he found an excuse. After all, the purple mansion came from the star-picking country. Many people wanted to obtain this treasure. Now that he was not strong enough, it was natural for him to hide this secret. Especially when Lin Ling thought about the unfettered Prince of Heaven, one of the 10 halls of Yaoyao country. If that mysterious person knew about the purple mansion, he would not let him go. I see. Heaven-touching great sage's doubts were solved, but he was still shocked. Master has received pointers from an expert. But because of his talent, he was able to learn the forging path of the star-picking country. We are stupid. Even if we received pointers from an expert, we will never reach Master's level. That's right, Master Lin Ling. Everyone agreed and flattered because they knew that it was 1,000 times better to have someone to guide you on the forging path than to fumble around on your own. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Talent? He had cultivated in the purple mansion for dozens of years. Where did his talent come from? Your Majesty, there is no need to belittle yourself. Although your Majesty has cultivated for a long time, your Majesty's eyes are extremely mysterious. You can see through many things and learn formation patterns faster than anyone else. Even the former emperor could not compare to your Majesty. At this moment, Elder Zi's voice sounded. Lin Ling's talent was amazing, but the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was also very diligent. Rise! Chapter 1329. Seeking the martial Tao. Oh right, do you have Qiankun wood, thunderbolt flower, spirit water steel, thunderleaf spirit stone, and rootless water? Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile, causing everyone to be puzzled. Heaven-touching great sage asked curiously, Master, what are you doing? Lin Ling's smile carried a hint of cunning. Naturally, it's to refine a middle-stage heavenly soldier. He suddenly remembered that there was a middle-stage heavenly soldier called Wind Thunder Lightning Feather recorded in the Violet Palace. It was a powerful weapon that could increase one's speed, and in the star-picking nation, many generals had such treasures. Although the materials used to refine this heavenly soldier were expensive, they were not rare, so Lin Ling planned to refine it now. Of course, the most important thing was that someone was providing the materials for free. Middle stage heavenly soldier. We have these materials, right away. Heaven-touching great sage was shocked. To be able to see a master refine a heavenly soldier was a rare opportunity, but he was even more puzzled. I've heard of the other materials, but the rootless water? This seems to be a heavenly material used to recover spiritual energy. Master, could it be that this kind of heavenly material can also be used to forge weapons? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was curious. Everyone had naturally heard of the rootless water. In the past, when the star-picking nation opened, there were many such treasures. Naturally, the rootless water can't be used to forge weapons. I'm just using it for cultivation. Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone, cold sweat dripped down heaven-touching great sage's forehead. Lin Ling seemed to be plundering him, but he was willing to do so. To be able to see Lin Ling forge, not to mention the rootless water, even if he gave the heaven-touching palace to Lin Ling, he wouldn't mind. Alright, let's find a quiet place. I'll temper my body and forge a middle-stage heavenly soldier. Lin Ling took a large step forward and entered the palace. Cultivating and forging at the same time. The pupils of the people outside the palace trembled violently. This was too crazy. How could they know that in order to save time, Lin Ling would often forge and cultivate at the same time? Not long after, the great sage of heaven-touching gathered all the treasures he needed and allowed Lin Ling to personally forge a middle-stage heavenly soldier. As for the middle-stage heavenly soldier, the current Lin Ling had already reached perfection. All this time, he had only lacked the materials to forge, so the great sage of heaven-touching had benefited greatly. Most importantly, Lin Ling was indeed cultivating his body while forging. With the help of great sage heaven-touching's rootless water, Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique had reached a higher level, and he wasn't far from the 4th level. Zephyr Lightning Feather, the former heavenly soldier of the star-picking nation. It increases speed by a huge margin and has the power of great laws. Unfortunately, it consumes a lot of spiritual source, so most martial artists who use Zephyr Lightning Feather don't have the ability to attack. Lin Ling said indifferently. Between his hands, a pair of wings made of thunder appeared. Amazing! The great sage of heaven-touching sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the heavenly soldier of the star-picking nation, the user could actually possess the great laws of wind and thunder. One had to know that great laws were the symbol of heavenly pattern martial arts. From the momentum of heaven and earth to the great laws, ordinary martial artists might not be able to comprehend them in their entire lives. But now, a heavenly soldier was able to possess great laws. Heavenly soldiers have their advantages and disadvantages. For example, Zephyr Lightning Feather consumes a lot of spiritual source. Lin Ling reminded. After all, heavenly soldiers were only used as support. They were not as good as their own strength. That was what truly belonged to them. Master is right. The great sage of heaven-touching nodded. However, Lin Ling did not say anything. The middle stage heavenly soldier consumed a lot of resources. Only the great sage of heaven-touching hall had a rich family background and could gather enough heavenly treasures. The others might not be able to. Did you understand anything this time? Lin Ling asked. The great sage of heaven-touching hall shook his head awkwardly. Master carved the runes too quickly. This disciple did not see it clearly. Apart from him, there were many other disciples in the palace. They also shook their heads. Lin Ling was multitasking. No, it was multitasking. His 10 fingers could carve runes separately. How could they understand? Sigh, then prepare the materials. I'll show you next time. Lin Ling shook his head. If you want to reforge your heaven-reaching staff, you must prepare all the materials. I'll take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling strode away, causing heaven-touching Sage to be extremely reluctant to part with him, and he secretly slapped the back of his head. His master had personally forged something for him to see, yet he hadn't been able to discern anything in the end. He'd truly disappointed his master. Moreover, he was the youngest blacksmith in Blackping region, yet his natural talent was simply like the difference between the clouds and mud when compared to his master. Right, prepare more rootless water next time. Lin Ling's voice floated again, causing the great Sage of Heaven touching Hall's heart to skip a beat. Then, he laughed excitedly. Lin Ling's words meant that Lin Ling would definitely come again. Ha, disciples, let's have a big feast today. After Lin Ling left, the great Sage of Heaven touching Hall shouted excitedly. He had a feeling that he would definitely become one of the top 10 blacksmiths in the future. After leaving the heaven-touching hall, Lin Ling nodded inwardly. He had gained a lot from this trip. Not only had he improved his Fiend God Overlord physique, but he had also obtained the life scale. Moreover, while he was cultivating, he had also swallowed the last black and white Dao fruit. It was only a matter of time before he reached the transcendent 7th stage. Are you Lin Ling? Come to the Heaven Mountain Pass quickly. Good things are waiting for you. At this moment, an unfamiliar voice came from the mother-child sound-transmitting bug. Lin Ling frowned. Only his friends and family knew about his mother-child sound-transmitting bug, but this person was a stranger. Who are you? Lin Ling asked indifferently. I am Elder Jean of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. This time, I want to discuss martial arts with you. Therefore, come to the Heaven Mountain Pass immediately. The geniuses of the Blackpeng Empire have gathered there and are waiting for you. The other party's voice was domineering. It seemed that Lin Ling had no choice but to go. Sorry, I'm not interested in discussing martial arts with you. Ha, our Three Elements Golden Dipper sect has always won people over with virtue. If you don't want to come, I don't mind. However, Yang Gan and Yuman Yun are also discussing martial arts. The sinister voice sounded again, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. No wonder the other party knew about his mother-child sound-transmitting bug. Alright, I'll go to the Heaven Mountain Pass immediately. However, you better ensure that my friends are fine. Otherwise, I don't mind erasing the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect from this world. Dense killing intent rippled from Lin Ling's body. He guessed that the other party had captured Yuman Yun and the others to threaten him. Ha, I've said that this time, the geniuses of the Blackpeng Empire are discussing martial arts. It's not as embarrassing as you think. Get over here. The mother-child sound-transmitting bug left behind a sentence and then disappeared. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, this super sect, has a grudge with me, but it's not a great enmity. Why did it attack me? Lin Ling's body moved and flew towards the sky. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although I'm not a top expert at the moment, I have a small reputation in Xianpeng province. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect won't dare to provoke me easily. Therefore, there is a mastermind behind them, and the mastermind has a powerful identity. Therefore, the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect is unscrupulous. However, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The Three Elements Golden Dipper sect had done something they shouldn't have done. That kind of thing was enough for Lin Ling to cut the sky and burn the earth. Because that kind of thing was Lin Ling's reverse scale. Chapter 1330. Xianpeng Racing. The Tianyu Pass was located at the edge of the beautiful mountains and rivers. Legend had it that in ancient times, there was once an expert named Tianyu. During the invasion of the demons in ancient times, General Tianyu guarded the pass alone and slew millions of demons. He protected the peace of the area and became a legend. Although Great General Tianyu still fell here in the end, his fighting spirit was not extinguished. From then on, this piece of land was called the Tianyu Pass. His hair stood on end in anger as he leaned against the railing, resting in the drizzle. He raised his head to look at the sky and let out a long howl. As long as it was a martial artist or commoner living on this land, they would all know this song's lyrics. It was soul-stirring. The Tianyu Gate was located at the edge of the splendid mountains and rivers. There was a type of plant that grew there that was fiery red, causing the entire land to be dyed red. It was extremely gorgeous. However, the Tianyu Gate was currently overcrowded. The experts of Xianping province had gathered there, and the various geniuses had also arrived. This was because today, the Hong residents, in the name of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, had convened the martial path of heaven stage. To put it bluntly, it was a competition ground for the geniuses of Xianping province. As long as they were dazzling enough, they would be able to enter the Hong residence, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. And to countless young people, this was a great opportunity. The 4 pillars and 8 pillars Hong residence was stronger than Langya residence and the 10 halls of heaven and earth. It was only second to the 7 emperors. There was no one who wouldn't be tempted to go there to learn martial arts. I rushed over from the 6-star Saint Domain. Fortunately, I didn't miss it. TSK, Xianping Genius Competition. I'm looking forward to it. Look, Kong Zhuo is here too. He's the newest rising genius of Xianping province. And Lang Jun. Red plants covered the land. On the hills, many experts and geniuses were shouting excitedly. They looked around and saw many famous geniuses. Oh my God, Wu Yun, the flower of the yellow board of splendid landscape, is a genius on the yellow board. He is even more powerful than the geniuses of Xianping province. The crowd realized that not only were there geniuses from Xianping province, but there were also experts from the splendid mountain and rivers heaven, earth, black, and yellow rankings. To the martial artists from Xianping province, experts who could enter the splendid mountain and rivers heaven and earth were even more valuable. So handsome. Many young girls' hearts jumped as they stared at the elites in all directions. At this moment, a white-clothed figure walked over from afar. His appearance seemed to dim the starlight in the sky. Every single one of his movements carried a carefree and unfettered aura. Is that the host of this competition, the legendary Hong Tianting? Even more people sucked in a breath of cold air. Hong Tianting was a famous character for many years. It was said that he was a monstrous genius among geniuses. When he reached the first level of the transcendent realm, he was invincible in the same realm. When he reached the second level of the transcendent realm, he was also invincible. Not only that, his status in the Hong clan was extremely high. He could be said to be a heaven's chosen. The Jiuli tribe. Everyone looked behind Hong Tianting and realized that there were many ancient warriors behind him. Void Star Divine Palace. 9 Heavens Dark Maiden Palace, those disciples are so beautiful. The 3 Elemental Golden Dipper sect and the West Sea Dragon Qilin Palace have too many powerhouses. The Xianping competition this time will definitely be spectacular. Many people were excited when they saw the arrival of the ancient powers. They couldn't wait to shine and become famous in Xianping province. Xianping province is vast and boundless. There are as many geniuses as carps in the river. Therefore, I am representing the Hong clan to organize the Xianping competition in order to uncover the talents of Xianping province. This time, not only is the Hong clan hosting the competition, there are also experts from the 9 Yang Palace and Shadow Door Palace from the Langya 10 palaces. Hong Tianting said proudly as he landed on the ground and stared at the crowd in the distance. Boom! Waves of emotions surged in everyone's hearts. The geniuses of the Langya 10 palaces and the Carefree 10 palaces were also here. To them, the geniuses of the 2 palaces were as mysterious as the clouds in the sky. Everyone had lofty aspirations. They even felt honored to be invited, as if they had also become famous martial artists in the great Xianping region. The Xianping competition this time is under the order of the heavens. Everyone should try their best to show off their abilities. When you become powerful in the future, you will look back and realize that the Xianpeng competition is the moment you first rose to prominence. Hong Tianting waved his hand, causing everyone on the hills to fall silent. In the next moment, loud cheers erupted. Yes, they were only slightly famous at the moment. However, after the Xianpeng competition today, they would soar into the sky like dragons. Moreover, at the end of the competition, I will also appear and spar with all of you. Hong Tianting smiled faintly as if he was an emperor who controlled the world. Hee, Senior Hong, it doesn't count as a spar. If you can give us some pointers, we will all benefit greatly. That's right. Although warriors are born with pride and shouldn't admire their opponents, we all admire you at this moment. However, it is only admiration. We will definitely surpass you. The young people also shouted with high fighting spirit. With Hong Tianting as their goal, they wanted to surpass him. Good, I will wait for you to surpass me. Hong Tianting smiled faintly. His robe fluttered in the wind, making him seem approachable. This made even more young people and experts shout crazily. This was the top genius of the Hong residence. He treated people kindly and had the demeanor of a strong expert. What a good under the order of the heavens, just trash. I didn't expect you, Hong Tianting, to be so thick-skinned. Cheers. However, when everyone was cheering, on the red ground in the distance, a slender figure slowly walked over. He was wearing a blue and white robe, with an ancient sword behind him. His eyes were cold. Just a glance was enough to make people feel that they couldn't underestimate him. The whole ground suddenly became silent. The person who came was very arrogant. He disregarded the whole world and reprimanded the Xianpeng competition. From another point of view, that person also thought that all of them who participated in the Xianpeng competition were trash. Courting death. Cheers. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to comment on the Xianpeng competition? Cheers. Brat who is still wet behind the ears, take back your words. Otherwise, I, Lai Dao, can kill you alone. Cheers. On top of the hills, everyone angrily stared at the person who came. That person really didn't know how to appreciate favors. Am I wrong? Hong Tianting, you're just a loser, but you actually have the face to call the winner of the Xianpeng competition. Do you still have any shame in your heart? Stop. However, the person who came ignored the crowd and calmly walked forward. That kind of aura was fearless and intimidating. Some of the passers-by who were just here to watch a good show, at this moment, their hearts fiercely trembled. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the ancient myth of Tianyu. Tianyu, this was a well-known expert in the Tianyu Pass. He was also a genius who was respected by everyone. He was furious, leaning against the railing, resting in the rain, looking up to the sky and roaring fiercely. And now, they seemed to have seen the shadow of that myth. Lin Ling. Stop. Staring at the figure coming from the distance, Hong Tianting coldly snorted in his heart. He knew that Lin Ling had come, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. After arriving, he mocked him. The ninth heaven mystical maiden and the others sneered. Lin Ling really came, worthy of being called righteous. Chapter 1331. Everyone's fury. Sir, you're also an invitee of the Black Peng Arena. Who gave you the guts to look down on everyone so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid of provoking public anger? Heavenly Venerable Su Xing said indifferently, pushing Lin Ling into the limelight. His intentions were extremely vicious. Moreover, he didn't call out Lin Ling's name because he didn't want to announce Lin Ling's identity and make everyone respect him. Lin Ling, who was in the distance, did not pay any attention to him. His indifferent voice drifted out, "Where is my man? You're too arrogant. Today is the Black Peng Arena, and you say where are your people? Are you ignoring all the geniuses and masters in the world? The 3 Lives Ghost King's eyes flashed as he roared. He didn't say a word about Yu Man Yun and the others because he wanted to provoke Lin Ling. Where are my people? You. However, Lin Ling still said fearlessly, if you don't hand over my people, don't blame me for causing misery and suffering. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Everyone on the 3 Lives Ghost King's side laughed. There were a lot of Saint Realm masters here, and Lin Ling dared to say that he would cause misery and suffering. What right did he have to say that? However, Lin Ling was obviously enraged, which was even better. Sure enough, everyone on the surrounding hills was stunned for a moment. Angry voices rang out like waves. This young man was actually ignoring them. He was too arrogant. Kneel down, or you'll die. Ha ha ha. When I, the 9 elders of Southern Mountain, dominated Xianping province, you were still breastfeeding. Today, you dare to cause trouble alone? Ha ha ha. Today is the day we geniuses become famous, but for your own reputation, you dare to provoke all the geniuses. Ha ha ha. Angry shouts rang out, stirring the clouds. Everyone was angry at Lin Ling, and no one remembered who Lin Ling was. This guy is so bold. The spectators in the distance shook their heads secretly. That young man was too arrogant. Even if he had some secret relationship with Hong Tianting, he could have spoken nicely. Why was there a need to be so arrogant? This would naturally incur the wrath of everyone. And the consequence of inciting public anger. Then he would definitely die. The path of martial arts isn't about proving yourself to others, nor is it about fame. It's about challenging yourself, challenging the heavens and the earth. All of you gathered here for the sake of your so-called fame in Xianping province. If you're not trash, then what are you? Lin Ling shouted angrily. How could he not know the intentions of Hong Tianting and the others, but he did not care at all. So what if everyone was angry? Could it be that he, Lin Ling, had to speak nicely? What's more, Hong Tianting and the other experts had used a scheme to lure him here. Naturally, they would have thought of a countermeasure. Even if he begged them nicely, the other party would have another way to make things difficult for him. And there was only one outcome, which was to kill him. Therefore, there was no need to be polite. If it was necessary to break, then break. If it was necessary to be resolute, then be resolute. Worst comes to worst, I'll just kill them all. No one was allowed to touch his reverse scale. Your Excellency, you should be one of the invited geniuses. Why don't you calm down and spar with the other geniuses? It's better to convince them. You're so arrogant. Even I can't help you. An old monk from the Heavenly Dragon Temple said calmly. That's right. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Why be so aggressive? An expert from the Celestial Phenomenon sect also spoke. Get lost. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He also knew that there were countless experts there, and many of them were stronger than him. It would not be difficult to kill him, but he still came. That was because Yu Man Yun was his person. Even if she went to hell, he would take her back. Just like the second dream, because she saved Lin Ling once, Lin Ling dared to enter the ghost realm and go to hell to save her. It was the same today. You want us to get lost? Do you know who I am? The eyes of the 2 experts narrowed. This person was out of control. They tried to persuade him nicely, but he did not give them any face at all. Little did they know that Hong Tianting and the others had already formed an alliance. They had captured Lin Ling's people, so why would Lin Ling give them any face? They did not know this at all. They only knew that Lin Ling actually told them to get lost based on their seniority. How were they supposed to put down their pride? Then you'll have to fend for yourself. The 2 old men said indifferently. Even the Chan master of Devanaga and Heavenly Taoist won't give them any face. If this kid doesn't die, what justice is there? The crowd became even more furious. They had never seen such an arrogant person before, However, Empyrean Void Star and the others sneered even more. Right now, even if Lin Ling announced his identity, they probably would not let him go, as Lin Ling's arrogance had already incurred the wrath of both humans and gods. I only have one thing to say today. I've come for my lover. If gods stand in my way, I'll kill them. If Buddhas stand in my way, I'll destroy Buddhas. This is my final warning to you. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. He was in a hurry to save his lover, so he no longer paid any attention to the schemes of Empyrean Void Star and the others. However, he still gave them his final warning. Lover. Your lover is probably already dead. If you're so domineering, how can your lover still be alive? This is the Black Peng Arena. It's sacred and grand. You've come here to find your lover. Are you an idiot? Kill him. Kill his lover too. For the sake of a femme fatale, he actually dares to provoke us experts. Everyone completely ignored Lin Ling's warning. Instead, they were furious. Of course, there was no lack of people who were extremely calm. Although they valued the reputation of the Black Peng Arena, they did not think Lin Ling was a domineering person. He definitely had his reasons for coming here. However, guessing was guessing. They would never speak up for Lin Ling and incur everyone's wrath. I'll kill him. I'd like to see what you can do for your lover. Trash. At the same time, someone finally erupted with a huge amount of spiritual energy. His body turned into an afterimage and shot towards Lin Ling at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. It's Fei Zhangzi. What a powerful extreme martial art. I'm afraid that it has reached the pinnacle. That's the heaven crippling fist. The crowd cheered. Fei Zhangzi was only 25 years old. He was one of the geniuses who would definitely shine in the Black Peng Arena today. Boom! Fei Zhangzi's speed was extremely fast. Countless afterimages could be seen as he sliced apart the red plants on the ground. In the next moment, his fist landed on Lin Ling's body. Countless red plants soared into the sky like flower petals. It was extremely dazzling. How is it? Everyone stared at the scene. However, their line of sight was blocked by the red plants, causing them to be filled with anticipation. It's definitely Fei Zhangzi's victory. You have to know that he's very powerful. Even the great heroes of Xianpeng province are not his match unless they encounter an expert from the splendid mountain and rivers heaven, earth, profound, and yellow rankings. An old man said with certainty. Then, let the Black Peng Arena continue. Many people laughed loudly as if they had already forgotten about Lin Ling. However, at that moment, the sky was filled with flower petals. On the ground, two figures appeared. One of them was still in a punching posture. Boundless power smashed onto the other person's body. However, what shocked everyone was that the other person was actually standing there like a mountain, not moving at all. Tell me, what can I do for my lover? Then, I'll tell you now. Kill everyone in the world. Finally, a firm and cold voice drifted out. A punch was thrown out. Under countless gazes, Fei Zhangzi was blown apart by the punch. His blood interweaved with the flower petals in the sky. It was extremely ironic and dazzling. Chapter 1332. Kill them all. His name would shake Xianpeng province. This was even more ironic. If he couldn't even block a single punch, how could he be famous? How could he be ambitious? On the hills, the eyes of countless people trembled fiercely. That young man was actually so strong. It's getting more and more interesting. Only Empyrean Void Star's side had cold smiles on their faces. They knew that Lin Ling would definitely win, but the more this was the case, the angrier Lin Ling would be. It might even cause the entire Xianpeng province to be filled with killing intent. At that time, no matter what kind of backer Lin Ling had, he would still die. Sure enough, Just as this thought appeared in their hearts, murderous voices erupted from the numerous hills, becoming even crazier. Such a brat is crazy enough. Could it be that you want to go against the entire world for a woman? Kill him. On the hills, majestic auras erupted, shaking the earth. Countless figures shot towards Lin Ling from all directions. He's dead. This kid is too arrogant. Why doesn't he lower his head and speak? Sigh. As for the spectators in the distance, they sympathized with Lin Ling. In the entire Xianpeng province, who would dare to provoke the anger of the masses? However, under their gazes, Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop, as if he didn't know what danger lay ahead. What a determined guy. Now, I'm a little envious of his partner. He's so angry for a woman. More people said in admiration. Do you have to work for them? Is the so-called false reputation that important to you? Also, why didn't you wait for me to confront Hung Tianting before attacking? Sigh. Still moving forward, Lin Ling's cold eyes looked at the people around him and said indifferently. Is it your turn to speak? Sigh. No need. We believe in him. Sigh. Cold voices came from all directions. It was just as Lin Ling had guessed. Even if he gave them a chance, no one would listen to his explanation under the anger of the crowd. They only wanted to become famous and shine brightly in the great Xianpeng region. Die. Mountain and Sea Thousand Crack Spear. In the sky, the phantom of the mountains and seas appeared, blocking out the sun. And within the phantom of the mountains and seas, a dazzling figure shot towards Lin Ling like a shooting star. A single spear could shake the mountains and rivers. Clang! The spear shot down, but Lin Ling did not stop moving. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the spear at a tricky angle, but the tyrannical force still pushed him back. After retreating more than 10 meters, that force was finally stopped. He raised his eyes and looked at the old man holding the spear and said, ignorant. Ha, my spear isn't easy to catch. Moreover, so what if I'm ignorant? I'm still better than a dead man like you. I'll let you have a taste of my peak supreme martial arts, Great Splitting Mountain. Buzz buzz buzz. The spear vibrated, and if it was inserted into the ground, it could cause the mountains and rivers on the ground to split open. It was extremely powerful. Your martial arts are nothing much. However, Lin Ling's eyes were still as cold as ever. His body was extremely powerful. It was basically impossible to shatter his body. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful attack, someone had already launched a sneak attack from behind. Myriad falling leaves palm. The sky was filled with falling leaves, forming an extremely beautiful scene. However, every single leaf contained an extremely terrifying power that could not be underestimated. Cutting field. At the same time, another expert arrived and formed a majestic force field. As long as it was within a 10-meter radius of the force field, everything would be cut apart by the void. This person controlled the power of the void, and was extremely powerful. Although the warriors of Xianpeng province were slightly weaker than the splendid mountain and river sect, they could not be underestimated. Most importantly, there were too many of them. Ha, you want to kill me? You can't. The old man who attacked first abandoned his spear and retreated. His face was filled with a complacent smile. His attack did not kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling could not do anything to him because Lin Ling had to face too many experts. Sect leader of the mountain and river sect, back off. I'll kill him. Indeed, just as the old man's body floated 100 meters away, a young genius arrived. Although it's the Blackpeng Arena today, it's too ugly for so many people to surround and kill a young man. It makes people doubt the fairness of the Blackpeng Arena. Yeah, it hasn't even started and there's already so many people bullying him. If it starts, I'm afraid the rules will be set by individuals. That young man knew about this beforehand, so he didn't bother to participate. The onlookers kept shaking their heads and saying, Blazing sea flame. Lin Ling growled. His left hand turned into a flaming fist, and the raging flames swept out. A large number of leaves behind him collided with the giant flaming fist, and those leaves exploded one after another. So powerful, but you can't kill me. The warrior who used the myriad falling leaves' palm sneered and retreated. He looked extremely pleased with himself. I'll stop him. South Mountain has a pagoda that suppresses the heavens and earth. At the same time, another figure arrived. A dazzling light bloomed in midair, and it turned into a huge golden pagoda that descended from the sky. Rumble. After the golden pagoda descended, it seemed to be impregnable. No flames could burn it, and it blocked Lin Ling's majestic flaming fist. Within the golden pagoda, a tall and sturdy man maintained his posture with both hands raised to the sky. His face was filled with a proud smile. You're only SSO. It's Nan Badian. Amazing. That extreme martial art has the strongest defense, and it has reached the pinnacle. The crowd cheered. With Nan Badian blocking the young man's flames, the others could attack to their heart's content. I've said it before. You're all ignorant. Now, die. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. He glared at them, and his killing intent surged. At this moment, he didn't hold back anymore. No matter who the opponent was, as long as they dared to stop him, he would kill them without mercy. Flames began to burn at this moment. Under countless gazes, the young man raised his left hand. There, the blue flames were as dazzling as the heavenly flames. In the next moment, flame birds and fire beasts flew out from his palm. They were densely packed and burned the sky. Blazing sea world. The flames that filled the sky were like a red mountain, exploding on the ground. Not good. This aura. Could it be the extreme martial art transcendence realm? Retreat quickly. Nan Shan Ba, block him. The expressions of those proud experts changed drastically. They were afraid. The flames were too terrifying. The young man had erupted with the wrath of the heavens. However, it was too late to escape now. Flames burned the earth, and a blue light soared into the sky. Within a 1,000-mile radius, all the martial artists who had attacked Lin Ling had died. Those martial artists who had been gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune and thought that they couldn't kill him and that Lin Ling couldn't do anything to them were now filled with deep regret. They shouldn't have been so complacent, because after being complacent, what they received was the wrath of the flame god. In a few breaths, the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. Facing these ignorant people who only wanted to make a name for themselves, the only way to be clean was to kill them. You actually killed our sect master. Our sect master is one of the strongest experts in Xianpeng province. In the distance, on the hills, a large number of people were roaring. This young man's strength was too terrifying. He wasn't an ordinary transcendent at all. Die. Chapter 1333. Who dares to kill? You dare to kill us. Those who were previously enraged all sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched the flames approach. This young man was arrogant. If he dared to show any dissatisfaction, he would be killed. Hong. As the flames fell, the surrounding hills exploded, incinerating everything in its path, causing countless people to die. Those in the distance trembled in fear. What did he not dare to kill? This young man simply wanted to incinerate the world with his flames. I'll stop you, Thousand Ice Love. At that moment, a powerful master took action. At this moment, only masters were qualified to take action, like the geniuses from Xianpeng province. Everyone who went would die. High up in the sky, a vast expanse of ice appeared, forming a white-haired figure. This person was tall and powerful, holding the crystal palace in his hand as he rushed towards the blue sea of flames. What a cold ice intent, that's right, water and fire are incompatible, water can restrain fire. Many people's hearts suddenly filled with anticipation. Do you think you can stop me? However, under countless gazes, the Crystal Palace did manage to barely block the burning of the blue flames. However, the young man coldly shouted and pulled out an enormous ancient sword. Looking at the sky, he slashed and split the Crystal Palace into two, causing the ice crystals that filled the sky to scatter. Invincible in the transcendent realm? The master's eyes narrowed. One had to know that he was a transcendent 7th stage master, an invincible existence in this realm, yet he couldn't even block a single sword strike from this young man. More importantly, he was already more than 60 years old, yet the young man in front of him was only in his 20s. Such a genius, how could he not know who he was? Your Excellency's strength is heaven-defying, this one admires it greatly. If you want to stop the Black Peng Arena today, this one will not stop you. The master finally compromised, no longer trying to stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling's combat strength was too terrifying. Die! Lin Ling coldly spat out, his sword majestic, a pillar of sword light shot out and beheaded the master. Compromising now, it was too late. He's crazy. The crowd in the distance was stunned, all of them shocked. Even if he compromised, he would still be killed. That young man was truly someone who would kill gods and Buddhas if they blocked his path. For the sake of a beauty, he would burn the heavens with fury. Lin Ling continued to move forward, but at this moment, no one dared to obstruct him. Everyone looked at him with reverence in their eyes. Previously, the young man had said that the Black Peng Arena was just a gathering of trash. And now, looking at it now, it was indeed so. All the geniuses and experts couldn't stop a single person. You're still going to kill him even after compromising? Aren't you being a little too overbearing? However, there was still someone who couldn't stand it anymore, so he shouted in a low voice. His voice was very soft, and only the people nearby could hear it. Whoosh! Lin Ling stepped on the ground and shot towards the hill. At the same time, the Sea of Fire world exploded, causing the person who spoke to be burned to death. Furthermore, it implicated the entire hill. Domineering. That's right, it was that domineering. Lin Ling had already given him a chance. Now, let alone stopping him, even if he said a word, Lin Ling would kill him. There was no need for Lin Ling to show mercy to these ignorant people who only wanted to become famous. The entire earth became even more silent. Was there anyone who dared to speak? No. Today, the Black Peng Arena was convened by the mandate of heaven. Can this person stop the mandate of heaven? At this moment, Hung Tianting's indifferent voice rang out. Think about it. If you kill this person, your name will definitely spread throughout Xianping province. His voice was bewitching, causing the eyes of the people on the hill to flicker. That's right, the Black Peng Arena was held today to become famous. If they could kill that young man, their name would probably spread throughout Xianping province. Only the spectators in the distance saw a flaw. One had to know that there were countless experts on Hung Tianting's side, but they didn't make a move. Instead, they bewitched the experts and geniuses of Xianping province to make a move. What were their intentions? That's right, they wanted to kill with a borrowed knife and let the young man offend more enemies. This time, if they still couldn't see through Hung Tianting's intentions, then they would be fools. When they thought about how the young man only came for a beauty, they suddenly felt that there must be something hidden in their hearts. Perhaps the young man did come for a beauty, but the crowd overestimated themselves and tried to stop him in order to make a name for themselves in Xianping province. Then, what was the use of not dying? If you want to die, come. Kill. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His cold voice rang out mightily. He looked at the hills, causing the hearts of those who were ready to make a move to tremble violently. What a terrifying gaze. If they really made a move, they would probably be killed to the last one. They were scared. They were scared. They were scared by Lin Ling's tyrannical killing. Today, Lin Ling blocked their chance to make a name for themselves in Xianping province. This made their hearts burn with anger, but even if they were angry, there was nothing they could do. This was because they didn't dare to make a move. They didn't even dare to say a word. If they did, they would die. Lin Ling was that arrogant. How mighty! One person can intimidate Xianping province. Sigh. Those who were watching from afar gasped, especially those of the younger generation. Their hearts were beating violently, and their eyes were filled with admiration and envy. Once upon a time, they had also dreamed of a scene where millions of people would die when an expert was angry. Unfortunately, to them, that was just a dream. But now, a young man of the same age as them had done it. Hong Tianting, you were defeated by me. You created the Black Peng Arena, which is extremely embarrassing. Is this the genius of the Hong residents? Not only is he ignorant, but he is also shameful. Sigh. Still walking forward, Lin Ling looked indifferently at Hong Tianting's side. Celestial Venerable Su Xing, the third-generation Ghost King, the Holy Mother of Jiuli, and the Xian Envy of the Nine Heavens. A bunch of hypocrites. If you want to kill me, come and kill me. But instead, you captured my lover, Yu Man Yun, and created this embarrassing Black Peng Arena to confuse everyone. But in reality, the Black Peng Arena is fake. What's the real deal? His cold voice drifted out, causing the eyes of the people on the hills to flicker. The Black Peng Arena was fake. The real deal was to kill the young man. They were all being used as pawns. Nonsense. You guys go and kill him. Celestial Venerable Su Xing's face turned ugly as he shouted. Lin Ling was very smart. He had guessed their intentions. However, on the surrounding hills, the crowd fell silent. They had already been killed so many times that they didn't dare to kill anymore. They even distanced themselves from this troublesome place. A bunch of trash. Celestial Venerable Su Xing's people all had gloomy expressions when they saw the crowd fall silent. They hadn't expected that their plan would be interrupted by Lin Ling's tyranny. One sword and one flame. Whoever came forward would be killed. Whoever kills him, even if it's just a palm strike, I can represent the Hong residents and recruit you. Hong Tianting smiled faintly as if he was toying with Lin Ling. He didn't believe that everyone was afraid of Lin Ling. Sure enough, when the generous reward was announced, many people's eyes flickered. The Hong residence was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. If one could enter the Hong residence, it meant that one had supreme status. In Xianpeng province, they were only below the 7 emperors. I'll do it. Someone seemed to be unable to restrain himself. However, before he could do anything, Lin Ling coldly sneered. He waved his left hand and a sea of flames surged towards the hills. The sea of flames instantly submerged that person and burned him alive. It even burned everyone on the hills to death. Come, let me see who isn't afraid of death. Chapter 1334. Challenge Lin Ling, who's going to kill him? Lin Ling's domineering voice once again floated out from his mouth. His cold eyes swept across the crowd. I'm not coming. It's too scary. Provoking him will not only result in one person's death, but also the destruction of the entire sect. At this moment, even the rewards of the Hong residents could not tempt the crowd. Hong Tianting, what other tricks do you have? Seeing everyone trembling in fear, Lin Ling indifferently looked at Hong Tianting, causing Hong Tianting's face to become extremely gloomy. He and Lin Ling could be considered to be facing off against each other before, to see who was more powerful, but Lin Ling actually won a match with tyrannical strength. Senior Hong, this child's strength is too powerful. We are not his match, and you are the host of the Black Peng Arena. Only you can defeat him. Everyone hid far away and couldn't help but shout. Although they were a little suspicious of Hung Tianting's intentions, the words from before were still Lin Ling's words, so they didn't really believe it. That's right, you are the genius of the Hung residence. Defeat him and let the Xianpeng tournament reconvene. More people shouted in anticipation. Now, only Hung Tianting could suppress Lin Ling, and they had blind worship for Hung Tianting. As for Lin Ling, they still didn't know who he was, but they were sure that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he was no match for him. Come, loser. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up into a sneer as he beckoned to Hung Tianting in the distance. Loser, you think you can do that? In your dreams. Seeing how arrogant Lin Ling was, the crowd shouted even more disdainfully. Hung Tianting stood up with a smile in his eyes. Since things had come to this point, it was time to end everything. He slowly floated out and said, as expected of Lin Ling. In fact, I thought that you wouldn't dare to come. However, you are a righteous person. Even though you know that there are tigers in the mountain, you still chose to come. Finishing his words, he glanced at the surrounding hills, opened his arms and said in a free and easy manner, that's right, I was defeated by him, and he is Lin Ling, the current number 1 on the yellow board. He's Lin Ling. On the surrounding hills, the faces of the crowd changed dramatically. Lin Ling, it was actually Lin Ling. Although they had never seen Lin Ling before, how could they not know of Lin Ling's name? Lin Ling was a genius of the new generation in Xianpeng province. He had won 10 matches in a row twice and reached the top of the list. Previously, they had overestimated themselves and challenged Lin Ling. One must know that Lin Ling had even defeated Hung Tianting. Hung Tianting was satisfied with the expressions of the crowd. The reason why he announced Lin Ling's identity was simple. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of everyone to wash away the humiliation. Although Lin Ling is the number 1 on the yellow board, he is arrogant. Everyone has seen how arrogant he was previously. Since young master Hung Tianting will help us regain our dignity, Hung Tianting will challenge Lin Ling again. Empyrean Master Su Xing knew Hung Tianting's thoughts and immediately shouted. In fact, when they formed an alliance to kill Lin Ling, Hung Tianting had said that he wanted to kill Lin Ling personally. Therefore, Empyrean Master Su Xing and the rest allowed Hung Tianting to make the first move. They had absolute confidence in Hung Tianting. Indeed, although Lin Ling is the number 1 on the yellow board, he is too arrogant. Lord Hung Tianting, defeat him. The crowd fell silent for a moment before thunderous cheers drifted out. No matter what, Hung Tianting was still the host of the Blackpeng Arena, while Lin Ling was the troublemaker. They obviously supported Hung Tianting. Chan Master Devanaga, Heavenly Son, you will be the judges this time. Lin Ling and I want a fair battle, and this is a battle to the death. Before one side dies, no one is allowed to interfere. Can you do that? Hung Tianting looked at the Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Son. The two of them were highly respected in Xianpeng province. Their words held great authority. At this moment, the Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Son did not expect the young man before them to be Lin Ling. They could not understand. Lin Ling had clearly defeated Hung Tianting. He should be satisfied, so why did he come to cause trouble in the Blackpeng Arena today? As a result, when they heard Hung Tianting's words, they nodded. Don't worry. Everyone knows about our reputation. As long as the battle is not over, no one will disturb us. Alright, everyone will be watching this battle. Hung Tianting yelled out heroically. He stared at Lin Ling with the raging flames of battle. You only took advantage of the rules on the yellow rank martial stage. However, the battle outside is the real battle. You are not my opponent. Good luck. Lin Ling sneered and nodded. He did not explain much. Was that good luck? Last time, he had completely crushed Hung Tianting. However, if Hung Tianting wanted to wash away the humiliation, then it would depend on whether he had the ability. Wait a moment. You won't run away, right? Hung Tianting added, this is a battle to the death. Everyone will be watching. If you run away, will you still have the face to stay in Xianping province in the future? If you want to fight, then fight. What's with the nonsense? Lin Ling shook his head sarcastically, then yelled out. Run away. Who was the one who ran away in the last battle of the yellow rank? However, Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. Right now, he wanted to save Yu Man Yun and Luo Feng. Therefore, he wanted to fight with Hung Tianting. Alright, that's enough. Everyone has heard it. No one is allowed to disturb this battle. Moreover, only one of us can survive. This is also my battle to avenge my wife, Shua. Lin Ling, you will never understand the pain of my wife's death. Of course, if you win, I swear here that you can leave. Hung Tianting took a step forward and floated towards Lin Ling like an emperor. In this battle, he would tell Xianping province that he, Hung Tianting, came from the Hung mansion. He would always be number one. In this life, other than his brother, no one could surpass him. Tian Yu Pass had attracted more people. Even the experts from Splendid Landscape had come. When they saw Lin Ling and Hung Tianting fighting again and heard Hung Tianting's words, their faces were full of sarcasm. How could Hung Tianting still have the nerve to mention Luo Xueman? Lin Ling killed Luo Xueman in front of Hung Tianting. Where was Hung Tianting at that time? He didn't dare to say a word. Right now, when there were countless experts, Hung Tianting seemed to be the most infatuated man in the world. He was only deceiving some ignorant people. Lin Ling is much better than Hung Tianting. I have a friend in Su Xing Divine Palace. He said that Celestial Master Su Xing and the other experts captured Lin Ling's confidant. As for Lin Ling, he gave up his own safety and went alone. This is a true infatuated man. An ancient expert said with admiration. However, I'm afraid Lin Ling will be in danger in this battle. When Hung Tianting lost to Lin Ling last time, he didn't use his demon god. His demon god was extremely powerful and ranked 6th. Although Lin Ling also has a demon god, it's ranked lower than Hung Tianting's demon god. The others shook their heads. They also admired Lin Ling's courage. This is bullying. Lin Ling doesn't have anyone behind him. That's why they are so arrogant. The experts discussed animatedly. They were all from Qian Temple, and Lin Ling also came from Qian Temple. Therefore, they subconsciously sided with Lin Ling. Chapter 1335. The terrifying Yamada no Orochi, one is a genius from the Hong Mansion, the other is a new generation genius from a tiny saint realm. Who will be more powerful? It must be Hung Tianting. His voice was like thunder, drifting from all directions, but it did not affect the two young men in the sky. This time, you will lose without a doubt. You will understand my strength more deeply now. A calm voice drifted out from Hung Tianting's mouth. Indeed, so, please enlighten me. Lin Ling said calmly, making it impossible for others to know what he was thinking. You are a little scared. Seeing Lin Ling's silent appearance, Hung Tianting looked into the distance and shook his head. Don't worry, you don't have to be afraid of anything. If you can defeat me, you can leave safely, and I will return your people to you. Lin Ling remained silent and did not explain much, causing many people to sneer. They knew that Lin Ling was indeed afraid. You should be afraid. Hung Tianting withdrew his gaze from the sky and looked straight at Lin Ling. Last time I lost to you, you were just lucky. This time, you will have the chance to see my powerful demon god. Come out, Yamada no Orochi. Boom. Purple clouds spread out in the sky as thunder rumbled. The yin and yang auras also became chaotic at this moment, becoming extremely violent. When the clouds dispersed, as long as a cultivator smelled it, they would bleed from their 7 orifices. Their faces were filled with horror as they frantically retreated. Hung long long. In the sky, lightning constantly smashed down, as if it wanted to baptize the world and annihilate all living beings. At this moment, a giant purple snake bathed in lightning descended to the world. Roar! With a loud roar, a giant eight-headed, eight-tailed snake as large as a mountain appeared in the sky. This snake was covered in purple scales and exuded an innate pressure that caused even Saint Realm Masters to tremble. Yamada no Orochi, ranked 6th among the 72 demon gods. Yamada no Orochi is said to be the guardian of the 5-star Saint Realm, Dragon Snake territory. I wonder how Hung Tian Ting obtained it. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The 6th-ranked demon god of heaven 72 was definitely comparable to a Saint Realm Master. No wonder Hung Tian Ting said that Lin Ling won last time by luck. Looking at it now, it was indeed so. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were fixed on the giant purple 9-headed snake. He could feel a strong pressure coming from it. This snake was the true emperor of wild beasts, even more terrifying than a wild beast king. Moreover, the guardian of the 5-star Saint Realm, Dragon Snake territory. One had to know that his ancient flame devil was merely an 8-star Saint Realm guardian deity, and not the only one. It was only one of the 6 guardian deities. From this point of view, the ancient demon god, Yamada no Orochi. With this fiend god here, even a first heaven saint wouldn't be able to stop Hung Tian Ting. You didn't run when you saw my Yamada no Orochi. In the sky, the 8 heads and 8 tails covered the sky. The 8 heads were like the heads of the Dragon King, full of malevolence. Why should I run? Lin Ling slowly raised his sword. The current Hung Tian Ting was no longer a transcendent 6th-stage master but a true Saint Realm Master, but he still chose to fight. He had to face a Saint Realm Master eventually. If he retreated here, how could he, Lin Ling, reach Xianpeng province? How could he find Yu Yu and the others? How could he protect his family? So, fight! Hong! Raging flames erupted from Lin Ling's body like a tide, causing many people's eyes to narrow. Previously, when Lin Ling was silent, they thought Lin Ling was really afraid, but Lin Ling's inextinguishable flames told them that he was still burning with fighting spirit. That's more like it. Yamada no Orochi let out a low growl. One of its heads looked down and said indifferently, using this demon god consumes a lot of my strength, so I need to constantly replenish it. The nourishment I need is naturally from a Saint Realm Master, only those with a Saint C in their dantian can satisfy me. Yamada no Black Wheel. One of the ferocious snake heads revealed a sharp light as it opened its mouth and spat out a mysterious black vortex. A violent, and powerful suction force was produced. At this moment, a Saint Realm Master's face changed. Yamada no Orochi had made a move against him. With a roar, a majestic world energy erupted from his body. The Saint C in his dantian was vast and mighty, as if it could suppress the world. You want to kill me? Dream on. Lunar Sun Demon Buddhist Force. A crescent moon and a blazing sun intertwined, forming a huge image of a demon god and a Buddha. The sun and moon grand principles were also displayed, causing the crowd to feel a sense of worship. Hung long long. However, a terrifying thing happened next. Above the sky, the mysterious black vortex seemed to be able to swallow everything. The invisible force turned into a vortex and actually absorbed the power of the sun and moon as well as the power of the demon Buddha from the sky, causing the Saint Realm Master's face to change dramatically. In the next moment, he let out a terrified cry. He couldn't control himself and was sucked into the black vortex. No, save me. A panicked voice drifted into the ears of the crowd, causing their hearts to tremble. In the end, the master was swallowed up and died. A Saint Realm Master died just like that. A Saint Realm Master was a peak master, comparable to a master like the sea-calming heavenly sovereign, but he died just like that. Yamada no Orochi was indeed terrifying. TSK TSK, not bad. The Saint Sea's power has filled me with strength. Yamada no Orochi said coldly. All 8 heads looked at Lin Ling. I said, you were lucky last time. This time, you won't be so lucky. Yamada no smoke. One of the snake heads opened its mouth and spat out smoke, as if it wanted to contaminate the entire world. At this moment, the sky was completely covered by the smoke. The most terrifying thing was that all the cultivators who came into contact with the smoke were corroded. No extreme martial arts could do anything against it. The smoke was like a tide, rushing towards Lin Ling. He's dead for sure. Hung Tianting can easily kill a first-layer saint. Lin Ling is only a 6th-layer transcendent. How can he resist? The crowd retreated even further and sucked in a breath of cold air. World of Flames. Staring solemnly at Hung Tianting, Lin Ling raised his left hand high and a fierce flame gushed out. It was as if his palm had blossomed into a beautiful firework, forming a ray of light in the gloomy world of smoke. Is it useful? Yamada no Orochi let out a deafening laugh. Then, the crowd saw that the terrifying smoke was corroding everything, even the blue flames were corroded. One must know that Lin Ling's World of Flames was a transcendent realm extreme martial art, but it still couldn't stop the invasion of the smoke. However, the crowd felt that it was normal. Lin Ling was just struggling before his death. So close, yet so far, 8 snakes swallow heaven and earth. Yamada no Orochi seemed to be toying with Lin Ling. He didn't instantly kill Lin Ling. Perhaps only by doing so could he wash away his shame and make Lin Ling feel fear and know that he won last time by relying on luck. Pop! 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 Of the 8 snake heads, one of them suddenly lengthened and shot towards Lin Ling at an inconceivable speed. It opened its mouth and swallowed the world. What a fast speed! Lin Ling couldn't even block the smoke signal. Now, he has to face the second attack of the Yamada no Orochi. Many people's hearts trembled fiercely. The demon god of Hung Tian Court was too strong. Swallowing mountains and rivers. Chapter 1336. The Battle of Demons, Uprooting the Heavens. Unstoppable. Lin Ling roared as he held the sword in his hand. The venerable sovereign form behind him moved, shaking the heavens and the earth. Boom! As the sword slashed out, an unparalleled power erupted. The sword actually swept away the surging smoke. Its power was extremely great. However, just as the terrifying smoke was swept away, the snake head in the distance arrived. At the same time, a cold laughter sounded. Are you afraid? Clang! Lin Ling raised his sword to block. The moment the sword collided with the snake head, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. What a stiff scale armor! His sword couldn't cut through it. Crack! Crack! The huge snake's head smashed into the sword like it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It maintained its momentum and actually forced Lin Ling to retreat continuously. The venerable emperor's appearance also became extremely dim at this moment. Now, do you know how strong I am? The purple snake head spat out a mocking voice. It closed its huge mouth and bit Lin Ling's sword. Then, it swung it violently. Lin Ling flew out like a meteor and smashed into the ground. A large number of people were smashed to death by him. He's no match at all. Staring at the overwhelming battle, many people shook their heads. They knew that Yamada no Orochi hadn't used its true strength. It was just killing Lin Ling slowly. However, even so, Lin Ling couldn't fight back. Die! Shake! More people shook their heads. The result of this battle was obvious. Lin Ling would die without a doubt. Bang! However, at this moment, the ground exploded, and the fallen venerable sovereign stood up again. Above the sky, a figure floated under the sky like a meteor. He wore a blue robe and held an ancient sword in his hand. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but in his eyes, the flames of war burned even more fiercely. Lin Ling can still fight? Wow! The crowd was stunned and shocked. Facing such a powerful Yamada no Orochi, Lin Ling could still stand up. Moreover, he wanted to continue fighting. How crazy! Ha, what do you think? Humph. Yamada no Orochi's eyes were filled with anger. It seemed that Lin Ling's stubbornness made him unhappy. However, he soon let out a gloomy voice. The genius of the Hong family was defeated by me in the yellow board. Today, you used the demon god, but I used my own body to fight. However, you still didn't cause me any fatal injuries, let alone kill me. I don't know where you're getting your pride from. How dare you ask me what I think? Hong Tianting, I'm ashamed of you. Roar. A low roar came out from Lin Ling's mouth, accompanied by an unyielding fighting spirit. It made many people's mouths dry. Lin Ling was able to become the number one on the yellow board because he had an extraordinary willpower. No matter how strong his opponent was, how terrifying his background was, or what kind of trump card he had, Lin Ling would still choose to fight. Even if he was on his last breath, Lin Ling would still not back down. You have a strong backbone. Yamada no Orochi's 8 heads stared coldly. He thought that by showing his powerful strength, Lin Ling would be afraid, beg for mercy, or even show a dispirited look. However, Lin Ling didn't. The more he fought, the braver he became. He wanted to kill Lin Ling slowly, but Lin Ling didn't suffer any fatal injuries. Most importantly, he had used the demon god. Alright, your luck is over. Yamada no Orochi finally didn't want to kill Lin Ling. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of everyone. Yamada no heaven and earth. With a roar, the 8 heads looked up at the sky. Endless ferocious flames burst out. Each of the heads spat out terrifying laws of heaven and earth. There was smoke, thunder, fire, storm, and frost. The most terrifying thing was that these extreme powers were the existence of the laws of heaven and earth. That place had become a forbidden area. Even though he was thousands of miles away, Lin Ling could still sense the billowing aura of destruction. His eyes turned even colder. At this moment, smoke slowly spread out from the surface of his body. It was so mysterious and so mysterious. The smoke spread out and covered this part of the world. Many people stared at Lin Ling's side. It was so beautiful, like the moon in the water. Some of them knew that Lin Ling was finally going to use his trump card. The 72 demon gods in the sky, the ancient flame devil. The battle of the demon gods is finally here. I wonder who is more powerful. Thousands of experts felt their blood boiling. Lin Ling won the yellow list battle. Now it was the battle of the more powerful demon gods. Could Lin Ling still win? Of course, they knew that although Lin Ling used the demon god, the ancient flame devil's ranking was too low. It shouldn't be a match for Yamada no Orochi. It's out. Finally, someone shouted out in agitation. A white-haired man with 9 tails slowly stepped out from the smoke. His footsteps seemed to be able to break through the void. His eyes were filled with evil as he looked at the world. Looking at him, those cultivators who supported the Han Heavenly Court were all trembling with fear at this moment. Luck? A hoarse voice drifted out. Many people were puzzled. What did the ancient flame devil mean by saying that? Swoosh! At the same time, billowing smoke like ribbons streaked across the sky. He made his move. Lin Ling made his move. Everyone's eyes widened. They saw that Lin Ling took the initiative to make his move after using the ancient flame devil. However, could Lin Ling's ancient flame devil be compared to Yamada no Orochi? If he made his move first and rushed into the forbidden area of Yamada no Orochi, he would definitely die. You defeated me last time because of luck. Yamada no Orochi also sensed that Lin Ling was rushing over. He was very fast, but he sneered. Lin Ling was just courting death. If he approached him, he would have to face his Yamada no Orochi. And this world was filled with great laws. Who could invade it? Rumble. Sure enough, when Lin Ling got close to Yamada no Orochi, a terrifying power erupted. Storms, lightning, flames, ice, and snow swept across the world. Clang! Clang! The rumbling continued. The sky and earth seemed to be about to shatter. Lin Ling held the Tyrant Song sword in his hand. With his white hair and 9 tails, he actually cut off a large amount of power laws. It's useless. However, Yamada no Orochi was in the great laws. He sneered. Destroy him. Destroy. Rumble. Even more terrifying was the boundless power of heaven and earth that swept towards Lin Ling. Ice and snow surrounded the ancient flame devil from all directions. In an instant, Lin Ling was frozen. Then, the ice and snow exploded, turning the ancient flame devil into dust. The sky was filled with ice crystals. He died just like that. Many people didn't want to miss any exciting scene. At this moment, they were muttering to themselves. Lin Ling was indeed very powerful. He was already close to Yamada no Orochi, but in the end, it was just a flash in the pan. Crack! However, at this moment, smoke spread out in the sky again, forming a new white-haired 9-tailed youth. He fearlessly pounced on Yamada no Orochi. What, he's not dead yet? Many people's eyes widened. They suddenly realized that Lin Ling's 9 tails had turned into 8. What was going on? Chapter 1337. Luck? Interesting, but in the end it was short-lived. Ray. Yamada no Orochi let out a furious roar, and a world of thunder and lightning erupted, intertwining and blocking Lin Ling's path. Fire. Wind. Furthermore, Yamada no Orochi didn't show any signs of stopping. It was as though he was in control of all the powers in the world. Let's see how many lives you have. Die. The world became even more chaotic. On the ground, a large number of martial artists were implicated and killed. In the sky, the white-haired youth was still as resolute as ever. His 8 tails swayed as he charged fearlessly towards Orochi. Rumble. Lightning surged over and wrapped around its body, causing another tail of the ancient flame devil to explode and vanish. The second one. The third one. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling's battle intent was crazy. He wouldn't give up until he saw the coffin. Even if he died, he would still stay close to Lin Ling. If the 9 tails disappeared, Lin Ling would definitely die forever. The funny thing was that Hong Tianting actually thought that Lin Ling would run away because he didn't dare to face his Yamada no Orochi. But now, Lin Ling had proven everything. Not only is this child powerful, but his martial heart is also extremely determined. If he doesn't die today, he will definitely become a top venerable one in the future. Many ancient warriors secretly admired him. Rumble. The sky was dazzling, and tyrannical energy swept in all directions, causing the 9 tails of the ancient flame devil to continuously explode. When there was only 1 tail left, everyone became nervous. Lin Ling should be retreating now. If he continued to walk forward, only death would await him. Kill. A firm killing intent gushed out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone to gulp. Lin Ling still chose to fight. Yamada no Kurosawa. At this moment, Yamada no Orochi was also affected by Lin Ling's resolute battle intent. Panic appeared in his eyes, and one of his heads spat out a black vortex. This was the power of the black vortex that could kill a Saint Realm Master. It was a kind of dark law. The rolling vortex tore Lin Ling apart, but Lin Ling's body didn't stop. His tyrannical physical strength actually blocked the suction of the vortex. Impossible! Orochi no Orochi shouted. His Yamada no Kurosawa could kill a Saint Realm Master. How could Lin Ling block that terrifying suction? Suddenly, he remembered that during the Battle of the Yellow Board, Lin Ling's strength was already able to shake a Saint Realm Master. Now that the ancient flame devil had appeared, coupled with the fact that demon gods and cultivators had reached the transformation stage, Lin Ling's current strength was even stronger than a Saint Realm Master. This was inconceivable. As far as he knew, demon gods ranked below 20 were only invincible in the transcendent realm at their peak, but Lin Ling's ancient flame devil had reached the Saint Realm. While he was thinking about this in shock, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of him. Smoke filled the air as he stared at the mountain-like 8-headed purple snake. You said I relied on luck. With a cold shout, he slashed out with his sword. Rumble. That slash contained Lin Ling's Emperor Realm strength and the powerful physical strength of the ancient flame devil. It wanted to cut through the sky. Under the slash, a large amount of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning principles were cut apart. The sword landed on Orochi's head, and 3 heads were cut off. The mountain-like body smashed into the ground like a meteor. Bang! 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 Moreover, the snake flew parallel to the ground, flattening a large number of hills. There were countless casualties. In the sky, Lin Ling only had a tail left, but he held his sword diagonally and pointed it at Orochi. His white hair was like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind. Amazing! The people in the distance stared at Orochi on the ground, and then at the white-haired man in the sky. Their hearts were about to explode. Lin Ling had actually sent Orochi flying. One had to know that Lin Ling's ancient flame devil was only in the 60s, while Orochi was 6th. In other words, 10 ancient flame devils were no match for Orochi. But now, Orochi was sent flying. This slap was resounding and beautiful. Luck? Who dared to say that Lin Ling was just lucky? Fear? Was Lin Ling afraid now? Orochi heavenly wheel. At this moment, a desolate beast's angry roar came from the ground. The remaining 5 snake heads opened their mouths and spat out 5 huge black vortexes. They crazily absorbed the surrounding warriors' energy to recover their strength. Crazy. Those who supported Hung Tian-Ting were filled with regret at this moment. Hung Tian-Ting didn't treat them as humans at all. What made their hearts cold was that they actually thought Hung Tian-Ting was fighting for them, fighting for the Xianpeng arena. This was simply a joke. You injured me. As expected of the 6th-ranked Orochi, he quickly recovered a portion of his strength after devouring others. Following that, he floated out from the ground. The remaining snake heads were ferocious. Lin Ling had actually injured him. This was something that was impossible. It's just luck. In the sky, Lin Ling said indifferently. You! Orochi roared angrily. Lin Ling's words were filled with mockery. Was it luck? Not at all. It was Lin Ling who relied on his resolute will to approach him and send him flying. This made his previous words sound like a slap to his own face. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, alright, alright. I admit that I underestimated your ancient flame devil. I didn't expect such a low-rank trash demon god to be so capable. Unfortunately, your all-out attack only managed to cut off 3 of my heads. And the price you paid was that 8 of my tails disappeared. If the remaining tail also disappeared, then you would definitely die. Now, I don't know what right you have to be proud of. As I said before, your luck has come to an end. Orochi's aura flourished once again. The remaining 5 heads did not maintain a defensive state this time. Instead, they took the initiative to attack. Devouring the heavens and earth. The 5 snake heads intertwined together and wriggled like worms. They fused together and formed an even larger snake. The snake opened its mouth and wanted to devour Lin Ling. A snake devouring an elephant. Everyone thought of this phrase. A huge snake could devour an elephant, but Orochi could devour heaven and earth. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling only had one tail left. He could not win the battle. Could it be that his previous strength was just a flash in the pan? Is that so? Then, I will cut off 4 of the remaining 5 heads. However, under everyone's gaze, the white-haired youth said indifferently. He pointed his sword at the sky. If the other party wanted to devour heaven and earth, then he would cut off heaven and earth. Boom! Billowing killing intent erupted. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and headed straight for the huge snake's mouth. Obviously, Lin Ling also knew that Orochi's great law was extremely terrifying. If he wanted to defeat the other party, the only way was to get close. Looking from afar, the difference between the two parties was like heaven and earth. One was a huge mouth that could devour heaven and earth, while the other was a tiny but proud ant. Has he reached the peak? Everyone felt their mouths go dry. The blood in their hearts began to wildly boil. To be able to see such an intense and shocking battle in their lives had not been in vain. Lin Ling must die. Everyone. Over at Empyrean Void Star's side, everyone had grim expressions. When Lin Ling erupted with the ancient flame demon, all of them had been scared witless. But what couldn't be denied was that if Lin Ling used his full strength, killing them wouldn't be difficult at all. Because of this, they were afraid. Thus, they hoped that Hong Tianting would be able to kill Lin Ling. Of course, they were also sure that Hong Tianting would succeed. This was because the current Lin Ling was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Chapter 1338. Another admission of defeat. Is he finally going to die? The third life Ghost King laughed coldly, but his smugness didn't last long. His eyes narrowed as he shouted anxiously, "Oh no, be careful." He had forgotten. How could he forget? He remembered that Lin Ling still had a hidden trump card, and that trump card had almost killed him last time. What? Empyrean Void Star and the others were shocked. Could there be more changes? Lin Ling still has a powerful trump card. The third life Ghost King said with a pale face. The Tri-Era Ghost King said with a pale face. However, just as he finished speaking, the world in front of him suddenly changed. Rumble. The earth trembled. Nobody knew when this terrifying demon had been hiding. At this moment, it rose from the ground and its shadow surged out. It was as if it had crawled out from the depths of hell. Its majestic and pitch-black body appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing their faces to freeze. Yiksha King had arrived. The tall Yiksha King seemed to be bathed in shadows. His horns and fangs were sharp, and he looked majestic. The moment he appeared, a hellish aura erupted. He stomped his feet on the ground and soared into the sky. He was rushing toward Yamada no Orochi. At this moment, Yamada no Orochi's mouth was still wide open, swallowing the world. Naturally, he could feel the terrifying aura erupting from below. This shocked him. Another demon god? Lin Ling, this is a life and death battle. How dare you ask someone to help you? An angry voice came from Yamada no Orochi's mouth. Many people who didn't understand the situation blinked. That hellish demon god was someone else helping Lin Ling. Pa! However, Yiksha King ignored Yamada no Orochi's voice. His arms were like ancient dragons as he hugged the giant snake in the sky and smashed it to the ground. Normally, Yiksha King wouldn't be able to succeed. After all, Yamada no Orochi was ranked higher. But now, Yamada no Orochi's attention was on Lin Ling, so it was impossible to guard against him. Boom! With a loud bang, It was as if a giant had crashed onto the ground. Under countless shocked gazes, the Yiksha king hugged the giant snake with both arms. On the ground, layers of earth waves surged and froze the giant snake's body. The lower half of the snake's body was turned into a stone statue. This was Yiksha king. As long as he stepped on the ground, he seemed to be omnipotent and controlled the power of the earth. Lin Ling, how dare you rely on others to help you? Yamada no Orochi shouted angrily. Orochi shouted anxiously, causing the referee, Zen Master Heaven Spirit and Heavenly Z, to frown. They also shouted, Lin Ling, don't go overboard. As for Yiksha king, this is a battle between Lin Ling and Hong Tianting. Do you dare to offend the Hong residents? As soon as they finished speaking, they wanted to take action and help Orochi. However, at this moment, a deep voice came from the ground, I am Lin Lin. That. Another Lin Ling. Yamada no Orochi's remaining snake heads also separated. The eyes of the 5 snake heads were filled with shock. Is this also Lin Ling? As for the people on the ground, their eyes were wide open. Lin Ling actually hid such a trump card. It was unbelievable. With 2 demon gods in his hands, even if Yamada no Orochi was ranked higher, it would be difficult for him to resist the joint forces of 2 demon gods. Impossible. Yamada no Orochi shouted crazily as if he had suffered the heaviest blow in his life. Things had gone beyond his imagination. He had always wanted to scare Lin Ling and asked Lin Ling if he was afraid. But now, he was the one who was afraid. At this moment, a mysterious smoke drifted over. A white-haired man with a devilish charm appeared in front of Yamada no Orochi. He had a slender figure and a sword in one hand. His demonic eyes were cold as he looked at Yamada no Orochi coldly. I will defeat you with luck. Devour the mountains and rivers. Spiritual energy surged crazily and flowed into the body of the white-haired man, causing the image of an ancient emperor to appear. It was as if he was going to conquer the world and kill all enemies. Wait a minute, this battle doesn't count. Yamada no Orochi shouted anxiously. The sword was right in front of his 5 snake heads. It was too close, and the sword was too sharp. He was a little panicked. Unstoppable. However, what answered him was a resolute voice. He waved the sword, and the sword light was like a pillar, slashing fiercely at Yamada no Orochi's snake heads. If Yamada no Orochi was not entangled with Yiksha king, he would definitely be able to block the sword. However, he was facing 2 demon gods at the same time. Swoosh! With a sweep of the sword, 4 of the snake heads were chopped off. Smelly blood and spiritual energy splattered in all directions. The remaining snake head looked at Lin Ling with fear. It was scared, completely scared. Hong Tianting had never thought that Lin Ling had hidden such a terrifying trump card. He thought that the reason why he lost last time was because he could not use the demon god in the yellow board. Lin Ling had taken advantage of the rules, but now the truth was that he had taken advantage of the rules. If he used the demon god, he would lose even faster. Hong Tianting, tell me, did I defeat you with luck this time? Lin Ling shouted coldly as he pointed his sword at the remaining snake head of Yamada no Orochi. Yamada no Orochi's eyes were ferocious. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. The surrounding crowd swallowed their saliva when they saw the white-haired man pointing his sword at Hong Tianting. Luck. This time, Lin Ling still relied on luck. This time, Lin Ling used his powerful strength to kill Hong Tianting's snake head. Or was it luck? This time, whether Hong Tianting lived or died, it all depended on Lin Ling's sword. Or was it luck? Speak. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with sharpness and his aura was fierce. It's not luck. You defeated me with your strength. In the last yellow list battle, I thought you won only because I couldn't use the demon god. But now I know that if you use the demon god, you can win faster. Yamada no Orochi shouted crazily. He admitted his defeat. He had to say it because the sword was pointed at him. If he didn't say it, he would be killed. I admit defeat. Yamada no Orochi said again. As soon as he said that, his heart was filled with shame. Last time, he admitted defeat. This time, he admitted defeat again. The most ironic thing was that he thought he would definitely win this time, so he called for the Black Peng Arena. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of all the heroes of the world to wash away his previous humiliation and prove himself. However, he was humiliated again in front of all the heroes of the world. Lost, Hung Tian Ting lost. Many people muttered to themselves. This result was beyond their imagination. The 6th-ranked demon god also lost. Although his ranking was high, he didn't have as many as Lin Ling. What's more, Lin Ling's demon god ranking wasn't high, but his control over demon gods was definitely stronger than Hung Tian Ting. Chapter 1339. Ghost Claw. An ancient expert saw through the situation. This also meant that Lin Ling's talent wasn't great, but he could kill a first-layer Saint Realm expert if he went all out. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a 6th-layer Saint Realm expert. I admit defeat. Yamada no Orochi shouted again. He had no choice but to shout because he discovered that Yaksha King's mysterious power was getting stronger and stronger. It actually wanted to turn him into a stone statue. Now that all 7 of his snake heads had been severed, the remaining snake head clearly couldn't withstand Yaksha King's power. Admit defeat. You said before that this is a battle of life and death. No one is allowed to interfere. It will only end when one side leaves alive. So, you're not dead, so the battle isn't over. Lin Ling shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Sir, release Hung Tian Ting. You can leave this place. In the distance, Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Z exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with shock, but they both shouted at the same time. The battle isn't over. Lin Ling said without even looking at them. The crowd also surged. Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Z had both said that they were the fairest referees. But now, before the battle was over, they wanted Lin Ling to leave. They were planning to end the battle. Wasn't this refereeing a little too unsightly? What fairness? What credibility? What a joke! Where are my people? If you don't tell me, kill them. Kill! Lin Ling ignored Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Z and looked at Yamada no Orochi. The reason why he agreed to the battle was because he wanted to capture Hung Tian Ting and take back Yu Munyun and the others. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to do it alone. Hand over Lin Ling's people. Kill. In the distance, someone immediately brought Yu Munyun and Yang Gan over, causing many people's hearts to tremble fiercely. They knew that Lin Ling was here to ask for them, but they had always thought that this was just an excuse. Lin Ling wanted to cause trouble in the Black Peng Arena, but the scene in front of them told them that Hung Tianting had indeed captured Lin Ling's people. This also meant that the so-called Xian Peng Arena was indeed an illusion, and everything was for the sake of killing Lin Ling. We've been fooled. I sensed it a long time ago, because Hung Tianting was really fighting for the Black Peng Arena, then he wouldn't have killed us before. His goal was Lin Ling, and we all became his chess pieces. Hung Tianting, how hateful! Many people shouted angrily. The feeling of being deceived was very uncomfortable, but Lin Ling didn't even look at them. Only now did they know that they had been deceived. Who could they blame? If they had to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for being too eager for quick success. They wanted to shake the Xianping province with their names. Instead of becoming stronger step by step, they wanted to rise up overnight. However, on the path of martial arts, who could rise up overnight and shake the world with their names? Which one of them had not gone through thousands of battles to become famous? Even he, Lin Ling, had experienced countless battles when he came to the Black Ping region, and he had only gradually revealed his talent. Lin Ling. In the distance, the 3 Lives Ghost King brought Yu Man Yun and Yang Gan over. Yu Man Yun and Yang Gan both shouted anxiously, their faces filled with guilt. They had also seen the battle earlier. Lin Ling had gone to the gathering alone, facing all the heroes of the world without fear. It was all because of them. Say no more, come over immediately. Lin Ling shouted softly. In fact, he knew that Yu Man Yun and Yang Gan were implicated because of him. All right. Yu Man Yun and Yang Gan glanced at the 3 Lives Ghost King behind them, then quickly ran towards Lin Ling. The 3 Lives Ghost King's eyes were filled with a sinister light. After releasing Yu Man Yun and Yang Gan, he strode away. Only he knew that he had hidden a terrifying killing intent on Yu Man Yun. As long as he got close to Lin Ling, he could definitely kill Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling only had one tail left. If that tail disappeared, Lin Ling would definitely die. Your Majesty, be careful. There is the power of the Ghost Dao. Just as Yu Man Yun got close to Lin Ling, Elder Zi's anxious voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. At the same time, an old woman dressed in white suddenly appeared behind Yu Man Yun. She had black hair and a white face. She let out a sinister laugh and clawed at Lin Ling. Her speed was extremely fast, and she actually possessed the power of a heavenly pattern martial art. Netherworld Ghost Claw. Yes. If it was any other time, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't be affected. However, at this moment, Lin Ling was too close to Yu Man Yun. In addition, he also believed in Yu Man Yun, so he couldn't react in time. Paw! The ghost claw heavily clawed at Lin Ling's chest, as if it wanted to claw out Lin Ling's heart, causing Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. He sensed that his vitality was rapidly fading away, and there was a kind of power that engulfed everything in his body. Ha, good. This is the 3 Lives Ghost King's Ghost Dao. Well done. Hong Tianting was the closest to Lin Ling. At this moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that his lover had returned, Lin Ling relaxed his mind. Now, he was about to die. How despicable. Seeing this scene, many experts from Xianping province shouted angrily. Lin Ling didn't come to cause trouble or challenge Hong Tianting. He came for his lover and friends. He fought the heavens and the earth to take back the people he loved the most. That heart of his could illuminate the sun and the moon. However, Hong Tianting and the others were too despicable. First, they bewitched the experts of Xianping province. Then, they challenged Hong Tianting to a life-and-death battle. When they saw that Hong Tianting was no match for them, they even launched a sneak attack. Soul-sealing seal. At this moment, Lin Ling's tiger-like eyes were wide open. A terrifying killing intent bloomed in his eyes. In his left hand, soul power fiercely pressed out, forming a huge soul-sealing seal. Kiki. The ghost let out a frightened sound. This was the king of forbidden nannies, the soul of a top expert. After being sealed with the means of the Ghost Dao, it was tortured for 100 years before finally giving birth to a terrifying demon. This demon killed without any form. The only thing it was afraid of was soul power. With a slap, the king of forbidden nannies disappeared like smoke. After that, Lin Ling stroked his chest, blood kept flowing out of his mouth. This shocking scene made people nervous. Was Lin Ling going to die? Involuntarily, many people thought of General Tianyu. Bristling with anger, he leaned against the railing and rested in the rain. Looking up, he roared to the sky with great vigor. In the past, General Tianyu guarded the Tianyu Pass and blocked thousands of demon gods alone. That scene was the same as now. However, General Tianyu didn't retreat. In the end, the demon gods were shocked by General Tian Yu's fearless will to die. They resorted to conspiracy to kill General Tian Yu. Lin Ling was the same. For his lover and brother, he killed the world alone. In the end, he was framed by the Trailokyama Ghost King. Lin Ling. Yes. Yu Mun Yun and Yang Gan anxiously ran over and supported Lin Ling. Their hearts were in pain as if they were being cut by a knife. In the distance, Empyrean Void Star and the other experts sneered. Good, this was the scene they wanted to see. No matter how arrogant and proud Lin Ling was, he would die today. Chapter 1340. What can you do? You said before that no one is allowed to interfere in a battle of life and death unless one side dies. But now, the battle of life and death has yet to end, yet someone has launched a sneak attack on me. Judges, where is the justice you uphold? Humph. His cold bellow erupted from Lin Ling's mouth like the might of the heavens. He's not dead. Humph. Many people's breathing quickened. Lin Ling seemed to have dodged the attack. In reality, if it were not for Elder Z's quick warning, Lin Ling probably would have died already. Lin Ling's body was tough, so he could control the miniature world in his body. As a result, under Elder Z's warning, he immediately controlled the miniature world in his body and directed it towards the sneak attack. Only then did he avoid the possibility of his vitals being destroyed. And, in order to stop the evil power in his body, Lin Ling had wasted a total of 500,000 miniature worlds, choosing to take the evil power down with him. As a result, the miniature world he had cultivated from Great Sage Heaven Touching had all been wasted. Of course, he could cultivate back the power he had lost, but how was he supposed to take back the injustice before him? The entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at the proud king before looking at the Chan master of Devanaga. Their faces were filled with deep disdain. Yeah, where is the justice you uphold? The Chan master and Elder Z's faces were rather ugly. They really did not have the right to be judges, as the rules were set by Hung Tianting himself. He had said that no one was allowed to interfere in a battle of life and death. Only when one side died would it end. And, Lin Ling had won, so he could leave safely. But now, everything he had said was a joke. Let go of Hung Tianting. He comes from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. He's not someone you can provoke. Humph. The two of them glanced at each other. Since they had already made a mistake, they could not be bothered with it anymore. As compared to Lin Ling, Hung Tianting's background was even more terrifying. They've gone too far. They're actually shameless enough to be judges. Humph. The crowd was thrown into an even greater uproar. The Chan Master and Elder Z were openly siding with Hung Tianting. The Chan Master and Elder Z's faces were cold. They ignored him and said indifferently, "You can leave now. We'll let bygones be bygones." Let bygones be bygones. Do they have the nerve to say that? They had almost caused Lin Ling to die. Seeing that they were about to fail, they pushed the blame away with a single sentence. The two of them had simply lost face for Heavenly Dragon Temple and Heavenly Phenomenon Sect. Ha! Lin Ling laughed maniacally. At this moment, he was even more charming than before. His white hair fluttered in the wind, as though he was a king who wasn't afraid even in the face of all the enemies in the world. He tilted his head. "You are saying that if I release Hung Tianting and leave, you guys will let bygones be bygones?" That's right. There was an unforeseen event in this battle. The reason was that you suddenly summoned a great demon god, which was a violation of the battle rules. Therefore, you didn't win. Indeed, but you can arrange to fight again next time. The two of them said indifferently. This meant their battle had not ended, and Lin Ling had unleashed his trump card. If they fought again next time, how could Hung Tianting not be wary? Coupled with Hung Tianting's powerful background, as long as he became even stronger than Lin Ling and fought again, Lin Ling would definitely die. Lin Ling did not have a tremendous background like Hung Tianting. Many people shook their heads. How could the Chan Master and Elder Z have the nerve to mention such an unfair battle to the death? Alright, I didn't win. Let's fight again next time. Then. Lin Ling laughed louder and louder. His voice shook the sky, as if he was mocking the unfairness of the world. He raised his sword high into the air. It was so dazzling and so decisive. Then Hung Tianting is no longer here. How are we going to fight again next time? I'll kill Hung Tianting no matter what. I'd like to see what you can do. Boom. With a slash of the sword, it carried Lin Ling's firm killing intent and rage as it chopped off the last snake head of Hung Tianting. Since it was an unfair battle, why did they have to follow the rules? Kill. Directly kill him. Don't you dare kill me. My elder brother is one of the 4 candidates for the Human Emperor's nomination. Hung Tianting's eyes were filled with panic, fear, and even regret. Lin Ling wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill him before so many people. Moreover, Lin Ling definitely could not leave alive after killing him. He still had a chance to leave if he did not kill him, but Lin Ling was still determined to kill him. He found this to be unbelievable. Unfortunately, he had no idea how many powerful experts Lin Ling had faced and how many life-threatening situations he had faced in order to reach where he was today. As a result, how could there be anyone he did not dare to kill? In the moment the battle to the death began, Lin Ling's killing intent had become firm, as Hung Tianting had touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. The reason why he did not kill him in the beginning was because Lin Ling wanted to save Yu Munyun and Shang Yu first. As a result, no matter what Hung Tianting's background was, no matter what kind of situation he would face if he killed him, Lin Ling would not hesitate at all. Even if the sky collapsed, he would hold it up with his backbone. This was Lin Ling's calm heart of martial arts. Crack. Wherever the sword passed by, extremely beautiful flowers of blood blossomed. Under countless gazes, Hung Tianting's final snake head was severed. Lin Ling extended his left hand and produced a tremendous suction, actually sucking in the demon god of Octahead's flesh and blood. This was a demon god that ranked 6th. Its essence was enough for Lin Ling's cultivation of the body to reach a whole new level again. Hung Tianting has been killed. Currently, on the red ground, countless people felt like their hearts had been struck by lightning. Lin Ling sure was decisive. He killed without hesitation. The Chan Master and Shang Yu widened their eyes. Lin Ling had said before that no one in the entire world could save Hung Tianting. He had to kill him, but what could they do? Yet now, Hung Tianting had died right before their eyes, and there really was nothing they could do. The more they told Lin Ling not to kill him, the more Lin Ling wanted to kill him. As for Empyrean Void Star and the other powerful cultivators, they squinted their eyes as well. They stared at the proud, white-haired young man in the sky. At that moment, the young man shone with endless glory. In particular, Empyrean Void Star had never thought that the junior who had stubbornly faced him in the past in the puny sacred land of the rainforest would already stand above him today, and he was doing something that even he was afraid to do. They had laid down a trap, getting the powerful cultivators of Xianping province to vent their anger on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had shocked everyone with his domineering aura. They got Hung Tianting to fight Lin Ling originally. They believed that Lin Ling was dead for sure, but Lin Ling had swung his sword through the sky. Not only had he defeated Hung Tianting, but he had even killed him. The entire process of Hung Tianting challenging Lin Ling to a duel was actually a joke. He had fought for a woman, but he had lost and begged for mercy. Lin Ling had also fought for a woman, but it had shaken up the world. No one was willing to accept it. In terms of camaraderie, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. Alright. You really are bold enough to kill him, and you've killed him right in front of us. How are we supposed to explain this to Emperor Hung Tianting? How are we supposed to face the Hong clan? The two old men of the Chan master of Devanaga murmured to themselves. Their aged faces were actually filled with crazy killing intent. My heavenly dragon temple in Xianping province is known for delivering all living beings from torment, but this is the first time I've seen a junior as arrogant as you. My heavenly phenomena sect is also respected by the heroes of the world through divination, yet you dare to ignore our words. The two seniors called out coldly. In their eyes, Lin Ling was already a dead man. Kill him. Empyrean Void Star and the other powerful cultivators also called out coldly. Everything before had failed. However, although Lin Ling had not died, he had provoked an even more terrifying existence, which was the Hong clan of the Kun Hall. Of course, Lin Ling probably could not face the Hong clan right now, as everyone wanted to kill Lin Ling. Chapter 1341. Wings of Thunder, Kill Him. The profound maiden of the nine heavens, the Ninely tribe, and the three elements Golden Dipper sect all roared out furiously. The stronger Lin Ling was, the more he had to die. He had to die. Voices rose and fell. They were no longer the same as the cultivators of Xianping province in the beginning. Instead, they came from the peak powerhouses of splendid land, which made many people shake their heads and sigh. Lin Ling was shockingly talented, but he had offended far too many people. No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling had to die. All they could say was that Lin Ling's origins were rather ordinary, which led to his fate of dying rather horribly. In this world, strength represented everything. If a genius rose to prominence without the support of powerful people, they would shine too brightly, which would lead to the encirclement of others. They all want you dead. You've clearly committed a heinous crime. The Chan master Devanaga said nonchalantly. The killing intent in his aged eyes thickened slightly, as if he was complacent about Lin Ling's fate for not listening to him. However, Lin Ling's eyes were even colder than theirs. His killing intent was even heavier, suppressing his anger and unyielding spirit. Whether it was the Xianpeng competition or the battle to the death, they were all illusions. The true objective was to kill him, so it all depended on who could kill him. Meng Yun, Yang Gan, leave here immediately. Lin Ling called out, which made Yuman Yun immediately shake her head. She did not want to leave. Even if she had to die, she wanted to be with Lin Ling. Yuman Yun, let's go. If you stay here, you'll only distract Lin Ling, and right now, everyone's attention is on Lin Ling. They won't pay any attention to us. If they fail to kill Lin Ling later, they'll do something to us again. Yang Gan was even calmer than Yuman Yun, immediately calling out coldly. It was because they had been captured that Lin Ling had come alone. If they were captured again, how could Lin Ling fight in peace? Yuman Yun nodded in the end. She bit her lip and flew off into the distance with Yang Gan. However, she glanced at his proud, aloof figure deeply. She knew that her man would never admit defeat. Today, he would fight the world. Many people watched them leave, but no one stopped them, as everyone's target was only Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling was here, Yuman Yun and the others would be useless. You want to kill me? Come. Lin Ling raised his sword and roared towards the sky. In that instant, a crazy killing intent and battle intent erupted. That unyielding battle intent caused the onlookers to clench their fists tightly. Lin Ling had already fought so many people. Up until now, he had not fallen. On the contrary, he was becoming more and more courageous. Kill! Celestial Venerable Void Star and the other experts attacked madly this time, and they all lunged towards Lin Ling. These experts were all saints. The weakest among them were the elders of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect and the Dragon Chilan Palace of the Western Sea, as well as the Trail World Ghost King. However, they had all reached the peak of the 7th layer. Any one of them was enough to kill Lin Ling, let alone the other experts. Among them, the most terrifying was obviously the Ninely Holy Mother. The only ones who did not attack were the Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Sun. Right now, the two of them were still like referees, watching this scene from above. Yiksha King, return. With great enemies looming over him, Lin Ling recalled the Yiksha King and maintained his appearance as the ancient flame demon. His white hair fluttered in the wind as he wielded his ancient sword, looking down on everyone. Lin Ling is still fearless. His aura made many people's eyes flicker. The sky, the ground, and everything else was filled with majestic auras, all lunging towards Lin Ling. Only Lin Ling's white hair and ancient sword seemed to be singing a song. Bristling with anger, he leaned against the railing and rested in the rain. Looking up, he let out a long roar at the sky. At that moment, the legendary General Tian Yu had officially merged with the white-haired young man. Fight! On the vast ground, countless red plants were swept up by the power and surged into the sky. It was as if the sky was raining blood, dyeing the ground red. Within the red rain, the white-haired young man wielded his sword and weaved through the petal-like rain. In the next moment, a pair of wings of lightning suddenly appeared on his back. Lin Ling has grown wings. How handsome! Many people gasped. In his ancient flame demon form, Lin Ling already seemed like the most devilish man in the world, possessing evil charm and handsomeness. Now that a pair of magnificent wings of lightning had appeared, he seemed like the descendant of a god or demon. Lin Ling, die. The elder of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect realized that Lin Ling had appeared in front of him. He immediately sneered. His luck was not bad. Lin Ling actually pounced towards him. If he could kill Lin Ling, then he might be rewarded by the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, or even the Hong residence. Three Elements Restoration Chi. Rumble. The elder exploded with terrifying strength. The great rules of Yuan Qi appeared, and a vacuum wave appeared in mid-air, shrouding the area around him. If Lin Ling rushed over, he would definitely die. However, Lin Ling's wings flapped, and he disappeared without a trace in the next moment. This made the elder's pupils dilate. The great rules of lightning. Borrowing the speed of lightning. You can die now. Just as his horrified voice fell, a devilish voice came from behind him. A sword slashed fiercely, and the sword light was like a pillar. The elder anxiously looked back and could only see the last scene of his life. It was the handsome white-haired young man. Boom! One sword, and he was split into two. Before he died, he had mixed feelings. Originally, he did not dare to touch Lin Ling, but he heard that there was an alliance of powerhouses that wanted to kill Lin Ling. That was why he had the courage. However, everyone knew that not just anyone could kill Lin Ling. At least, he was not qualified. Terrifying. So many powerhouses joined forces, but Lin Ling is still alive. Instead, the elder of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect has fallen first. How ironic. The crowd stared at the scene in the sky, and their blood boiled. Lin Ling was not without the ability to fight back. Bastard! Heavenly Lord Su Xing and the other powerhouses shouted angrily. Lin Ling's actions were like a resounding slap to their faces. So what if so many powerhouses joined forces? Whoever dared to kill, they would kill. Not good, he has his eyes on me. At this moment, the Three Generations Ghost King's expression was ugly. He sensed that Lin Ling was smiling evilly at him. This meant that Lin Ling was coming to kill him. Lin Ling, I was only invited by them. I didn't really want to kill you. The Three Generations Ghost King shouted in panic. The crowd below felt that this was unreal. The Three Generations Ghost King was actually begging for mercy. Lin Ling, you dare. Ninely Saint Mother and the other powerhouses had fierce expressions. Lin Ling had obtained a powerful celestial weapon from who knew where. It had actually grasped the great law of thunder, and its speed was so fast that they could not catch sight of Lin Ling's figure. And that celestial weapon was clearly terrifying. It had to be known that the great law of thunder was a heavenly pattern martial art. A martial artist might not be able to grasp it in their lifetime. However, Lin Ling's celestial weapon had touched upon that domain. This celestial weapon was naturally terrifying. Save me. At this moment, the 3 generations Ghost King's body exploded, turning into tens of thousands of ghosts that fled in all directions. In the sky, thunder flashed, and countless afterimages appeared in all directions, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Each afterimage was Lin Ling, but the truth was that they were not afterimages, but phantoms formed when one's speed surpassed the void and surpassed the speed of thunder. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling seemed to be walking on a steel rope. As long as he was caught by any one of the powerhouses, he would die without a doubt. But even though it seemed like a crisis, Lin Ling seemed to be handling it with ease, barely avoiding it. The crowd couldn't help but feel their blood boil with excitement. Chapter 1342. Heavenly Emperor Hong's arrival, damn brat. As for the 9 Holy Mother and the other masters, they were furious. It seemed that it would be difficult to kill Lin Ling in a short period of time. Of course, they were still top masters, so it was only a matter of time before they could kill him. As long as they could find the trajectory of Lin Ling's lightning speed, there would definitely be a way. A powerful heavenly weapon consumes a lot of spiritual yuan. He won't be able to hold on for long. Heavenly Venerable Su Xing also saw Lin Ling's weakness and shouted coldly. Indeed, Lin Ling was using the wind thunder lightning feather that he had forged himself. This heavenly weapon was a mid-rank heavenly weapon. Although it was powerful, it consumed a lot of spiritual yuan. If he continued using it, his spiritual yuan would run out. Sure enough, as time passed, Lin Ling's speed slowed down. Most importantly, the entire sky was sealed off by the masters. Terrifying great principles shrouded the area, making the space where Lin Ling appeared much smaller every time. Lin Ling, this time, no one can help you. Seeing this, Heavenly Venerable Su Xing shouted excitedly. A bunch of hypocrites. You've all cultivated for 100 years, but you can't kill me even if you join forces. Instead, you're relying on delaying tactics. You've all lost face. Lin Ling's cold voice came from the sky, causing many to nod in agreement. Every one of them had cultivated for a longer time than Lin Ling, and their cultivation was higher. However, they still failed even after joining forces. They had to rely on despicable delaying tactics to win. Wasn't that shameful? You're just trying to show off. Anyway, you're going to die. It's just a matter of time. In this world, the winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Heavenly Venerable Su Xing shouted and sneered. As long as he could kill Lin Ling, it didn't matter if he was scolded and mocked by others. Who killed my brother? At that moment, an even more terrifying aura arrived from the distance, causing the void to explode like firecrackers. Another Saint Realm Master had arrived, and judging from his aura, he was no ordinary Saint Realm Master. He was definitely in existence with an immortal body. Hung long long long. The clouds parted, and a terrifying emperor's aura pressed down, making the millions of people on the ground feel like kneeling down. They raised their eyes to look at the sky, full of reverence. Over there, a man was walking forward. His speed seemed to be very slow, but in a few steps, he appeared above everyone's heads. His tiger eyes were wide open, as if the heavenly emperor was angry. Behind him, the ancient and majestic imperial jade seal also appeared. Hong Tiandi had arrived. It's him. Many people were shocked. Even Hong Tiandi from the Hong residence had come. Among them, there were some peak experts from splendid mountain and river. They knew that Hong Tiandi's innate immortal physique was very powerful. It was the mysterious heavenly emperor's imperial jade seal. Following the arrival of Hong Tiandi, a large number of experts from the Kuan Hall also arrived. Today, Xianpeng province seemed to have been turned upside down. A large number of experts rushed out, and the only one who could change the color of the sky was Lin Ling. Hong Tiandi, it was Lin Ling who killed your brother. However, he is now trapped by us and will die for sure. Heavenly Sovereign Su Xing was the first to shout excitedly. More and more people were coming. No matter how powerful Lin Ling's wings were, he would not be able to escape from the encirclement of everyone. Lin Ling, is he the trash who ranked first on the yellow board? Courting death. Hong Tiandi. Hong Tiandi roared. The anger on his face seemed to tear the sky apart. He pointed at the sky and said, "Kill him. Kill him." Previously, he just happened to be out training. Then, he saw Hong Tiandi's life jade break. He immediately knew that someone had killed his brother, so he rushed over frantically. What an arrogant junior. You're just borrowing the power of the heavenly soldiers. Go to hell. Die. Those experts from the Kun Hall shouted coldly. One by one, they walked towards Lin Ling's direction. Their killing intent spread across the entire sky. Witnessing this shocking scene, everyone on the red ground sighed. Lin Ling had shone brilliantly today, fighting against the world alone. However, even Hong Tiandi had come now. Even if any of the experts stepped forward to help Lin Ling, it would be useless. Hong Tiandi was from the Hong clan, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars after all. He could easily get a large number of experts from the Kun Hall to support him with a wave of his hand. Moreover, as long as they were not idiots, no one would help Lin Ling right now. Like I said, this kid has angered everyone. He has committed treason. How can he not die? In the distance, Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Sovereign Su Xing sneered. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. No one in the world could save Hong Tiandi. And now, the situation had fallen on Lin Ling. No one in the world could save Lin Ling. Right now, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. More and more experts had arrived. It seemed like he would not be able to escape today. Kill one, earn one. If you're not afraid of death, come and kill me. Lin Ling roared madly. His eyes had become completely red. He would rather die in battle than beg for mercy. However, just as he was about to charge over, another powerful aura rolled over from the sky. In the distant sky, the sea surged over like waves. A large number of people stepped on the waves and arrived in a grandiose manner. Their aura was magnificent, surging forward with great momentum. A bunch of shameless people. I'd like to see who's bold enough to kill Lin Ling. A cold bellow rang out in everyone's ears with surging fury. It made many people's eyes tremble violently. More experts had arrived. Today, a slight move in one part could affect the whole situation. And, by the looks of it, these people seemed to have come to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not alone. Despite the situation, there were still people who dared to come and help him. Venerable Sea Calming. Celestial Lord Su Xing's eyes narrowed. The newcomer was an old acquaintance of his. It was Lin Ling's former superior, Venerable Sea Calming. In addition to Venerable Sea Calming, there were also people from the Lu Mansion, the South Pole Celestial Peng, and the Northern Mountain Tiger clan. They had a large number of people and were very powerful. Of course, they were still weaker than Celestial Lord Su Xing's group. Get lost. If you dare to get involved in this matter, I'll wipe out your entire clan. After Venerable Sea Calming and the other experts arrived, Hong Tiandi's eyes shone with a domineering light. His roar reverberated throughout the world. Even if there were experts helping Lin Ling, so what? Did Hong Tiandi need to give face to them? If the other party dared to be arrogant, it would be easy for him to wipe out their entire clan. After all, how could Venerable Sea Calming and the other experts compare to the 4 pillars and 8 pillars? How domineering! Many people gasped. Venerable Sea Calming and the others were here, but it seemed that they were of little help. If you want to kill Lin Ling, you'll have to step over my dead body. However, to everyone's surprise, Venerable Si Calming didn't retreat. Instead, he took a big step forward and stood in front of Lin Ling. The turbulent waves rolled around his body. He was risking his life for Lin Ling. He even boldly said that if you want to kill Lin Ling, you'll have to step over my dead body. Lin Ling, today I'm here to return the favor. If I die in battle, I'll have no complaints. At the same time, the experts from the Northern Mountain Tiger clan also took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Ling. Their actions proved what it meant to fight side by side. It should be known that although they had arrived, they would definitely not be able to stop the experts on Hong Tiandi's side. It was even possible that they would all be wiped out. However, none of them frowned. They even hesitated. They were determined to protect Lin Ling. Is he worth it? Hong Tiandi roared. The Heavenly Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal seemed to be suppressing Venerable Si Calming and the other experts. Is he worth it? Chapter 1343. Wind and clouds rolling, worth it. Venerable Si Calming said without any hesitation. If there was anything, it would be the thick fighting spirit in his eyes. He had brought Lin Ling out of the rainforest Holy Land. In the past, he had asked Lin Ling to help him do 3 things, and Lin Ling had agreed to each of them. He had even allowed his Si Calming Heavenly Prefecture to become a subsidiary of the Black-White Dao Palace. Lin Ling had done a lot for him. How could he, Venerable Si Calming, take a step back? Good friendship. Many people secretly admired him. From this point of view, Lin Ling was indeed someone who valued friendship and loyalty. He was worthy of others sacrificing their lives to protect him. Unfortunately, this world was extremely heartless. Friendship was not as important as strength. Then, all of you can die. Flood Sky Emperor's killing intent erupted. Slaughter. Those people must all die. Since they dared to kill his little brother, even if the 9 Heavens God Emperors came, they would still kill Lin Ling. No one would give them any face. He wanted to be recommended to the human emperor. He was also a descendant of the ancient Flood dynasty. He had this supreme authority. Then I'll kill them. Right at this moment, a steel ship arrived in a mighty array, and a man in golden armor stood at the bow of the ship and stared proudly ahead with his hands behind his back. His eyes revealed an imposing aura that seemed to look down upon the world, and it seemed like nothing in the world could shake him. This person was the Golden Armor King of the Langya Temple. It was said that this person had an immortal body that surpassed the 72 demon gods. He was one of the 18 Sky Saints. The crowd went crazy. Another top powerhouse had appeared, and this powerhouse had come to kill Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had stirred up a storm in Xianping province. Kill Shui-er. Lin Ling, you must die. Golden Armor King's eyes were cold as he indifferently stared at Lin Ling. He had been in seclusion and only learned of this news after coming out. Luo Xuemon was the disciple of his wife, the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens. How could he not do anything? Golden Armor Clear Void Fist. A light punch punched out, overbearing and arrogant, causing the void to explode. The blazing sun in the sky also dimmed at this moment, as if it was blocked by his fist intent. Who could compete with the fist of the Golden Armor King? They're dead. Even the Golden Armored King has made his move. Venerable Si Calming and the others are all going to die. Many people could already see the outcome. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was cold. There was no trace of fear on his face. His heart was filled with anger, but at the same time, he was touched. Facing the terrifying giant golden fist, the Venerable One, the old man of the South Pole, and the others did not retreat. It was as if they wanted to die with him. You dare touch my master? Dream on. Through the heavens 90,000 strikes. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the sky, a giant pillar separated the clouds and smashed down majestically. This rod was like the rod of an ancient demon king. When it collided with the giant golden fist, it formed a terrifying void vortex that caused cracks to appear on the ground. It was terrifying. However, the newcomer's strength was also extremely terrifying. He actually managed to block the giant golden fist. Through the heaven's rod, heaven touch sage. The golden armor king frowned and stared into the distance. He naturally knew who the newcomer was. At this moment, under the clouds, a tall figure stepped on the purple clouds. He held a long rod in his hand and the corners of his mouth curled up. He stared at the golden armor king indifferently and said, "Today, my master Lin Ling will not die." His overbearing voice shook the 9 heavens and spread thousands of miles away. Boom! The hearts of the crowd exploded. Another ancient expert had appeared. It was Heaven Touch Sage, the palace master of Heaven Touch Palace. He had come for Lin Ling. This was too crazy. One had to know that during the Black Pen competition, only a few disciples of Langya and the carefree 10 palaces had appeared. Today, however, 2 palace masters had appeared. How could they not be shocked and stirred? Is that so? What if this old woman wants to kill him? Heaven Touch Sage, your strength is on par with the Golden Armor King, but you can't stop this old woman. At this moment, the Ninely Holy Mother, who had been silent all this time, spoke coldly. Many people looked at her and their hearts trembled. They had forgotten about this ancient figure. The Ninely Holy Mother was also extremely terrifying. She came from the ancient era, but she was not good at speed. That was why she did not kill Lin Ling in a short period of time. What she said made sense. Although Heaven Touch Sage was powerful, the Golden Armor King could stop him. However, who could stop the Ninely Holy Mother? Could it be Venerable Si Calming and the others? It was simply impossible. At this thought, many people's breaths became heavy. Lin Ling was really difficult to kill. The martial artists of Xianping province could not kill him. The martial artists of Splendid Land could not kill him. In the end, they had to mobilize the Langya 10 palaces. Ninely Holy Mother, I should be able to stop you. However, just as the Ninely Holy Mother finished speaking, another expert arrived. It was an ordinary-looking old man, and beside him was a young man. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling also looked at him in surprise. Wasn't that young man the young master he had saved? Not long ago, Lin Ling went to a mysterious villa and helped a young master whose soul was trapped by the heavenly soldiers. That young master was the person in front of him. What surprised Lin Ling was that the old villa master seemed to be very famous. Little friend, this old man has been looking for you for a long time. If not for today's incident in Xianping province, this old man would not have been able to find you for a long time. This old man has always wanted to repay your kindness. The old man looked at Lin Ling and smiled faintly. In the past, Lin Ling had saved his grandson and then disappeared. He had been searching for him all this time. If it wasn't for Great Sage Motian's reminder, he wouldn't have been able to find him. Heavenly Elder of Spiritual Mountain. The Ninely Holy Mother cried out in shock. Like her, this old man was an ancient figure. However, he came from the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom, one of the 4 great ancient kingdoms. He was also a terrifying existence. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he was indifferent to fame and fortune, he would have been one of the 4 pillars of Xianping province by now. Furthermore, this old man had come to help Lin Ling. Where did Lin Ling get the ability to summon so many ancient figures? In that instant, the faces of Celestial Master Voidstar, Emperor Hung Tian, and the other experts turned very unsightly. How could this be? Lin Ling was just a nameless junior. How could he have so many people respond to his call? In front of him was Heaven Touch Sage, behind him was Celestial Master Spirit Mountain, and behind him was Lin Ling. It was unbelievable. Could it be that this Lin Ling could not be killed? Enough. Enough. However, this wasn't the end of their shock. At this moment, the mist filled the air and thousands of rays of light shot out. A slender figure appeared in the air, and his indifferent eyes were filled with anger as he ruthlessly swept his gaze over everyone. Just one glance was enough to cause everyone to tremble in fear. Even Empyrean Void Star was no exception. Black-White Dao Palace, Lord Watermist. Lord Watermist. Everyone forgot how to breathe when they saw the indifferent man. This expert was even more terrifying. It was Lord Watermist of the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars. Why is he here? Lord Watermist. Empyrean Void Star and the others paled. They had already guessed who Lady Watermist was, but they didn't think that she would come for Lin Ling. After all, the Black-White Dao Palace didn't have any geniuses, so how could Lady Watermist pay attention to a newcomer like Lin Ling? And it was because of this that they dared to come kill Lin Ling. But, who would have imagined that Lady Watermist would appear? Chapter 1344. Hidden Fog Country. Greetings, Lord Watermist. At this moment, Hung Tiandi couldn't be arrogant anymore. His face was gloomy. The other party's identity was even more terrifying than his. Her strength had reached the peak, and she was comparable to the top experts in Hung Mansion. Hung Tiandi, you're quite bold. How dare you kill my men? Lord Watermist glanced at Lin Ling and said coldly to Hung Tiandi. At this moment, her heart was filled with anger. Lin Ling was her man, and she valued him greatly. These people dared to touch Lin Ling. Lord Watermist, it's not like that. We were holding the Black Peng battle, and Lin Ling came to cause trouble and killed many people. That's why we wanted to capture Lin Ling. Moreover, we didn't want to kill Lin Ling. Hung Tiandi didn't say anything. He didn't know what had happened either. However, an elder from the West Sea Dragon Qilin Palace said anxiously from Celestial Venerable Void Star's side. He was scared. He was completely scared. Therefore, he quickly found an excuse to shirk responsibility. As long as he pushed the blame to Lin Ling, even if Lord Shui Wu was angry, she wouldn't make things difficult for them. She might even hand Lin Ling over to them. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Ling's position in Lord Watermist's heart. Did I allow you to speak? Fog Gate. Lord Watermist looked at the elder indifferently. With a flick of her finger, an invisible force shot out. No one could see through that force. The elder from the West Sea Dragon Qilin Palace was shocked. He knelt down in the air and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! A mysterious force erupted, and a hazy mist bloomed. The elder's body exploded, turning into a mist that scattered across the world. Dead! A top expert died just like that. He was killed by Lord Watermist in front of everyone. Moreover, Lord Watermist didn't care about any excuses. She killed whenever she wanted to. That domineering aura made the crowd freeze. You're bullying him alone, right? Now, I'd like to see who dares to kill Lin Ling. A soft voice drifted out from Lord Watermist's mouth. This seemingly refined man had an indescribable domineering aura. Many people gulped. How could they not understand the meaning behind this? Lord Watermist was telling everyone that if anyone dared to touch Lin Ling, then he would kill them without mercy. The crowd quieted down. No one dared to say anything. Too many experts had been dispatched to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling wasn't weak either. Even Lady Watermist had come. Lord Shui Wu, he killed my brother. Although you are powerful, you can't bully the weak. Even if you can protect him today, how are you going to answer to the Hong residents? Heavenly Emperor Hung Tian was unwilling to give up. He finally spoke, but in reality, he was also exerting pressure. Heavenly Emperor Hung Tian, one of the referrals. You have the immortal physique of the Heavenly Emperor Imperial Jade Seal. No wonder others don't dare to speak, but you dare to. Lord Water Mist narrowed his eyes. Heavenly Emperor Hung Tian forced himself to calm down and nodded indifferently. That's right. I'm indeed one of the referrals. Although I'm not as good as Lord Water Mist now, I won't be any weaker in the future. Moreover, in the Hong residence, because I'm one of the referrals, I've received a lot of attention. He exerted pressure again. He was also saying, Lord Water Mist, I can't afford to offend you. However, for a mere Lin Ling, is it worth it to offend me and the Hong residence? I understand what you mean. You're saying that you're very noble and I shouldn't offend you for Lin Ling. However, I don't know where your confidence comes from. Lord Water Mist suddenly laughed. Because I'm one of the referrals of the Kuan Palace. In the future, I'll meet the human emperor and become an existence of the unfettered 10 halls. I might even surpass the unfettered 10 halls. Hung Tiandi shouted proudly. He was filled with ambition. He wanted to tell Lord Shui Wu the difference between him and Lin Ling. I'm very sorry, but Lin Ling is also one of the referrals. However, just as Heavenly Emperor Hongtian's voice fell, Lord Water Mist laughed once more. Bang! Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by thunder. They were all shocked. Lin Ling was also one of the referrals. Empyrean Void Star and the other powerhouses all had ashen complexions. The reason they had dared to form an alliance to kill Lin Ling was because Lin Ling didn't have a powerful background. But now, Lin Ling was actually one of the referrals. It had to be known that if they dared to touch a referral, that was the same as provoking the entire Black-White Dao Palace. The Black-White Dao Palace could be destroyed, but a referral could not be destroyed. Looking at it from another angle, Lin Ling alone was nobler than all of them. Impossible, he is nothing but trash. How can someone from a holy land with earth-step talent be a referral? Heavenly Emperor Hung Tian roared, unable to believe what he was seeing. Could it be that a referral from my Black-White Dao Palace needs your approval? Lord Water Mist coldly snorted. The pressure of a powerhouse enveloped Heavenly Emperor Hung Tian, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that Lord Water Mist was enraged. Heavenly Emperor Hung Tian felt as if a knife had pierced through his heart. Before, he had been so arrogant. If he said he would kill Lin Ling, then he would kill Lin Ling. Because he had a referral, he considered everyone else beneath him. But now, Lin Ling's status was no lower than his. Good, good, good. Today, I will endure. However, the enmity of my little brother's death is not over. Heavenly Emperor Hung Tian didn't dare to look directly at Lord Water Mist. He could only look at Lin Ling. He also knew that Lord Water Mist didn't dare to kill him. This was because killing him would be the same as provoking the entire Hong Mansion and triggering a war between the Black-White Dao Palace and the Hong Mansion. This was not what Lord Water Mist wanted to see. Let's go. Heavenly Emperor Hung Tian waved his hand, leading the powerhouses of Kuan Hall to leave. Heavenly Emperor Hung Tian, you said you would kill him, but now you want to leave. But at this time, Lord Water Mist's cold voice rang out. Did these people think she didn't exist? You said you would kill him, but now you want to leave. Could it be that Lord Water Mist wants to kill me? Heavenly Emperor Hung Tian looked coldly at Lord Water Mist, extremely provocative. If you say another word of nonsense, you can try and see if I dare to kill you. Lord Water Mist took a step forward and said coldly. Heavenly Emperor Hongtian's expression changed drastically. He was a little scared and fell silent for a moment. Lord Water Mist ignored him and looked at the powerhouses of Kuan Hall. The hypocritical alliance, the so-called Black Peng Arena, is actually targeting Lin Ling. Since this is the case, all the people of the alliance must die. After saying this, she looked at Lin Ling, who wanted to kill you. Go and kill them. I want to see who dares to resist. Boom. Hearing that overbearing and arrogant sentence, everyone's ears buzzed. Previously, Lin Ling was alone and was surrounded by powerhouses. But now, the situation had reversed. Lin Ling dominated everything. Whoever he wanted to die would die. Are we all going to die? Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling stiffened, pale, and bloodless. How did it become like this? They sent so many powerhouses to kill Lin Ling, but they still failed. Instead, they were all going to die. You can't kill me. Golden Armor King coldly shouted. He steered the giant steel ship to leave. However, at this time, heaven and earth's spiritual energy surged. A giant water bubble had appeared at some unknown time, enveloping the world. Everyone was trapped by that giant water bubble. This was a mysterious law called the Great Hidden Mist Country. As long as one was sealed within the Great Hidden Mist Country, even gods and devils would not be able to leave. It's Lord Water Mist. Chapter 1345. Eyes of the Gods, it's Lord Shui Wu. Many people stared at Shui Wu, their expressions changing drastically. She was indeed a top expert of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. She had used her tyrannical power to seal the area and allowed Lin Ling to kill the expert of the Kun Hall. Shui Wu, you. Golden Armor King's pupils constricted. He was a little afraid of Shui Wu. Although he was one of the 10 halls of Langia and was also known as a peerless genius, he was still a little weaker than Shui Wu. At this moment, Lin Ling walked out and glanced at those who had helped him. He was grateful. Venerable Si Kaming and the others nodded. This was Lin Ling's grudge, and it was time for Lin Ling to settle it himself. Lin Ling stepped forward again, pointing his sword forward. Murderous intent surged out. Previously, these experts had bullied him with numbers. Now, he wanted to see who would dare to bully him with numbers. He was going to kill them all. With a flap of his wings, Lin Ling shot towards the 3 Lives Ghost King. He wanted to kill this person first. With his current strength and the ancient flame devil's fusion with his physical body, he could even kill a cultivator of the first layer of the Saint Realm. 3 Lives Ghost King, you managed to escape last time. This time, where can you escape to? A majestic murderous intent accompanied the voice, shaking everyone's ears. Lin Ling had returned to dominate the world. Help me, everyone help me. At this moment, the 3 Lives Ghost King's face was extremely pale, and his body was even trembling. Lin Ling was here, and he was terrified because he couldn't escape. Shui Wu had frozen the area, making him like a trapped beast. How could he be a match for Lin Ling? I'll help you. Help. Seeing Lin Ling so arrogant, Ninely-old mother's body trembled. How could she let Lin Ling be so arrogant? Pop! Pop! However, at this time, a large amount of water mist appeared around her, shooting towards her like needles. A mysterious power erupted, causing the Ninely Holy Mother to release a sinister cry. Her entire body exploded. She was originally a mountain of flesh, but now she had exploded into a thin person. However, she still did not die. Only, her face was filled with shock. She knew that Lady Water Mist had made her move. I said, who dares to resist? Lady Water Mist's eyes were ice cold. They were not allowed to resist, nor were they allowed to despicably join forces. Whoever Lin Ling wanted to kill, he would kill. Seeing this scene, many people swallowed their saliva. This was the strength of the strong. No matter who they wanted to kill, they could only stand there and be killed. They couldn't even resist. It was domineering and magnificent. Third Life Ghost King, in the heavens and on the earth, who can save you? At the same time, Lin Ling had already arrived. He raised his huge sword high up in the air. The sword light was dazzling, and the killing intent gushed out. He charged forward, never retreating. Rumble. Time seemed to have stopped. In the next moment, a sword with terrifying power slashed down heavily. That sword was so dazzling that it seemed like nothing in the world could block it. The third life Ghost King's eyes were blank. Was he going to die? Memories surfaced in his mind. That day, he had gone to the rainforest Holy Land to kill. Who knew that there would be resistance in the tiny rainforest Holy Land, causing him to go on a killing spree? In the end, a stubborn junior blocked him. Two great demon gods joined forces and forced him to retreat in defeat. In the following days, that junior's name constantly spread in Xianpeng province, letting him know that the junior had matured. It was only when the Dark North demon god was killed that he knew that he was no longer the junior's match. In the end, their alliance was confident that they would kill the junior this time. However, the result was like this. He could not even escape in the end. I was so close to becoming the fourth life Ghost King. I can't accept this. The third life Ghost King roared, but still could not stop Lin Ling's resolute killing intent. The sword streaked across the sky, and the killing intent rolled in. Boom! Destruction. This sword did not cut him in half, but directly destroyed him. Before the third life Ghost King died, his eyes were filled with despair, regret, and unwillingness. In the end, he turned into a ferocious ghost head and disappeared from the world. A Ghost King of a generation had fallen here. Another member of the alliance to kill Lin Ling had died. On the ground below, everyone stared fixedly at the sky, speechless. Celestial Venerable Void Star, it's your turn. Lin Ling's cold gaze turned. He would settle scores one by one. There was only one murderer left from the massacre of the Rainforest Holy Land. Today, he could avenge those dead saints. Lin Ling, kill him on behalf of the saints. At this moment, Yuman Yun's eyes were filled with tears. That grudge, after Lin Ling's bitter cultivation, could finally be resolved. Although no one can help me, you may not be able to kill me. At this moment, Empyrean Master Void Star sneered. This was a battle of life or death. How could he be weak? If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, perhaps he could kill Lin Ling even more. In the past, you were very insignificant, but you were the only junior who dared to look me in the eye. Today, let's try again. Eye of the Void Star Heavenly Wheel. Roar. A roar rang out as the endless night descended. Under the ancient night, a pair of eyes seemed to slowly open, looking down at the world. Empyrean Master Void Star was extremely powerful. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, he would have to ask Lady Water Mist for help. Seeing this, many people secretly clenched their fists. Perhaps Empyrean Master Void Star could kill Lin Ling. They began to look forward to it. Lin Ling, look over here. Roar. A voice filled with heavenly might resounded. In this world of stars, the eye ruled over everything. In the past, when the god eye opened, millions of sacred spirits would die. How could this scene be similar? But today, things had changed. The god eye was still the god eye, but Lin Ling was no longer Lin Ling. In the past, I dared to look you in the eye. What do I have to fear today? Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. In the sky, Lin Ling stood with his sword in hand. His eyes were the same as before, stubbornly looking at heavenly venerate Su Xing. The ancient majesty of an emperor swept out in an instant. The Eye of Time had appeared. In this instant, even Lady Water Mist's expression changed. Lin Ling actually had a divine ability that made even her feel pressured. What sort of talent was this? Eyes. He actually dares to look Empyrean Master Void Star in the eye. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling actually had such a mysterious trump card. He's just courting death. The Nine Heavens' Holy Daughter shouted. She knew that Lin Ling was a powerful demon god and that killing them wouldn't be difficult, but if he dared to look them in the eye, then Lin Ling was doomed. After all, Empyrean Master Void Star's god eye was the most terrifying. Even she didn't dare to underestimate it. But when the two pairs of eyes met, a roar of disbelief and anger rang out. How could this be? Empyrean Master Void Star's face paled, and the god eye behind him became even more illusory. Lin Ling's god eye was staring at Empyrean Master Void Star like a divine emperor looking down on him. Lin Ling stepped forward, and with each step, the god eye behind Empyrean Master Void Star let out an explosive sound. Step by step, he crushed Empyrean Master Void Star's pride. The crowd's expressions froze as their eyes met. Lin Ling was actually suppressing Empyrean Master Void Star. In the past, you were so arrogant that you could kill anyone with your god eye. My rainforest holy land's holy son died to your god eye, but today, I will cripple your god eye. Chapter 1346. Settling the matter of the heart rumble. An incomparably invisible strength bloomed from Lin Ling's eyes. At this moment, Empyrean Void Star felt as if he could see an ancient river, as if he could see the end of the world, as if he could see the mysteries of the world that he would never know. At this moment, he realized that Lin Ling's most terrifying aspect wasn't his demon god or his mysterious physical strength, but his eyes. Bang! Bang! His god eye shattered, and in the sky, Empyrean Void Star's eyes were bleeding. He was completely blind. What? Countless people found this hard to believe. Empyrean Void Star's eyes had been blinded. Just what secret was Lin Ling's eyes hiding? Its soul strength. Empyrean Void Star's god eye can attack the soul, but if he doesn't use it, how could he be my master's match? My master's soul strength is over level 40. Heaven Touch Great Sage excitedly shouted, causing even more people to gasp. So that's how a level 40 soul strength is. Although Lin Ling's talent wasn't an immortal body, his soul strength was terrifying. Pa! Lin Ling's face was as cold as an iceberg, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through Empyrean Void Star. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Empyrean Void Star. His ancient flame devil form was still there, like a demon king descending. Empyrean Void Star, what else do you have to say? An indifferent voice drifted out, filled with dense killing intent. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. The youth who dared to look me in the eye has grown to such a level. Empyrean Void Star seemed to have aged a lot. His usual I mantra was no longer qualified to be used. This youth was more like a god king while he was like a mortal. He never would have thought that not only would the alliance fail to kill Lin Ling, they would be completely wiped out. He had underestimated Lin Ling, underestimated the unyielding will of the weak. Who was it that gave the order to wipe out the 6 sacred realms? Lin Ling coldly asked. It's the Divine Map Palace, one of the 10 carefree palaces of the Kun Palace. Their palace master, the Divine Map King, wanted to destroy the 6 sacred realms on a whim. I was only acting on someone's orders. Empyrean Void Star knew that he was going to die, so he didn't hide anything. King of Divine Charts. Lin Ling remembered this name. He sighed in his heart. This was the world of the strong. A moment of excitement could cause millions to be buried with them. This was the sorrow of the weak. You know you'll definitely die. You killed too many of my brothers in the past, so it's impossible for you to not die. Of course, you can also choose to resist. However, if you resist, not only will your helpers die, even the sex behind them will die. Try it. Lin Ling indifferently spat out a sentence. I know. Empyrean Void Star nodded and looked around. Was there anyone helping him? Or rather, did anyone dare to help him at this moment? No, not at all. Lin Ling dominated everything. Since I told you who the mastermind is, let me choose to commit suicide. Empyrean Void Star dejectedly said. The new generation would replace the old. A king of a generation would fall, and a new king would rise. He had seen through this. Fine. Lin Ling slowly turned and left. The murderers who had gone to the rainforest Holy Land had all been exterminated today. Those holy sons who had died in the past had not died in vain. Lin Ling had repaid their kindness today. For this day, Lin Ling had worked very hard, very hard. Thus, everything he had obtained was well deserved. Lin Ling, my God, I can see through the world, but it cannot see through you. Your accomplishments in this life are limitless. I hope that every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Don't destroy my Void Star Divine Palace. Although this request is a bit excessive, I made them swear a death oath before coming here. If one day I die at your hands, no one is allowed to take revenge. Otherwise, they will be struck by lightning and never reincarnated. Empyrean Void Star said as he looked at Lin Ling's back. He then knelt down. This was not a request, but a request, a kneeling request. Moreover, he knew that cutting the weeds and pulling up the roots was the law of the world. Lin Ling was no fool and would definitely destroy his Void Star Divine Palace. Conversely, if he won today, he would definitely destroy the 6 sacred domains. Thus, he had made the Void Star Divine Palace swear a death oath to prevent them from taking revenge on Lin Ling. He also wanted Lin Ling to let them off. Once the death oath was made, if the Void Star Divine Palace dared to take revenge on Lin Ling, they would definitely die. Moreover, after I die, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace will go to the 6 sacred domains to protect them. They will be slaves for the rest of their lives. This is their mission, and it will also be my final compensation. You are very smart. You have them make up for your own mistakes. Although it's just compensation, it's also saving their lives. I agree to this condition. Yes. Lin Ling indifferently said as he continued to walk forward. When a person was about to die, everything else was meaningless. Empyrean Void Star's actions were actually helping the Void Star Divine Palace. It was just that the Void Star Divine Palace would belong to Lin Ling in the future. Thank you. Thank you. Empyrean Void Star finally looked at the world and the youth he had underestimated. With a sigh, his body exploded, turning into endless sparkling light. An ambitious and ruthless character of a generation had fallen here. However, no one sympathized with him. In this world, experts could die at any time. It could only be said that the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. And Lin Ling had overcome all difficulties to reach the end and become a new sovereign. Holy sons, you can all go in peace. Today, Lin Ling has killed all of his enemies. Yes. Yu Man Yun looked at the sky, her eyes moist. She also smiled, a proud and gratified smile. Her man had taken back everything he had lost. Profound daughter of the 9 heavens. Kill. At this time, Lin Ling didn't stop his killing intent. He grasped his sword and walked towards the Empyrean fairy. Her eyes widened and she coldly said, "You dare to kill me? Kill." The Empyrean fairy felt as if she were dreaming. Lin Ling was Venerable Si Kaming's subordinate, and Venerable Si Kaming's daughter, Ling Shan, had once competed with her for Golden Armor King. In the end, Ling Shan had lost and lost all face. She thought that Venerable Si Kaming would carry this shame with him for the rest of his life. But who would have thought that Venerable Si Kaming would help a junior? And that junior was extremely talented. He had defeated her disciple and even killed her. Today, he even dared to kill her. All of this seemed unreal. That insignificant existence of the past was now able to face her with his sword. Lin Ling. In the distance, Venerable Si Kaming was excited. With his strength and status, it was impossible for him to approach the Empyrean fairy. However, Lin Ling dared to do something that he couldn't do in his lifetime. Then why do you dare to kill me? Lin Ling stopped in front of the Empyrean fairy and said indifferently. He found it very funny. If the Empyrean fairy could come to kill him, then why couldn't he kill her? Could it be that her life was more precious because she was as beautiful as a fairy? And Lin Ling's life wasn't a life. The Empyrean fairy was speechless. She was indeed in the wrong in this matter. You can't kill her. At this moment, the Golden Armor King's dignified voice sounded. Then try to stop me. Chapter 1347. I let you kill me. Actually, I don't have much enmity with you. Your disciple is too arrogant and wants to kill me. Naturally, I won't let her live. Because of this, you formed an alliance with others to kill me. Now you ask me whether I dare to kill you or not. Lin Ling shook his head. The ninth heavenly maiden didn't know what to say. Xian Yi's expression was solemn. She finally remembered that Lin Ling was already in control of everything. Lin Ling wasn't an insignificant existence but a noble recommendation. Compared to Lin Ling, the ninth heavenly maiden was like a toad. I was wrong before. I didn't know you were so strong. I apologize. The ninth heavenly maiden knelt down on one knee in the air. Her fairy-like posture was extremely sarcastic. A dignified fairy actually knelt down? Many people widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. What you mean is that if I was still insignificant, you could kill me at any time. Now you apologize because I'm strong. Lin Ling frowned. The ninth heavenly maiden nodded. Wasn't that the case? If Lin Ling was a piece of trash, she would have killed him long ago. Then, I'm sorry. You're strong and I can't kill you. But now that I'm stronger than you, I can kill you. Remember, how people treat me is how I treat them. This is my principle in life. This principle will never change. Lin Ling said indifferently. He raised his sword and didn't even look at the ninth heavenly maiden. Sword light streaked across the sky and a sword mark appeared on the neck of the peerless beauty. The ninth heavenly maiden was dead. Another expert died. Lin Ling killed decisively. He didn't show mercy just because his opponent was beautiful. You dare to kill her? In the distance, the Golden Armor King was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would really dare to kill her. Golden Armor King, you're just a piece of trash who bullies the weak. You can only be arrogant and awe-inspiring in front of the weak. What can you do in front of the strong? Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the other party, his words filled with sarcasm. I'm going to kill you. The Golden Armor King released a terrifying killing intent. Then come and kill me. I'll let you kill me. Lin Ling shouted angrily. His aura was domineering. He just stood there and let the other party kill him. Let's see if the other party dared to kill him. At this moment, the Golden Armor King took a step forward, wanting to kill Lin Ling. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying killing intent enveloped him. It was Lady Shui Wu. Clearly, Lady Shui Wu had said that if anyone dared to resist, she would join forces and kill them. So now, did the Golden Armor King dare? Golden Armor King's face was ferocious. He suppressed his anger and finally stopped in his tracks. He didn't dare. Perhaps, before he could kill Lin Ling, he would have already died. Perhaps he could kill Lin Ling, but he wouldn't be able to escape death. In the end, he was going to die, and he didn't dare to face it. Moreover, there was no need to rush to kill Lin Ling. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. The Golden Armor King doesn't dare to kill him. The crowd looked at the forbearing Golden Armor King and shook their heads. The dignified temple master of Langia 10th Temple, the peerless genius, didn't even dare to move when his lover was killed. Most importantly, Lin Ling stood there and let him kill him, but he didn't dare to kill him. This was a complete loss of face. Ha, love is stronger than gold. What a joke. You and Hung Tian Ting are the same. At the moment of death, you only care about yourself. The so-called love is nothing but self-deception. Lin Ling laughed boldly. In front of countless people, he suppressed the Golden Armor King and looked down on the world. Even if I stood there and let you kill me, you wouldn't dare, trash. The voice was like a sword, piercing the Golden Armor King's heart. He was actually called trash by a Transcendent Realm Junior, but he couldn't do anything about it. He didn't dare to kill him even if he wanted to. Don't worry, the battle between you and I will eventually come. You will die under my sword. Lin Ling stepped forward again without looking at the Golden Armor King. The other party had almost killed him before, so Lin Ling wouldn't show any mercy. Coupled with the unfair treatment from before, Lin Ling had suppressed the anger in his heart. Now that he had released it, he would kill whoever dared to come. I'll wait for you. The Golden Armor King's face was extremely ferocious as he nodded heavily. He was waiting for Lin Ling to challenge him. Golden Armor King, have you tasted this feeling? Back then, when you betrayed Ling Shan, did you ever think about how she felt? You deserved it. Venerable Si Kaming looked at the humiliated Golden Armor King and sneered in his heart. You. Very good. The Golden Armor King said in a low voice, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. It's your turn, Holy Mother of Nineli. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted out, causing everyone to look at the Holy Mother of Nineli. Their hearts pounded violently. Another famous character. Today, those who came to kill Lin Ling died one by one. The scene was too shocking. Humph, there's no need for you to do anything. I'll die myself. However, Lin Ling, just you wait, I'll definitely get my revenge. The Holy Mother of Nineli sneered. Her thin and weak body exploded at this moment. The stench of blood filled the air, causing many people's eyes to narrow. The Holy Mother of Nineli died just like that. Even Mistress Watermist frowned. The Holy Mother of Nineli was an ancient character after all. She actually didn't resist and killed herself. Your Majesty, the Holy Mother of Nineli's innate ability is the mysterious body of a hive. It's like a bee. The one who died before was one of the bees, but the main bee is still alive. Therefore, the Holy Mother of Nineli is still alive. At this moment, Violet Elder's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. What a mysterious immortal body. She's still alive. This old woman has a hive-like immortal body. The main body is still alive. Lin Ling said indifferently. It made the expressions of Mistress Watermist and the others change. The Holy Mother of Nineli really was powerful. Afterwards, they looked at Lin Ling in shock. After all, the Holy Mother of Nineli came from the ancient era. Lin Ling actually knew about something from the ancient era? At this moment, many people were suddenly convinced that Lin Ling had become one of the recommended candidates. Although Lin Ling's talent was ordinary, he was still mysterious. Chan Master Devanaga, Heavenly Son, it's only you two left. Lin Ling walked towards the two so-called judges step by step. In the crowd below, many people were filled with anticipation. In the life and death battle earlier, the so-called judges were so dark and ugly. Now, it was finally their turn. Lin Ling, we were only invited by someone. We didn't know about your lover being kidnapped. The Chan Master Devanaga and Heavenly Son smiled bitterly. They had never thought that with so many experts surrounding Lin Ling, they would still fail. Instead, Lin Ling would deal with them one by one and kill them. Now, it was their turn. Chan Master Devanaga, you come from the Heavenly Dragon Temple. You said before that you wanted to save all living beings from suffering. However, where is your so-called salvation? Heavenly Son, you come from the Heavenly Phenomena sect. This sect is renowned for their divination and is revered by all. However, where was your previous self revered by all? Lin Ling walked forward slowly. His words were like thunder, erupting from his mouth. The faces of the two highly respected seniors paled, feeling extremely humiliated. You've always believed that no one in the world can save me. Do you still dare to believe that now? Arriving before the two experts, Lin Ling said indifferently. The two of them shook their heads. Each new generation would replace the previous one. Clearly, today was Lin Ling's time to rise up. All of the light enveloped Lin Ling. From being surrounded to being killed, to being surrounded and killed, only Lin Ling could achieve this. Can we use treasures to exchange for our lives? Chapter 1348. I'm overbearing, I'm arrogant, what can you do? Can we use treasures to exchange for our lives? Zen Master Devanaga pleaded. No. Lin Ling shook his head. No treasures could stop him from killing these two, because they were too ugly. Then, please give us a quick death. Their faces were ashen, but they finally nodded. Right now, they seemed to be surrounded by an army, without any chance of survival. I regret. We shouldn't have bullied you because you don't have a backer. We shouldn't have placed importance on the Hong manor. You're a recommendation, more noble than Hong Tianting. What's laughable is that we actually sided with Hong Tianting. The two of them smiled bitterly at the same time. Now that they thought about it, they only had themselves to blame for this. Lin Ling did not have any sympathy for them. With a slash of his sword, a surging murderous aura cut off their heads. At this point, all those who surrounded Lin Ling were dead. Subsequently, Lin Ling looked at Hong Tiandi and said indifferently, I killed your brother, and it was a very pitiful death. All 9 of his heads were chopped off. What do you think? Lin Ling was rubbing salt on Hong Tiandi's wound. I will kill you. Kill. Hong Tiandi's eyes were red, filled with killing intent. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, then, you better kill me now, or you won't have a chance. Do you dare to come? Kill. Hong Tiandi fell silent. He was a little afraid. His thoughts were the same as Golden Armor King. If he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he could do it at any time. But if he killed Lin Ling now, it would be equivalent to perishing together with him. Therefore, he didn't dare to take the risk. Do you dare to come? Kill. Lin Ling bellowed again, pressuring Hong Tiandi. You're very arrogant. I look forward to the day when all the recommendations are gathered. Kill. Hong Tiandi gritted his teeth and finally admitted defeat. He didn't dare to gamble with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was simply a madman. Ha, if you don't dare to come, then scram. On the day we gather, I'll see how impressive you are. Lin Ling laughed heartily and told Hong Tiandi to scram. His carefree voice shook the clouds, causing illusions to appear in the eyes of countless people on the ground. It was the figure of General Tianyu. The entire mountain was red. Today, all the red had appeared for Lin Ling. His hair stood on end in anger as he leaned against the railing, resting in the drizzle. Raising his head to look at the sky, he let out a long howl. Lin Ling had used his emotions to move the crowd. He had used his madness and grief to kill all the enemies who had come to attack him. At this moment, no one was willing to submit to Lin Ling. Hee, this is the Tianyu Gate. That little guy reminds me of the Tianyu general of the past. Even Lord Shui Wu felt the same way. His words caused Venerable Si Calming and the rest to laugh. They were more excited than anyone else. Lin Ling was now at the same height as them. And it had only been 2 years. In 2 years, an unknown existence had become a venerable. This was the first time this had happened in Xianping province. From now on, Lin Ling will become a hero and a venerable. Lady Shui Wu shouted loudly and allowed Lin Ling to become a venerable. At the same time, he was also one of the youngest venerables. However, in terms of growth time, Lin Ling was the shortest. This was because the other venerables all came from Splendid Mountain and River. In terms of cultivation, they were much better than Lin Ling. Let's go. Hung Tiandi and the others left angrily. Lord Water Mist didn't kill them. Lin Ling had said that these people would be left for him. Lin Ling was the one who wanted to kill Lin Ling. The ground was silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. The final winner of today's Black Peng Arena was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, since the enemies are dead, let the Black Peng Arena continue. Someone rubbed his hands and shouted in anticipation. Today, there were so many strong people here. If the Black Peng Arena was held again, it might be able to amaze the world. Block my fire sea world, then we can continue. In the sky, Lin Ling shouted coldly. With a wave of his right hand, flames surged out like a tide and burned those people alive. Lin Ling still remembered how arrogant these people who wanted to become famous were when he had just arrived. They had all surrounded and tried to kill him. Lin Ling had given them a chance, but they did not take it. Now, they still had the face to mention the Black Peng Arena. If they dared to mention it, then he would kill them. So domineering. Many people were stunned for a moment, then they sucked in a cold breath. Who would dare to mention that? They deserved to die. However, even more people were gloating. Those people who wanted to become famous were simply courting death. The Black Peng Arena was proposed by Hung Tiandi. Now that he mentioned it in front of Lin Ling, if Lin Ling wasn't interested, then it was equivalent to courting death. In this heartless world, Lin Ling was so domineering. If he wasn't domineering, he wouldn't have been able to kill Hung Tiandi and Empyrean Void Star. If he wasn't, then he would have been the one to die. So, I'm domineering, I'm arrogant. What can you do? Moreover, when Hung Tiandi was strong, these people flattered him. Now, they flattered Lin Ling. Lin Ling disliked fence-sitters the most. In the sky, everyone walked forward with smiles on their faces. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to increase so quickly. However, your demon god has reached its limit. In the end, the path of martial arts still depends on yourself. You can't rely too much on your demon god. Lord Xuewu smiled faintly. He knew that Lin Ling was very strong, but his opponents were also very strong. There were other referrals and Golden Armor King. Relying on his demon god would definitely not be able to win against them. If Lin Ling's goal wasn't too ambitious, then he would be satisfied now. However, if Lin Ling had a bigger goal, his strength wasn't enough. However, congratulations on becoming a Venerable One. Lord Xuewu smiled again, causing Venerable Si Kaming and the others to congratulate him. Every Venerable was a great hero, but not every great hero could become a Venerable. In Xianpeng province, only venerables were qualified to establish a sect, and a super sect at that. Whoosh! 2 jade cards shot towards Lin Ling. One was a great hero card, and the other was a venerable card. From now on, we will be peers. Venerable Si Kaming was happier than anyone else. His former subordinate had the same status as him now. Thank you, Lord Xuewu. Lin Ling also smiled. This was an acknowledgement of his strength. He also felt a small sense of accomplishment. Venerable Si Kaming, you were the one who helped me in the past. Even though I've become a venerable today, you are still my venerable. Lin Ling looked at Venerable Si Kaming and said. Lin Ling wasn't arrogant at all. Hee, you. Venerable Si Kaming was speechless. Lin Ling was fierce to his enemies, but he was very good to his friends and family. To be able to become Lin Ling's friend was a blessing that he had cultivated in his previous life. Alright, in 10 days, the 4 referral candidates will gather in the Qian Hall. The purpose of this gathering is to determine the 4 referral candidates. I was worried that you weren't strong enough, but I'm relieved now. However, you still have to be careful. Don't fail miserably. Lord Xuewu reminded. Lin Ling nodded. He respected Lord Shuiwu from the bottom of his heart. I will prove myself, Lin Ling said confidently. Everyone left one by one. Lin Ling, we did it. Chapter 1349. Returning home, killing their enemies with their own hands, this was the lifelong wish of every martial artist in the 6 sacred domains. In the past, when the 3 great powerhouses arrived, the heavenly meteor era began. The people of the 6 sacred domains had desperately resisted, and a great number of saints' sons had used their bodies and lives to block the evil intentions of the powerhouses. They had not feared death, and this was to prove that although the 6 sacred domains were small, they would never surrender. But today, all their enemies had died. Those brothers who had sacrificed themselves, those saints' sons who had fought side by side, they could rest in peace and be reincarnated. Lin Ling's footsteps stopped, his eyes looking into the distance as if he saw familiar faces. He faintly smiled and said, "Brothers, rest in peace. Your family, your home, I will protect it for you." In the sky, white clouds drifted. But faintly, young faces seemed to appear. They looked at Lin Ling, smiled, waved their hands, and strode away. They believed in Lin Ling. They believed that although they had only met a few times, they had once fought side by side with him. They believed that Lin Ling would protect their loved ones, protect their home. Let's go home. Lin Ling laughed boldly and headed towards the 6 sacred domains. At this moment, his heart was incomparably relaxed, as if he had experienced the baptism of the heavens and earth. The hatred that had suppressed his heart had finally been resolved. Next, he would cultivate for 10 days to increase his strength and prepare for the gathering of the 4 sacred domains. Let's follow Lin Ling. Yu Man Yun and Yang Gan were excited. Every time the great calamity of the world approached, it was this thin and weak figure that had supported them. And now, this man had become a venerable. In Xianpeng province, the 6 sacred domains had become an existence that could not be underestimated. At this moment, the rainforest's sacred land had gradually restored its prosperity. Moreover, everything that had disappeared in the past had reappeared today. The 7 profound martial house, the great serpent mansion, the 4 desolate races, and so on. Moreover, everyone's strength had greatly doubled. There was even a statue in the center of the rainforest sacred land's sacred city. The statue was of a man holding a great sword, the sword pointing to the heavens. Everyone who came here would feel a sense of awe in their hearts. Other than the rainforest holy land, the other 5 holy lands were the same. They all had statues of a man with an ancient sword, and this man was Lin Ling. However, today, a large number of masters had arrived in the rainforest holy land. Taking a closer look, most of these masters were transcendents, with the strongest actually being a transcendent 7th stage master. Under the leadership of an old man, this group of masters had arrived at the rainforest holy land. The transcendent realm, to the 6 sacred regions, was equivalent to the most powerful masters. One had to know that the 4 strongest desolate race patriarchs in the past were only at the pseudo-mortal realm. Although the strength of the 4 desolate race patriarchs had greatly increased, they were still only at the 2nd stage of transcendent realm. It was very difficult to break through to the transcendent realm. It could take years, or even a lifetime, unless it was one of the super sects of Xianpeng province with deep heritage. Who is Ancestor Extreme Flame? After those experts arrived, the old man in the lead shouted indifferently. At this moment, all the masters of the rainforest holy land had appeared and gathered together. Ancestor Extreme Flame of the Flame Ancient Ancestor was also there. He said indifferently, "This one is Ancestor Extreme Flame. May I ask why Senior is here? You are the most respected person in the 6 sacred regions." "You are very weak, not even at the transcendent realm." The other party's leader did not speak, but a large number of young men and women spoke first. Among them, a beautiful woman said disdainfully, "Moo moo, don't be rude. However, as soon as the woman finished speaking, the old man in the lead warned her, causing her to hold her breath and finally fall silent. "We are from the Void Star Divine Palace." The old man looked indifferently at Ancestor Extreme Flame. "What?" The faces of Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others changed drastically. Enemies had come to their door. No need to be so nervous. During the great calamity of the 6 sacred regions, the one who took action was our palace master, Heavenly Venerable Void Star. "We have nothing to do with this matter, so we have no intention of coming here today." There was a strong sense of pride and superiority on the old man's face. Of course, with their strength, they had the right to be proud in front of Ancestor Extreme Flame. In the past, the palace master left behind an order. If one day he fell, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace had to do 2 things. First, all the slaves of the 6 sacred regions had to return and liberate them. The old man said indifferently. He then waved his hand, and a huge ancient ship flew over from the distance. On the ship, a large number of people were cheering. These people were the people of the 6 sacred regions. Back then, when the 6 sacred regions were seized, many people became slaves. Today, they were liberated and returned home. It's them. Many people in the Rainforest Holy Land were excited. Who was it that had brought back their friends and family? The people of the Void Star Divine Palace were like otherworldly masters, watching all of this indifferently. It was as if a simple action from them was enough to make these weak people shed tears of gratitude. Second, protect the 6 sacred regions. This is a favor owed by Heavenly Venerable Void Star in the past, so we are here to make up for it. The old man said again. It seemed like they were here to protect the 6 sacred regions, but they were obviously not sincere. They didn't want to come at all. After all, with their strength, they had their pride. How could they protect such a tiny place? Wait, you said that Heavenly Venerable Void Star died? Ancestor Extreme Flame's body trembled. The crowd was the same. Their enemy had died? That's right. He died not long ago. Yes. Before the old man could say anything, the proud woman in white spoke first. Her name was Moo Moo, and she was the most outstanding genius of the Void Star Divine Palace. She could be considered the favored daughter of the heavens. However, Heavenly Venerable Void Star had made them swear a death oath. If Heavenly Venerable Void Star died, they would come to the 6 sacred regions as slaves. Although this was unbelievable, they had no choice but to come. That's great. Yes. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others became even more excited. Then, Ancestor Extreme Flame said in surprise, I wonder who killed Heavenly Venerable Void Star. Also, do you owe him a favor? To protect this place. We don't know who killed him, but we really did come to protect this place. Next, this place has the densest spiritual chi, so we'll live here. There are also the 100 domains. You can live there. That place is more suitable for you. The old man had already investigated thoroughly, so he was familiar with the 6 sacred regions. What? You want to protect this place or occupy it? Moreover, we just rebuilt the rainforest sacred land. You just came and reaped the fruits of our labor. We don't need this kind of protection. Many people frowned. Since you don't welcome us, we'll leave. In any case, we've already done what we promised. If you refuse, that's your problem. The people of the Void Star Divine Palace laughed. Occupy. With their strength, how could they care about this place? If it weren't for the death oath, they wouldn't have come. Moreover, guarding a group of weaklings was simply a disgrace. Therefore, they were actually waiting for Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others to refuse. The strongest is only at the 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm. You think you're qualified to ask us to protect you? You can't see yourself clearly. Let's go. The woman called Moo Moo said indifferently. She led the crowd away. Chapter 1350. Your slave's cheers resounded throughout the rainforest sacred land. This is Lin Ling. He's only a transcendent stage 6. Mumu's beautiful eyes stared at the sky as she chuckled. His realm isn't bad, but I wonder how strong he is. But I think he's average. After all, he's from the 6 Saint regions and there aren't many resources here. He can't compare to me at all. I can even defeat great heroes. The old man nodded. Of course, although Mumu is only a transcendent stage 5, she's the #1 genius of the Void Star Divine Palace. It's not impossible for her to fight someone 2 realms above her. The Void Star Divine Palace's people didn't leave for the time being. Since their master had returned, they would wait for him to let them go. What happened? Lin Ling walked down from the sky with Yu Man Yun. Ha, my good grandson, you've been out for a long time. Grandfather missed you to death. Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed heartily as he explained the purpose of the Void Star Divine Palace's visit. Lin Ling looked at Mumu and the others indifferently. He understood their intentions. These people wanted to escape, but did they think they could escape after coming here? He said to the old man, "You were ordered by Empyrean Void Star to protect the 6 Saint regions and make up for your past mistakes. Is that right?" "That's right. However, you don't seem to welcome us, so we don't want to disturb you. We'll leave on our own," the old man said with his hands behind his back. Lin Ling looked at him strangely and didn't say anything for the time being. He ordered someone to bring out a chair, place some tea on the table, and began to drink. This casual attitude made the Void Star Divine Palace's people frown. This Lin Ling was too arrogant, actually ignoring them. "If there's nothing else to say, then we'll be leaving." Mumu snorted and was about to flick her sleeves and leave. "Wait, as far as I know, you're not here to protect this place. You're here to be slaves." Lin Ling finally spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of Mumu and the others changed dramatically. Indeed, they were here to be slaves, but they couldn't let go of their pride, so they found an excuse to say that they were here to protect. "As far as I know, you have all sworn a death oath. If you violate this death oath, you will be struck by lightning and never be able to reincarnate. This death oath should be the star oath of your Void Star Divine Palace. The degree of fulfillment of this oath is something you all should know. You are slaves yet you are still so proud. Your skin is really thick." As the second sentence floated out, the old man and the others trembled. A star oath was made within the 24-star array. It was one of the ultimate techniques of the Void Star Divine Palace, and it had a 90% success rate. This was why they had waited for Ancestor Extreme Flame to drive them away. This way, they wouldn't be breaking their promise. For a time, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace were speechless. As for the people of the Rainforest Holy Land, they were whispering amongst themselves. So they had come here to be slaves. But to think that they were slaves with such a sense of superiority, their skin was really thick. "Lin Ling, you're right. We came here to fulfill our promise, but if you want us to be slaves, then keep dreaming. We have as many powerhouses as there are clouds here. How can we be slaves to the weak? Not to mention, your strength is inferior to mine, and your status is so low. Do you have the nerve to raise such a condition?" Mumu felt very ashamed, but she was still unwilling to accept this. "Yes, such big words. Be careful that your heart of martial arts isn't stable." The others were also unwilling, but their voices were much quieter. Obviously, they also felt that it was very shameful to be slaves and feel superior. Lin Ling nodded and suddenly laughed. "Slaves? You don't have the qualifications. I'm just lacking a maid to sleep with. You can be maids, but of course, I don't want any men. You can be coolies, so none of you can run." Ha! Ha! Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others also knew that Lin Ling was toying with them. "You, lecher! Demon! The female disciples of the Void Star Divine Palace angrily shouted. They were dignified geniuses, but they had to be maids to sleep with someone. Lin Ling was going too far. Whether you're a lecher or not, none of you can escape from my grasp. Especially you, the prettiest one. You can't avoid sleeping with me tonight. Lin Ling said with a faint smile, causing Mumu to grit her teeth. If it weren't for the death oath, she really would have killed this lecherous wastrel. Lin Ling took a sip of tea and said, I like to discipline disobedient maids the most, so I want to ask what kind of strength or status is needed to make you obediently sleep with me. You don't have the qualifications. The disciples of the Void Star Divine Palace coldly snorted. Lin Ling was only a tyrant in the 6 saint domains. What kind of status could he have? If you want to enslave us, you have to be at least as strong as me and have a higher status than me. In the past, we listened to Empyrean Void Star precisely because he was strong and had a high status. The old man spoke on behalf of the others. Although they were arrogant, they were undeniably loyal. They had at least fulfilled Empyrean Void Star's final orders. Lin Ling also saw this in them. Otherwise, he would have already made them scram. That level of achievement is still far from yours. You still need to work hard. Come find us in 10 years. Mumu puffed out her chest and said. That area had developed quite well, and the others nodded in agreement. Lin Ling might be able to reach Empyrean Void Star's level in 10 years. Of course, that was only a possibility. It was impossible in his entire life. Let's go. Mumu flicked her dress and was about to leave. I'm sorry, but I just received a venerable token. Is this status enough? However, before they could move, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, causing everyone's faces to freeze. Lin Ling was a venerable. They knew that it was very difficult to become a venerable in Xianping province. Becoming a venerable meant that one had the qualifications to establish a super sect. Their status was above theirs. A golden jade token appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was the venerable token. This is proof. Take a look if you don't believe me. As the sound of his voice faded, he tossed the Empyrean Ascendant medallion over to Mumu, causing the latter's beautiful eyes to widen in shock. A Transcendent Realm expert. This was too fake. Of course, as slaves, your eyesight isn't that good. I suspect that you won't be able to tell if this venerable token is real or not. Lin Ling's disdainful voice floated out, causing Mumu and the others' faces to turn ashen. They were the geniuses of Su Xing Divine Palace, but now they were being looked down upon by Lin Ling, bullying them for being ignorant. As for power, Lin Ling continued, I just killed the Trailokyama Ghost King, the Dark Maiden of the 9 Heavens, the Holy Mother of Ninely, and a few other hypocritical old fogies. Of course, there was also your Palace Lord, Celestial Exalt Voidstar. What? Exclamation point. Mumu and the others' eyes widened. Their Palace Lord died in Lin Ling's hands. One had to know that their Palace Lord was a Saint Stage 1, and Lin Ling was only a Transcendent Stage 6. This was fake. If you don't believe me, you can challenge me. One-on-one, or a group of people. You can choose. Exclamation point. Lin Ling knew that Mumu and the others didn't believe him, so he allowed them to choose the method of battle. Mumu and the others' breathing became heavy. They still didn't believe him, but just as they were about to speak, Lin Ling's face turned cold. However, if you dare to challenge me, your life and death will not be up to you. Exclamation point. Chapter 1351. Opportunity. This sort of majesty was clearly not an act. It was something that could only be obtained by killing a powerful venerable. Just like a killer who had killed tens of thousands of people, as long as they erupted with killing intent, that killing intent was extremely real and tangible. If what he said is true, then that means that even the palace master is not his match. Elder. The leading old man trembled in fear. This young man's strength was unfathomable. They didn't care about Empyrean Void Star's death because it was very difficult for them to see the palace master in the Void Star Divine Palace. They were only cultivating in his sect. For a moment, they couldn't be proud. How about it, Elder? Lin Ling withdrew his killing intent and lightly said. In truth, based on the terrifying aura from before, the people of the Void Star Divine Palace all believed Lin Ling's words. In terms of strength, Lin Ling surpassed Empyrean Void Star. In terms of status, how could they not accept his status as a venerable? However, although they were completely convinced by Lin Ling's abilities, the thought of being a slave or even sleeping with a maidservant made them unwilling to accept it. Venerable Lin Ling, we were rude before, but I apologize for the word slave. I am the princess of the 7-star sacred region St. Jewel Nation. How can I be a slave? Elder. We can respect you, but we won't be slaves. Unless you kill us all, you won't be able to stop us from leaving. Everyone threw caution to the wind. With Mumu in the lead, they strode away, as if they would rather die with a death oath than be slaves. They're leaving just like that. Ancestor Extreme Flame was a bit disappointed. Although these people were arrogant, they were undeniably proud. Grandfather, if they had agreed to be slaves so easily, I would have looked down on them. But since they are so proud, I don't want them to leave. Now that I've become a venerable, I can establish a super sect, so I need a large number of people. Moreover, when I'm not in the rainforest, I need them to help protect this place. Lin Ling had his own plans. He stared at Mumu and the others as they proudly left. Sleep with me, can you leave without my permission? Unless you kill us all, what can you do? Mumu didn't even look at Lin Ling. They were also extremely stubborn. I said that if I don't agree, you can't leave. Lin Ling's eyes shined. He shouted again, 1,000 sound million star array. Yu Mun Yun was the first to laugh. She knew that it was easy to kill someone, but making them submit. She had been puzzled before about how to make them stay, but now she understood. Not long ago, she and Lin Ling had laid down an ancient array of the 6 sacred regions. A deafening sound rang out. Heaven and earth changed colors as a vast starry sky world appeared. Along with Qian tunes, it enveloped everyone in the Void Star Heavenly Palace, causing them to enter an illusory world of starry sky. Moreover, they couldn't find the exit. The old man's face changed drastically. When did they enter the ancient array? They realized that they were being toyed with by Lin Ling. Even old ancestor Tai Yen and the others were shocked. However, they weren't affected by the array, so they could see everything clearly from the perspective of a bystander. Those people were trapped. At this moment, Lin Ling stared at the array and smiled faintly. Now that you've entered my home, your life and death are not up to you. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. He knew very well that if he wanted others to submit, he had to be dignified. So, his words were domineering and authoritative. It was as if he was Empyrean Void Star, or even a venerable stronger than him. You. Inside the array, everyone's faces turned ugly. They could all hear Lin Ling's words. Everyone, attack the array. Someone shouted. However, when they used their martial arts, a large number of meteors and sounds appeared in the starry sky. They were so frightened that they vomited blood and retreated. My array can obliterate all transcendence. You're courting death by attacking it. Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out, as if telling them that if they were arrogant in front of Lin Ling, then let's see how arrogant they can be. He's the same age as Mumu. How can he be so terrifying? The old man's face turned pale. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, in addition to attacking, my array also has illusions. Enjoy the coming nightmare. Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. The array began to change. A large number of illusions appeared. It was actually the scene of their friends and family being killed. Many people entered the Hell Tribulation illusion and were torn apart by horses. Their tongues were pulled out, and their waists were sawed. Everyone was in a nightmare. Mu Mu was the most beautiful, so when she faced the siege of tens of thousands of men, her body trembled. She was the princess of a great country. Is it better to be a maid who sleeps with me, or to be humiliated by tens of thousands of people? Lin Ling's voice drifted out from time to time. It seemed like he was reminding Mu Mu that this wasn't an illusion, but the illusions were so lifelike that they felt extremely real. I surrender. No. Lord Venerable, I'm willing to be a slave. In a short period of time, a large number of people began to cry and shout. Lin Ling sighed with emotion. The ancient array of the star-seizing nation was truly terrifying. If he had entered the array, he would have been tortured to the point where he wished he was dead. Let me tell you. Don't put on airs in front of me because you're from the Void Star Divine Palace. This is my territory, and I am your venerable. Lin Ling finally let out a cold snort and dispelled the formation, allowing everyone to walk back with pale faces. All of them lowered their heads. Lin Ling had dominated everything for them, making it impossible for them to leave even if they wanted to. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. They could be arrogant in his territory, but it wasn't their turn yet. Lin Ling stared at the dejected people of the Void Star Divine Palace and shook his head. I know that you're still a little unwilling. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. Let's have a competition. If you win both rounds, you can leave. Of course, I won't be the one to fight, but you can choose your own opponents. Are you serious? Everyone raised their heads. There was still hope for them. Then we'll choose her. Mu Mu walked out and represented the Void Star Divine Palace in this battle. This battle would give them freedom, and her opponent was actually Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan wasn't even at the Transcendent Realm, so how could she be her opponent? Old ancestor Tai Yan and the others didn't understand why Lin Ling had made such a decision. Sure enough, the battle between the two ended in an incense stick's worth of time. Qin Xiaolan was completely defeated. Lin Ling, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Qin Xiaolan, who had come from the Great Prairie, said apologetically. Lin Ling smiled and held her hand, comforting her. Isn't there still one more round? So, you still have a chance. Let's start the second round tomorrow. Lin Ling waved his hand and led everyone away. Mu Mu and the others were in high spirits. They could leave tomorrow, and as long as Venerable Lin Ling agreed to let them go, the death oath wouldn't exist. So, they all stayed. As for tomorrow's battle, was there even a need to think about it? What could one day change? This Lin Ling is a genius, but unfortunately, he's too arrogant. Mu Mu's beautiful eyes were filled with disdain. Chapter 1352. Finding the secret of the eye that night, Lin Ling said to Qin Xiaolan, it's been hard on you. You've been protecting the family all this time. Yu and Yuer, the heavenly concubine, and Yuman Yun have all become stronger. You're the only one who hasn't. I know you're unwilling and feel inferior because your talent isn't as good as theirs. But now, I'll help you break out of your cocoon and become a butterfly. Qin Xiaolan had saved Lin Ling in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's prairie. After that, she followed Lin Ling without any complaints. Thus, Lin Ling was very grateful to Qin Xiaolan and treated her as his most beloved wife. Lin Ling, thank you. Yes. Qin Xiaolan's eyes were moist. She was indeed feeling inferior because she was the weakest. Come with me. Yes. Lin Ling wiped away the tears in Qin Xiaolan's eyes and held her hand as they entered his secret Purple Mansion. Elder Z, is there any cultivation technique or martial art suitable for my wife? Yes. After Lin Ling appeared in the Purple Mansion, he asked Elder Z and explained the Purple Mansion to Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan was shocked. If it's comparable to His Majesty's God-Fiend Overlord physique, then there's none. However, there are countless generals in the star-picking nation. His Majesty's beloved concubine can cultivate the Empress shooting heaven art. It's also a cultivation technique that cultivates the physical body. It's divided into 8 stages and each stage brings half the strength of the God-Fiend Overlord physique. Yes. Elder Z bowed respectfully to Qin Xiaolan and smiled. Qin Xiaolan was flattered. She had become a beloved concubine. Alright, I want her to be able to defeat ordinary Transcendental Stage 5 experts in a year's time. Yes. Lin Ling smiled. Although he lacked cultivation resources, it depended on the person. Qin Xiaolan didn't lack cultivation resources because the latter's cultivation resources couldn't be compared to his God-Fiend Overlord physique. Xiaolan, do your best. Yes. After that, Lin Ling also began to cultivate. He had devoured the blood essence of the Yamata no Orochi, and now he could refine it. Time passed by silently. The Yamata no Orochi was worthy of being the 6th demon god. It allowed Lin Ling's God-Fiend Overlord physique, and the demon god's God-Fiend Overlord physique. The small world awakened once again, and he was one step closer to the 4th stage. Your Majesty, the 4th layer of the Fiend God Overlord body is even more difficult to cultivate. The amount of resources required is 10 times, or even 100 times, but each layer will bring great benefits to Your Majesty. When you reach the 9th layer, Your Majesty will be able to dominate the world and become an emperor. Yes. Elder Z appeared and was even more excited than Lin Ling. Immortal physiques are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each level is further divided into 10 grades, corresponding to my God Devil Overlord physique. This means that from the 4th level onward, my God Devil Overlord physique will reach the strongest level within the same level. Ling, he's Overlord Immortal. Elder Z said respectfully, when you reach the 9th stage, you'll definitely have a divine body, and it won't be low. Lin Ling nodded. According to this calculation, it was indeed so. For example, when he reached the 4th stage, he'd have a Demon God Heaven body, and the 5th stage would be Demon God Heaven body. However, it seems simple, but from the 4th stage onwards, it was getting harder and harder to cultivate. My physical talent can reach the divine body, but my fire talent is still too weak. Lin Ling thought. He cultivated essence, energy, and spirit. His physical talent was strong, so his fire talent also needed to be improved. Elder Z, can you see where my eyes come from? Lin Ling asked curiously. Your Majesty's eyes are too mysterious. I remember Your Majesty said that when you awakened, there was a voice. It seemed to be called the Boundless Demon Eye. So, I guess that Your Majesty's eyes can see through all worlds, so its limit is the existence of the master of each world. Elder Z guessed. Lin Ling's eyes were too mysterious. Its limit was too terrifying. One had to know that the limit of the Violet Palace realm was the Emperor realm. But Lin Ling's eyes didn't. Maybe it was the position of the master of a world. Seeing through time, seeing through flaws, and increasing a huge amount of soul power. My eyes really have a lot of secrets. Lin Ling sighed. Suddenly, a strong sense of anticipation rose in his heart. It was an indescribable anticipation. He wanted to find the secret of the eye. He suddenly had a feeling that the eyes weren't obtained by his mother by chance and left to him. Rather, the eyes themselves had a huge connection with him. This feeling disappeared in an instant. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He wanted to find that feeling again, but he didn't have any clue. Is everything predestined? Lin Ling said to himself. The eyes had an inseparable relationship with him. I will find it. Lin Ling knew that he had another goal in his path of cultivation, and that was to find the ultimate secret of the eyes. But if he couldn't find this secret, Lin Ling felt that something was missing in his heart. He continued cultivating until the Yamata no Orochi's blood essence was exhausted. Lin Ling's body could erupt with the power of 7 universes, but he still couldn't break through to the 4th level. Then, Lin Ling cleaned up the treasures on his body. For example, the Shadow Buddha incense necklace, Emperor refined armor, and so on. They were all left for his family. These treasures were useless to Lin Ling. Lin Ling assessed his own strength. Other than the 2 devil gods, his fire martial Dao had already reached the transcendent realm of the extreme pattern martial Dao. However, it could still be improved because he had the Violet Palace. As for the cultivation of his physical body, it was hard to improve due to the lack of cultivation resources. Based on his overall strength, it wouldn't be hard for him to fight against a first heaven saint. If a devil god used his fire martial Dao, he would be able to kill him easily. Because the limit of the 2 archdevil gods was the early saint realm. Coupled with the wind, thunder, and lightning wings, Lin Ling could remain unscathed when surrounded by a large number of first heaven saints. The only drawback of this heaven weapon was that it consumed too much spiritual yuan. When he used it, he could only rely on the strength of his physical body. This heaven weapon will be of great help. If my Tyrant Song sword can increase its power, my fire martial Dao will also improve greatly. Moreover, I will have a chance to improve my fire attribute talent. I'm looking forward to it. After a long time, Lin Ling left with Qin Shaolan. Qin Shaolan's cultivation had reached the transcendent realm. A year of bitter cultivation had made her more confident, and Lin Ling knew that Qin Shaolan's transformation wasn't limited to this. Shaolan, you have to win beautifully in this battle. Only then will they be willing to protect the rainforest's sacred land. Lin Ling smiled faintly. If the disciples of the Void Star Divine Palace were unconvinced, he would beat them until they were convinced. Qin Shaolan sniffled and nodded excitedly. With Lin Ling's help, she could also play a role. When Lin Ling and Mu Mu arrived at the place yesterday, everyone had already gathered, especially those from the Void Star Divine Palace. They were all proud, as if they could already leave. Venerable Lin Ling, you came so late. Do you lack confidence? Mu Mu smiled. Although her words were respectful, she was also confident. Lin Ling wanted to defeat her with just a weak woman. Dream on. She was the strongest genius of the Void Star Divine Palace. Not to mention the cultivators of the 6 saint domains, she didn't even fear the cultivators of Xianping province. Chapter 1353. Starry Sky left Hall yesterday. Venerable Lin Ling, it's only been a day, are you sure? Mu Mu and the others were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Qin Shaolan had been completely defeated yesterday, but now she wanted to turn defeat into victory after a single day. I'm sure it's only been a day. Lin Ling nodded lightly, as if he didn't know how short a day was. Ha! Many people couldn't help but laugh, but in fear of Lin Ling's majesty, they didn't dare to laugh too loudly. Sir Venerable, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but a single day really can't change anything. Mu Mu shook her head and slowly walked out. Let the second battle begin. I think it's time for me to return home. Father is waiting for me. Go, Shaolan, remember my words. Lin Ling also nodded and smiled at Qin Shaolan, to which Qin Shaolan responded with a sly smile. Lin Ling had said something, and Lin Ling had said that she would torture them to death. Qin Shaolan walked out, not concealing her cultivation, causing Mu Mu and the others' eyes to narrow. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed very strong. In a single day he had actually helped Qin Shaolan break through to the transcendent realm. This was simply impossible. Of course, even with such a cultivation base, she still couldn't win against Mu Mu. After all, Mu Mu was a transcendent 5th stage cultivator. "Make your move, I won't hurt you," Mu Mu said with the demeanor of a master. "My husband told me to teach you a lesson, so I'll win beautifully. You'll be defeated in 3 moves. Qin Shaolan smiled, causing Mu Mu to be stunned, a transcendent 1st stage cultivator defeating her in 3 moves. She didn't think this joke was funny at all. However, something even more shocking occurred. Qin Shaolan took out her bow and pointed it at her, reminding her, "I'm not good at martial arts, I'm good at archery, I'm going to shoot." "You're reminding me." Mu Mu's beautiful eyes narrowed. 3 moves to defeat her, this was crazy enough, but she was reminding her before making her move. Was this Qin Shaolan really going to compete? "Shoot." Mu shook her head helplessly, causing Qin Shaolan to nod solemnly, "Be careful." Hearing this, Mu Mu didn't want to speak anymore. Be careful? If it weren't for the fact that Lin Ling was here, she really wanted to say that Qin Xiaolan couldn't see through her. Whoosh! At the same time, the arrow shot out like lightning. Rumble! The void exploded, and ripples spread out. Even the void was shot into pieces. Although there was no spiritual source power, that arrow was just that terrifying. Mu Mu's beautiful eyes narrowed. What a terrifying power! Compared to yesterday, this beautiful woman had become much more powerful. Starry Sky Essence Force. An astral sword appeared in her right hand, allowing the starlight in the world to encompass her, making her seem as pure and holy as a goddess. However, that arrow seemed to have blasted through everything, the oppressive power reaching 2 universes of force. Boom! Even though she had used a powerful martial art, when Mu Mu's sword collided with the arrow, her body was still sent flying and smashed into the ground. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. The others also widened their eyes. How did this woman become so powerful? 2 more arrows, I want to break your sword. Qin Xiaolan spoke in an indifferent voice. At this moment, she appeared valiant and heroic, as if an empress had descended upon the world. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 arrows shot out simultaneously. Fast, incomparably fast, and the oppressive power was terrifying. Only Lin Ling knew how powerful that power was. Unless Mu Mu was a top expert in the 5th stage of Transcendent Realm, she wouldn't be able to block it. Clang! Mu Mu panicked and was terrified. She waved her sword, forming an extreme martial arts large success stage. Starlight shone brightly, but when the arrow shot out, she barely managed to block it. Just as she was about to let out a sigh of relief, the second arrow arrived at the same time. The most terrifying thing was that this arrow wasn't aimed at her, but at the tail of the first arrow. It seemed to be pushing the first arrow, causing its power to increase explosively. It wasn't an increase of 1 + 1, but several times. Clang! The arrow shot out with explosive power. When Mu Mu's sword collided, it instantly shattered. Mu Mu's eyes narrowed. Then, the arrow shot towards her face. The power was so great that even the void was blasted apart. Am I going to die? Mu Mu's face was extremely pale. Swoosh! At this moment, the 4th arrow shot out. It changed the direction of the first arrow, causing it to shoot into the distance. Then, it shot through 5 mountains in succession. Rumble! The terrifying power caused everyone in the Void Star Divine Palace to be dumbfounded. Mu Mu was even more so. It was as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in her life. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Not only were the people in the Void Star Divine Palace shocked, even the people in the rainforest were shocked. Qin Xiaolan seemed to have been reborn, becoming as powerful as an empress. Wah! Mumu. Mumu was stunned. In the next moment, she suddenly sat down and started crying like a little girl. This was the first time in her life that she had faced such a life and death calamity. It was the first time she had been trampled on by a first-stage Transcendent Realm weakling. Moreover, her opponent had been ruthlessly defeated by her yesterday. This made her reputation as a genius seem like trash. Reborn in a day's time. How did this venerable Lin Ling do it? The people in the Void Star Divine Palace were all muttering to themselves. Their number one genius had been defeated in 3 arrows. This was too unbelievable. Their Void Star Divine Palace had never seen such an increase in strength. Suddenly, they thought of something. If they became Lin Ling's people, would their strength also increase like this? In this instant, they suddenly felt that this youth was extremely mysterious. The light on his body was unfathomable, surpassing their palace master, Empyrean Void Star. In terms of identity, this youth was a venerable. In terms of strength, this youth surpassed their palace master. And in terms of ability to nurture the younger generation, this youth had reached the peak. They had joined the Void Star Divine Palace to learn martial arts, but now that there was a better place than the Void Star Divine Palace, how could they miss it? Alright, you guys can leave. Go. However, at this time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded, causing the people in the Void Star Divine Palace to be stunned. They had just decided to follow Lin Ling, but Lin Ling didn't seem to want them anymore. Now, they were anxious. Lord Venerable, please take us in. The people in the Void Star Divine Palace fell to their knees. They hadn't been convinced before, but what was there to be unconvinced about now? If they missed this opportunity, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. You're not proud? You really want to be maids in bed? Aren't you princesses and princes? Lin Ling spoke a few words in rapid succession, causing the people in the Void Star Divine Palace to be a bit embarrassed. They had underestimated Lin Ling before. Now, I've changed my mind. I don't need maids in bed. Lin Ling faintly smiled and turned to leave, leaving the people in the Void Star Divine Palace disappointed. It was as if they had missed out on something in their lives. They shouted, Lord Venerable, we were wrong. Unfortunately, Lin Ling walked further and further away, causing their hearts to turn to ash and regret. However, I'm going to establish the Starry Sky Left Court Palace, and I'm currently lacking people. However, just as they were feeling disappointed, Lin Ling's voice floated over, causing them to tremble. Excitement surged in their hearts as they nodded. We're willing. Yes. They didn't need to be slaves anymore. Instead, they could become Lin Ling's disciples and establish the Starry Sky Left Court Palace. In other words, Lin Ling had never treated them as slaves. Flame Core, establish the Flame Right Court Palace. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.